Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part of What If Harry Potter was trained by Snape to become the greatest wizard of all time. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter had been trained by Severus Snape from the very beginning? Given a second chance and knowledge of the future, Snape sets aside his old grudges and begins shaping Harry into the greatest wizard of all time, starting from the day Hagrid takes him to Diagon Alley. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Severus bolted over the head table, never minding the plates that crashed to the floor as a result. He called his wand instantly to his hand as he charged toward Harry, not caring how furious and frightening he appeared. The students were screaming, horrified by what they were witnessing as Flitwick and a number of the other professors moved forward to usher the students out of the hall. All the while, Harry was crying out as his hands were being engulfed by a hideous black fire. But strangely, they weren't burning. Potter. Harry looked up, choking back a sob as the potion's master kneeled beside him. Severus spotted Coral curled up by Harry's hip. He hoped she wasn't dead. "Don't move," Severus ordered, placing his left hand firmly on Harry's forehead as he immediately began waving his wand around Harry's flaming hands in quick circles. Severus didn't think of the time in the future where he hadn't been able to act in time to save a father from this very curse. Instead, he forced himself to focus on what he had to do in that moment. Harry tried to keep as still as he could, tears now pouring from his eyes as raging pain continued to pulse within his hands, but he couldn't stop his trembling as he closed his eyes, biting his bottom lip so hard he drew blood. Severus was quickly joined by Sprout and McGonagall. He hoped they wouldn't try to stop him. He needed to address this now. Waiting would endanger Harry's hands and arms, as well as his life. This was a ruthless curse, targeting the victim's bone marrow. If he didn't lift it in time, Harry's bones would be as frail as an old muggle's with severe osteoporosis, and that was if he was lucky. "Severus," McGonagall asked worriedly, coming to a stop behind him. Snape didn't pause in his casting, his eyes darkening as he began moving his lips, muttering in a language none of the others there recognized. Severus was relieved when Minerva didn't interrupt him again. Professor Sprout moved forward, about to lift Coral from the floor, but stopped before her fingers touched her scales. She pulled out her wand and waved it over Coral with a frown. She then gently levitated her up and placed her into a soft box McGonagall had quickly conjured. Harry's eyes opened slightly as Professor Sprout's hand came to rest on his shoulder. Sweat speckling his brow, Severus focused his magic, blanketing Harry's hands with gentle magic as he finally managed to extinguish the black fire and remove the curse. Harry released a deep, throaty sigh of relief. "Don't move your hands or put any strain on them, Potter. They are extremely weak," Severus warned. "Coral?" Harry asked, his voice cracking. Severus looked to Pomona, who was holding the box with Coral. Pomona slowly held the box out for Severus to take. Harry slowly sat up with the help of Sprout, earnestly looking at Professor Snape. Severus waved his wand over Coral, afraid of what he would find. Getting back the readings, he couldn't help but frown. "Professor?" Harry asked, his eyes now tearing up from a deeper sort of pain. "Was Coral dead?" "I am not sure, Potter. She's alive, but I am not getting any other reading than that. Something is blocking my magic." Just then, Madame Pomfrey and Professor Lupin came into the hall. Evidently, Remus had immediately dashed off to get Pomfrey, who had been in the headmaster's quarters. "What's happened?" Pomfrey asked, pulling her wand out. Severus rose, Harry remaining on the floor with Professor Sprout, his hands limp in his lap, bearing no marks of the fire he had just endured. The damage was within. Someone sent a cursed letter to Mr. Potter under the guise of postage from the ICW, Severus answered, to the horror of Pomfrey and Remus. "I have dealt with the curse, but I am afraid I was unable to prevent Potter from being harmed." "What was the curse?" she asked. Severus didn't answer at first, knowing this curse was not well known and that Madame Pomfrey and the others had probably never even heard of it. Admitting he had knowledge of the spell would look suspicious, though, his ability to counter it was as well, but he could put that off as him being knowledgeable enough in the dark arts to combat it that way. It was a curse that became known and feared later in the future war. The Bone Eater. Voldemort used it as a torturing spell to extract information the fun way. The Order never learned where Voldemort had discovered it, but he began using it just months after he had overtaken the Ministry. Severus suspected it had been held within the Forbidden Library, which was within the bowels of the Ministry's basement. Severus fought back a shiver before focusing on Pomfrey again. "I don't know," Severus lied. Pomfrey frowned, before levitating Harry up and carefully touching his arm and getting him to lie back down. "Let's get you to the infirmary." Harry closed his eyes in reply. Severus brushed his sleeve against his forehead as he worked. He had been able to convince Pomfrey that this was the best course of action to take to ensure Harry fully regained the use of his hands. Simply vanishing his hand bones and giving him Skele-Gro was definitely the worst thing they could do in this situation, as he had discovered in the future. Of course, he couldn't explain that to Pomfrey, who questioned his reasoning in stopping her from casting the bone removal spell, but his stern gaze had done the trick and she admitted the process would be extremely painful for Harry to have to endure on top of what he had already. Although she would never know, he was eternally grateful that she had not pressed him further and had, instead, taken him at his word that carrying out her initial plan of treatment would not be wise. Severus sighed, his thoughts going to the future he had experienced with Harry. "It was risky, but we got him," Mad Eye said. "Oh, thank Merlin," Molly cried, grateful before becoming worried once more. "How is he? How hurt is he?" Remus stepped forward as Mad Eye's good eye looked at her with a trace of pity, while his other eye swiveled around and looked toward the room her husband was currently in. "I'm not a healer, Molly, but it's serious," Remus said. "Will my husband live? He was cursed with something new, Molly. Severus managed to stop it soon after we got him out of there, but that's the most we've been able to do at the moment," Mad Eye said gruffly. Molly was about to ask something else but was suddenly interrupted by screams echoing out of Arthur's room, people shouting urgently at one another from within. Severus dashed forward, nearly knocking Remus to the floor as he rushed past him. He entered the room, the door slamming closed behind him. "What happened?" Severus demanded. "We attempted to vanish the bones in his hand, so we could begin the Vanish and Skele-Gro treatment, as discussed, but then, the young healer was at a loss." "Get out of my way," Severus stated, forcing his way to Arthur's side. What he found horrified him. The black flames that he had believed he had been able to completely extinguish when Arthur had arrived had flared back to life, and it was clear by the collapsed state of the man's unblemished hand and wrist that the bones there had been completely destroyed. However, that was not what was scaring him. The curse seemed to have mutated. Only later did they learn that the curse's residue often reawakened and mutated when exposed to magic affecting bones or cartilage. It had taken Severus several months to develop a potion that could bypass the curse's trap and treat the unfortunate victim, as even Skele-Gro would trigger the curse again. Before, when he had extinguished the flames on Arthur, he had succeeded in stopping the progression of the curse, but like all curses, when dispelled or lifted, they leave a residue, a fingerprint. It often takes time for spell residue to disappear completely. Spell and curse residue is not like white magic, as white magic is from the lycanthropy curse being utterly destroyed. "What should we do?" another healer cried as the black fire began moving up Arthur's arm at an alarming rate, consuming Arthur's bones as it went. Arthur was beyond expressing pain. He was just lying there with his eyes tightly closed and his mouth partly open in a silent scream. Severus looked at the man's neck and chest. If the curse reached him there would be no hope. Waving his wand over the flames as he had done before to extinguish them, Severus' eyes widened as his efforts did absolutely nothing. He was running out of time. In a matter of seconds, Arthur's chest would be overtaken, and the man would suffocate from lack of internal support. "Forgive me, Arthur, but I have no choice," Severus said. Severus amputated his arm at the shoulder, inches above where the flames were, before instantly cauterizing the wound. It was all for naught though. A second after they thought the crisis was over, the black flame ignited again. There was nothing any of them could do then. Arthur Weasley succumbed to the curse that very hour. Severus continued to stir, telling himself Harry would not suffer that fate. He had extinguished the flames and had done his best to remove as much curse residue as he could from Harry, having done it a handful of times for others after the experience with Arthur. It was possible that Madame Pomfrey could have carried out her Skele-Gro treatment because of his efforts in clearing the residue, but Severus hadn't wanted to risk it, and he was sure, if Pomfrey knew what he did, she wouldn't have wanted to either. Taking a pinch of salt, and grateful he hadn't been the one to have to tell the headmaster what had happened, he sprinkled it over the nearly finished potion, confident that once Harry had used it, he would make a full recovery, eventually. Harry woke to his hands up to his elbows in blue goo. He was reclined back a bit, with his arms by his sides resting in two long, cushioned pans filled to the rim with a smelly blue mixture. He quickly found he could not move his hands or arms at all and felt magic seeping from the cool liquid into his flesh to sink deep into his bones. It was rather soothing, to be honest, albeit strange. Looking around, he found he was in the infirmary but curtained off from the rest of it. He supposed it was for privacy. He didn't know where Coral was, but before he could really think of what to do next, he heard voices from the other side of the drapes. How is he? Harry wasn't positive, but it sounded like Professor McGonagall. I just checked on him and he was asleep, Madame Pomfrey answered. McGonagall gave a soft sigh as Pomfrey continued. I can't believe this managed to happen. Something like that getting through the wards shouldn't be possible, should it? No, but you and I both know the wards are not foolproof. It is hard to run a school with impervious wards. Students bring in a lot of things, and keying all of the harmless things in to prevent a few harmful ones. It just isn't practical. But surely the wards should have detected. You're right. It should have detected the curse. The unspeakables are examining the envelope right now. Albus called in a personal favor and sent it to them to examine. Perhaps the answer lies there, and with any luck they will be able to track it back to the monster who did this, McGonagall said viciously before calming her voice down. It was very fortunate Severus knew what to do. I do not want to imagine what would have happened to Harry if he hadn't. Yes, but there is I don't know. Pomfrey paused, uncertain. What, Poppy? It's just strange. Severus the first mean. He knew exactly what to do, Minerva. Exactly. He even stepped in and stopped me from treating Harry once we got him settled into bed. What do you mean? McGonagall asked, confused. I was planning on vanishing the damaged bones in Harry's hands so he could regrow them properly with Skele-Gro. You should have seen the way Severus looked at me when I questioned him when he stopped me. It was frightening, Minerva. I don't care what he says, he knows what this curse was and knew what would happen if it wasn't handled in a certain way. Poppy, we both know Severus has a rather dark past. Perhaps he learned about it there. Then why hadn't you know who used it? Surely he would have used this if he had known about it. I believe we both agree it is a rather frightening spell, and very meticulous in how it attacks the body. What are you suggesting, Poppy? Severus knew exactly what to do, as if he knew the spell inside and out. If he really didn't know what the spell was, how was he able to lift it from Harry so quickly and thoroughly? The man even knew how to remove the spell residue from Harry, and he had almost gotten every bit of it too. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad he was able to help Harry, but it's suspicious. Are you saying he's responsible for the letter coming to Harry? McGonagall questioned, appalled by the very idea. Good Merlin, no. But, what I am saying is what if he had been the creator of the curse? You and I both know Severus is very gifted in spell creation. This would not be the first spell of his that had fallen in the wrong hands. There was a long pause. Severus is different. He's not the same as he was last year, Poppy said softly, breaking the silence. I know what you mean. I never would have imagined him taking James's son under his wing, especially with how he spoke earlier in the summer. I don't know what to think about it. I've spoken to Albus about his changed personality. He assures me Severus is Severus, and that he should be trusted implicitly. I wish I knew why he was so confident, McGonagall confided. As do I, but I trust the headmaster. He must have his reasons, Pomfrey said. Yes, he always does. Well, if you need me, I'll be in my office. I have a few last-minute things to take care of to prepare for classes next week, though, with what's happened, I may just wait to do them this weekend. Well, if you are, could you go check on the headmaster? When I left him, he had become slightly feverish. He hasn't begun getting dizzy again, has he? I don't believe so, but just the same, I'd like to know from a source other than him that he is truly feeling all right. We don't really understand what is going on with this white magic yet. Perhaps it is as Severus says, but then, perhaps it's not. We can't be too careful. Recent events have shown us that much. Agreed. With that, Harry heard McGonagall leave and Pomfrey enter her office. What exactly had he just overheard? He wasn't sure, and decided to think on it later. Right then, he wanted to know where Quirrell was. Dobby. Harry whispered, hoping Pomfrey wouldn't hear him or Dobby's arrival. Master. Dobby asked, his voice quavering and his eyes wide with worry. Please stay quiet, Dobby. I don't want anyone else to know I'm awake yet. Dobby nodded. How is Master? Dobby heard what happened, but Dobby couldn't do anything to help. Dobby is sorry he hadn't stopped the letter. Dobby should have checked. Dobby is sorry he failed Master. He cried quietly. Shish, Dobby, you didn't know. You didn't fail me. Please don't cry. Harry was beginning to wonder if calling Dobby had been a good idea. Dobby sniffled, collecting himself. What can Dobby do to help Master? Do you know where Quirrell is? Harry held his breath, waiting for Dobby to answer. Harry. A groggy Quirrell interrupted. Quirrell, where are you? Beside the bed, on the side table. Harry turned head as far as he could. Who knew having one's arms pinned would constrict one's motions so much? Sure enough, there was a box on the table, though he couldn't see into it. Are you okay? He asked, his voice thick with emotion. Just tired. I overheard the potions master talking with the headmaster when you were asleep. Evidently it was you who saved me. Your magic pulsed at the last moment, and because I had been filled with your magic, it blocked everything else. Knocked me out in the process though, Quirrell explained. Harry gave a short, relieved laugh before looking to Dobby. Can you get Quirrell for me? Of course, Master, Dobby said happily, pointing at Quirrell and causing her to levitate up before lowering her on Harry's chest. Thanks, Dobby, Harry said, trying to keep himself from becoming too emotional. It was such a relief to know she was really all right. He had been afraid she had died. I'm glad you're all right, Quirrell, he said. And you, she answered, before coiling up at the center of his chest, right at his sternum. Harry smiled and closed his eyes, falling back to sleep as Dobby stood watch. Oh, you wanted to see me, Headmaster? Severus asked, entering the office. It had been less than 24 hours since Harry had been cursed, and in 2 days the students would be back from break. Harry was still in the infirmary, his arms still soaking in the blue goo. Dumbledore nodded, motioning to the chair across his desk. Severus noted he had not been offered a lemo drop. This did not bode well. I just finished speaking with the unspeakables, Albus said, the blue in his eyes like a turbulent ocean. Oh, the envelope was made of Manx parchment. Manx parchment. I don't know much about it, but I thought no more existed, Severus asked, frowning. As did I. Manx parchment was made illegal over 300 years ago, but because it continued to be made illegally and used for dark purposes, as we have recently experienced ourselves, it was deemed necessary to destroy the source of Manx parchment in the early 1800s. Manx cattle were completely wiped out by wizard kind because of the properties of their skin which was used to produce Manx parchment. Their skin was impervious to magic, because it ebbed a sort of anti-magic field. I'm not too clear on the particulars myself, but remember as a child hearing people talking about the dangers of it. It could pass through any ward, because the ward would fail to recognize it even being there. Severus' eyes widened. I see you understand. Anything placed within the sealed envelope cannot be detected by wards or other magical means. It can be used as a path through all magical defenses. Severus didn't know what to say. This was very troubling, particularly since Mark's parchment had not been used in the future, at least to his knowledge. Though, there were a few unexplained deaths when the war was just beginning. Perhaps Voldemort had used the parchment to quickly remove those he believed would grow to become a problem for him, such as Amos Diggory and a few Wizengamot members. Their deaths had never been solved. But then, Severus had no real reason to assume the Dark Lord had actually obtained and used Mark's parchment in the future. It did make him wonder though. Severus shook himself from his thoughts, but they must have shown on his face as he met Dumbledore's contemplative eyes. He quickly decided to speak before the headmaster could inquire about what he was thinking about. I haven't heard of anything like this being circulated in Diagon Alley or the other less known routes of the black market. So this was likely stored by someone who has the means to preserve it in secret, unless the person responsible obtained it outside of Europe. Dumbledore nodded. I have come to the same conclusion, but it unfortunately doesn't get us much closer to the one responsible. Were the unspeakables able to determine anything else? The Manx parchment used to make the envelope was at least 190 years old. They can't determine the exact age because of the material's magical properties, of course, but they were able to determine that much. As for the ICW seal on it, it was forged. Though for what purpose, I do not know. It is highly unlikely they expected us to believe the forgery and blame the ICW. Mockery, then, Severus suggested. Possibly, Dumbledore agreed, before shifting the conversation. Cornelius is very eager to get to the bottom of this, and has taken a curious stance on it. He has taken my advice and has entrusted the full investigation completely to Madame Bones, who has agreed to work with the unspeakables. It is doubtful they will be able to trace the envelope or the letter back to the perpetrator, or perpetrators, but if there is anything that can be discovered, I'm sure they will find it. Severus nodded, knowing from the future that Madame Bones knew how to get things done. Even in dire circumstances. On a different subject, Madame Bones has told me she has contacted a few healers from St. Mungo's who have agreed to oversee the blood transfusion with Remus and I next weekend. She and I both agreed we should continue moving forward with the lycanthropy cure, despite recent events. I agree, Headmaster. Has Madame Pomfrey cleared you for it? Grudgingly, but yes. I seem to have fully recovered from the white magic entering my core and system. I don't feel any different than before I had it, but if I really concentrate, I can feel it. It's a rather peculiar feeling. Severus blinked, wondering what that really meant. Though, Albus was more in tune with his magic than most people. It made sense that he would be aware of it when he focused. I checked on Harry last night while he was sleeping. What is the treatment you have him on? I asked Madame Pomfrey, but she said it was your plan of action, not hers, Dumbledore asked after a moment. Severus kept his expression neutral, convincing himself he had nothing to hide here. Has Madame Pomfrey told you the extent of Mr. Potter's injuries? Not in detail. To be honest, I sensed that she did not want to repeat them, even to herself, Dumbledore admitted. Severus wasn't surprised with that bit of news. Potter's hand bones suffered extensive damage, losing over 90% of the bone marrow, nearly all of the cartilage, and 25% of compact bone. The curse had unfortunately branched up into his wrists and slightly into his radius and ulna bones, but did not have the opportunity to cause the same amount of damage it had to his hands. No doubt we have you to thank for that, his mentor said softly, his eyes holding a tenderness Severus couldn't look away from, no matter how much he wished to. Severus swallowed. I just reacted. He didn't want to explain himself, and hoped the short reply would suffice. It seemed to, for the moment. And the potion? I am not familiar with it. Did you create it? Yes, Headmaster. Once I determined the state of Potter's injuries, I was able to brew a potion specifically targeted to treat them, to rebuild his bones from the inside out, using the existing bone as a foundation rather than starting from scratch as Skelegro does. I believe this treatment, though more time-consuming than Skelegro, is better in the long run. I imagine brewing such a potion is rather complicated work, let alone creating it, Dumbledore appraised. And carrying it out in the few hours you did it in, quite an achievement, if you don't mind me saying so. Time was of the essence. The longer Potter went without treatment, the higher the chance he would worsen his injury. As it is, his recovery will take quite some time, and until his bones have completely mended, they will be vulnerable. I created the potion out of necessity, nothing more. Nothing more. Dumbledore's old but strong voice was gentle, though there was an accusing tone laced within, as if he didn't believe him. Severus, despite what some people may say, I am no fool. You care for the boy, and though it may have begun out of a sense of duty or a debt you felt you owed to Lily, it isn't anymore. You don't need to hide the truth from me. Severus broke eye contact, his mentor's words hitting deeper than Albus could ever know. The truth. Severus closed his eyes for a long moment, centering himself. Before now, he had been certain he had carried himself in a way to make it appear he was only watching over Harry and guiding him to honor the memory of Lily and ensure her son would grow to become all he could be, but now it seemed those excuses, no matter how basically true they were, had been stripped away. Dumbledore had come to the heart of it. Is it so hard to acknowledge, Severus? Severus didn't answer, trying to figure out what he should do to move the conversation away from this, before he said something he would regret. Severus, I must admit, you have worried me these past few months. At times, you are completely yourself, or at least the self you wish others to believe you are. And then, at other times, you are not. Severus slowly looked up at that, wishing he had seen this coming so he would have been better prepared. I don't know what to tell you, headmaster, he said truthfully. Dumbledore sighed, as if pained by his potions master's apparent struggle with feelings. Severus couldn't believe this was happening. Of course, he should have known something like this would happen eventually. In the future, Albus had felt it necessary to get, well, a bit mushy, at times. There were really no other words to describe it. His mentor, one of the most powerful wizards of the century, if not millennium, was a softie, and sometimes wanted to share the fluffiness, especially when things became dire. Severus closed his eyes and couldn't help but release an exasperated breath. What should he do? Headmaster, as much as I appreciate your concern for me, there is nothing to talk about, he began, only to realize that was probably the last thing he should have said if he wanted to end the predicament he was currently in. Very well, Severus. If you do not wish to discuss it, I will let the matter drop, he said, apparently deciding to take pity on him. Severus was grateful, but knew not to count himself lucky just yet. However, I just want you to know that it is all right to allow yourself to care for someone again. I dare say Harry will need someone. What do Muggles say? Oh, yes, in his corner, as you clearly are. Well, that wasn't as painful as he had expected. Remus entered the infirmary, not knowing what to expect. He had spoken with Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout, of course, but there was a difference between being told about it and seeing it for himself. Thanks, Dobby, he heard Harry say from the other side of the curtain. Dobby is happy to help, kind and great master. Dobby answered as Remus pulled the curtain open a bit and peeked in. I hope this is a good time. Remus asked, finding his old friend's son sitting in bed with his hands and arms soaking in the blue concoction created by Severus Snape. Dobby was by Harry's bedside, levitating a book out in front him, and Coral was resting on top of his head. Oh, not at all, Professor, Harry said quickly. Remus was fairly certain the boy was bored. Remus smiled and took a seat on the empty chair beside Harry's bed. Been keeping busy, I see, he said, motioning to the still hovering book. Harry shrugged, though it was constrained by the spells keeping his arms still. Can't really do anything else, he said, glancing down at his arms. How long will you need to stay here? Remus asked. Madame Pomfrey wants me to stay for another 2 days, but Professor Snape says I may be able to leave by the time the rest of the students arrive, though, I'll still need to have my arms covered in this potion. But I would have to anyway even if I stay as long as Pomfrey wants me to. I'm not sure what Professor Snape has in mind to keep my arms covered in this stuff while I attend classes, but I'll do whatever he says. I don't want to be stuck in bed any longer than I have to. You need this potion for that long? Remus asked, unable to keep surprise from seeping in his voice. Yes, sir. Professor Snape said that what that curse removed in seconds will take days, if not weeks, to regain. What about Skele-Gro? That only takes 24 hours to regrow the bones of an entire limb. I guess it conflicts with the residue left over from the curse. Dobby said Professor Snape was quite clear in stating I shouldn't be given Skele-Gro. I see. Well, Professor Snape is the expert on those kinds of things. Harry nodded, though his eyes held a question. You look confused, Harry. Is there something you want to ask? Harry began to shake his head no, but then he hesitated. Well, it's not really my business. There's no harm in asking, Harry. If it's too personal, I could just tell you and leave it at that. Okay. Well, I sort of overheard Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey talking yesterday. They said some strange things mostly about Professor Snape. Ah, I think I understand your hesitancy now. What did they say about him? How he's different, how strange it is that he was able to overcome the curses he had, and that sort of thing. I had just been waking up, but I specifically remember one of them pointing out that he has a dark past. I don't know, it was strange, and it made me curious. What sort of dark past did he have? Harry, I'm not sure if I should really say anything, but I see that you have been thinking on this a great deal, so I'll just say what is a matter of public record. In the last war, Professor Snape had been a spy for the Light. He gave information to Dumbledore, who was then able to help others with it. There was more to it than that, obviously, but the important thing is, though Professor Snape has a rather dark past, he redeemed himself in doing what very few others could. Harry's eyes were wide. So, a lot of the dark things he knows came from his experience in pretending to be bad. Remus sighed, not wanting to lie, but finding it difficult to tell Harry the whole truth. Nobody is perfect, Harry. Everyone has made mistakes, done things they regret, and Professor Snape is not exempt from this. Don't ever forget that. But also know that people can grow beyond their mistakes and become a person who should be respected. Can you promise me to remember that? Harry nodded. Remus had certainly given him a great deal to think on. Albus closed his eyes when Severus left his office. He wished he could see what was going on in the mind of his former student, but couldn't, though, even if he could, he had more important issues to focus on. Like how to protect Harry from something that could get through wards and from someone with a frightening grasp on dark magic. Suddenly, his fireplace flared green, alerting him to a fire call. Headmaster. Ah, Anna, he said, getting up and finding the Unspeakable's face in the flames. I found it. May I come through? She asked. Of course. A moment later, she, who was much shorter than him, was standing in his office. It took me a bit to find it, but, as I had said before, I was certain it was in the Forbidden Library, she said, before Dumbledore could even offer her a seat. Thank you for taking the time to get back with me so quickly, he said, pulling out the chair in front of his desk for her before taking his own seat. No problem. Well, I learned it was placed in the library 800 years ago. It's called Exasso, also known as the Bone Eater. It is a very hideous curse. Though, originally, it was a rather helpful one. Cooks would use it to remove the bones from meat without having to cut into the meat. Granted, it was more of a show for onlookers to see the black flames dance over the meat than for practicality. However, a Dark Lord took hold of the spell and twisted it into what it is now. With what I've recently learned, I am amazed things are as you say. The fact is, Mr. Potter shouldn't already be recovering. You see, the curse has a beepy trap, of sorts, that when exposed to certain magics targeted toward bones, it reawakens, using that cast spell or given magic as a fuel to continue attacking the victim. You say Severus Snape devised a way to begin healing Potter in spite of the curse's residue still being there. Yes, though Madame Pomfrey stated Severus was able to remove much of the residue before Mr. Potter left the Great Hall. Anna's eyes widened. Impressive. Yes, Severus is quite skilled. My colleagues want to understand how he was able to brew the potion he has to rebuild Potter's bones, she stated after a moment. Well, I don't wish to trouble Severus further with inquiries, however, I'm sure I could provide you with a sample of the potion, if that would be acceptable instead. Dumbledore suggested. I understand, and providing a sample is acceptable. Thank you, Headmaster. Albus nodded, especially grateful that the Unspeakables often cared more about figuring out what, instead of how, or why. Though, he supposed, in their line of work, it was often best not to pursue those things. Well, I must be getting back, Anna said. Of course. Thank you for your help, my dear. Any time. I've placed repelling charms on the slings, but you will still need to be careful, Severus said, helping Harry place his wrapped arms and hands in the two slings that went over his shoulders, around his neck, and crisscrossed on his back so his arms could comfortably and securely rest against his stomach. I understand, sir, Harry said, looking down at his covered hands. He knew if he looked in a mirror just then, it would look like he was cradling a baby. Well, anything to get out of the infirmary as a patient. Madame Pomfrey had taken half an hour to carefully wrap each one of his fingers before wrapping his palms, wrists and forearms in the potion-soaked bandages. After that, all of it had been coated in a weird paste to prevent the potion from drying and to give the gauze strength to prevent his fingers and wrists from moving, a cast. She said Professor Snape wanted him to continue absorbing the potion through his skin during all hours of the day. Only in the mornings would there be a pause in that when they removed the old dressings and placed new ones. Harry was thankful the potion prevented itching, otherwise he would go stir-crazy. Even now, he was really missing moving his hands. I honestly don't know how long this will take, Potter, Snape said once he was finished. But I trust your house elf will be there to assist you. Dobby will help Master, Dobby said confidently, looking quite dashing for a house elf in his uniform. Dobby will carry his school things and set up his self-writing quill for notes and I appreciate your devotion to your master, Dobby, Professor Snape smoothly interrupted before looking back to Harry. Dobby will be your hands for the time being. The other professors of course know of the situation and will adjust things accordingly. As for how you will eat without using your hands, the headmaster has told me he has that taken care of. Do you have any questions? No, sir, he answered as Coral coiled around the upper part of his sling above his arms. She looked content and comfortable there. Severus was now very glad he had gone ahead and gotten her for Harry at Diagon Alley. She was clearly a priceless ally and comfort to Harry. One other thing. News of the attack on you was in yesterday's edition of the Daily Prophet. I didn't want you to be caught unawares. Thanks, Professor. The students will arrive in the Great Hall in an hour. You may wish to begin heading over there now. Harry nodded, carefully getting up from the bed and allowing his arms to shift a bit in the specialized slings. Confident they were secure, he gave a nod to Dobby, and they headed to the Great Hall. Here, Master, Dobby said happily, swiftly placing the eating utensils Professor Sprout had given him for Harry to use on the table. Thanks, Dobby, Harry said, before sitting. Neville took the spot beside him a moment later. It had been 2 days since the holiday break had ended, and Harry was understandably still adjusting to his current condition. His peers, for the most part, had been considerate and had not badgered him with annoying questions or extensive concern, but their silence could be equally as irksome. It was confusing. On the one hand, Harry was glad they were giving him space, but another part of him wished they would act differently. Normal, perhaps. Granted, he supposed if he were in their shoes, he would be curious, unnerved, and confused about him too. On a happier note, Neville and Draco remained by his side and continued treating him the same, well, mostly. Not having the use of one's hands does make one have to rely on others to a certain extent, even when one has magic. Harry looked down at his plate as the food appeared and Dobby immediately set to work, summoning spoonfuls of food onto his plate and servings of a bit of everything. Thanks, Dobby, he said automatically, before focusing his attention to his fork and knife. Dumbledore had charmed them specifically to respond to his magic and will. Harry was especially grateful. The thought of being fed by someone at every meal time had not been appealing at all. Concentrating on his intent, his fork and knife rose up, as if being held by 2 invisible hands, and began cutting his food. It had taken him a good 10 minutes to get the hang of it initially, but it was actually a rather natural thing and much easier than most would think. All one really had to do was imagine themselves using the eating utensils and the rest just came automatically. Magic was so awesome. Ready for transfigurations? Neville asked. Yeah, do you think we'll be taking more notes today? He asked. Not sure, Neville answered. The Ravenclaws mentioned working with rocks and books, Susan put in. Harry raised an eyebrow. That sounds interesting. Though, I suppose if you wanted to hide a book, turning it into a rock would give it a nice disguise, right? Susan and a few others nodded as they finished breakfast. Minerva watched as the first-year Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors took their seats. Harry entered with Dobby and Neville before taking a seat near the back. She gave a quiet sigh. His resilience was amazing. She could only imagine how frustrating it was to be unable to use one's hands, but the boy was taking it in stride, at least so far. Granted, having a devoted friend by his side who knew when to step in to help and when not to was quite a blessing. She shook her head. Neville was truly Alice and Frank's son. Augusta was blind. Stepping out from around her desk, she began class, discussing the mechanics of what they would be doing that day. She glanced at Harry and Dobby. Dobby had already set out the self-writing quill and parchment, her words no doubt already being paraphrased and recorded for Harry's notes. House elves very well may be the greatest asset to wizards, besides magic in general, of course. Even now, a dozen house elves were happily screening the incoming mail and ensuring nothing harmful would get through the wards to hurt anyone again. Albus had spoken to the house elves of Hogwarts and asked if any would be willing to do the dangerous job. In the end, he had to arrange a schedule for all of them to take turns for the task, as they all wanted to help. Well, at least they no longer needed to worry about the mail being used to hurt their students. Now, I would like you all to try transfiguring the books in front of you into rocks. Remember, visualization is key, she said, before walking around the room as they began their attempts. Harry, of course, wouldn't be able to participate in this part of the lesson. For the moment, he would only be able to work on the pronunciation of the spell. Thankfully, for first years, their end-of-year tests were focused more on the knowledge of spells themselves rather than the ability to actually cast them. Making her rounds around the room, she was pleased when Neville had managed to make the binding of his book crusty looking. It was definitely a good indication that he was thinking in the right direction. Awesome, Neville, I can see the rock-like roughness, Harry said, happy for his friend. Neville beamed before continuing his attempt. Harry's hands and arms remained immobile, cradled in the double sling. Severus entered his living room, planning on beginning the newest potions magazine he had just subscribed to. Unfortunately, just as he was about to recline back in his chair, the fireplace flared green. Turning toward it, he found Lucius' face in the flames. Lucius, he greeted. I do hope I am not interrupting something that cannot wait, he began, though his voice wasn't quite apologetic. Not at all, though your fire call is unexpected. Quite. May I step through? I have something I must speak to you about, and discussing it through the flames is not something I am overjoyed in doing. Of course, Lucius, you needn't ask, he said, deciding to be as inviting as possible. Lucius' face disappeared, and a moment later he stepped through the flames. Severus motioned to the seat across from him beside the fireplace and Lucius took it without a word. Curious, and privately a bit alarmed with the pureblood's sudden visit, Severus waited in silence, knowing Lucius would begin the conversation when he was ready. Severus, we are both respectable men. Yes, Lucius. Where was this going? We know what is important and what is not. Severus wasn't going to disagree with him, so nodded. I have become aware of certain happenings within the ministry. Happenings. Whoever is responsible is actively avoiding me and attempting to remain completely hidden from everyone, but their subtle nuances are what caught my initial attention. I don't know who, so do not ask, but I am certain memory charms have been cast, and I would not be surprised if a few Imperios are involved as well. I do not know what they are up to exactly, but I have noticed a number of suspicious activities in a few departments. I do not believe the ministry is involved in this. Hey, I doubt they even know anything is wrong. You know how pathetically easy it is to infiltrate them, he sneered before continuing. Severus, there are powerful individuals poking around the ministry who are attempting to kill the Potter boy. Recent events have made that clear to me. Severus frowned, wondering what Lucius expected him to do with this information. He was sure the man would not lie to him, not like this anyway. It must seem strange, me coming to you and telling you these things. The fact is, you and I are alike. We are bound to the boy with a life debt, yours through his father, and mine through my son. Few know of your debt to Potter, but for me everyone knows. It is why these people have been sneaking around me. They know if I learn of their plans I will be obligated to act. They know I will not damn my family with the fury of old magic and ignore their aggressions to the one who saved my heir, boy who lived or not. I understand, Severus said, quickly deciding on a course of action. Do you know what departments they have been focusing in? Anything specific? Primarily research, specifically in the Forbidden Library. I don't have proof, but my suspicions lead to that forsaken place. There have been a few odd occurrences that would have been overlooked by most, but seemed a bit too out of place to me. Well, if what Lucius was saying was true, it explained where they had gotten the curse. They had used the library, which also meant they had had access to all the other spells there. That did not bode well. Do you know how much access they exploited? Severus asked. If my instinct is right, they accumulated roughly an hour in that place through means of having unsuspecting people do it for them. They are very good at what they do, Severus. Even if I had access to the logs for that place, I wouldn't be able to obtain proof that something untowardly was going on. What makes you think this activity is involved with the recent attack on Potter? Really, Severus, the timing alone is reason to strongly suspect, particularly considering the ruthlessness of the curse, but the fact that they are trying to hide their actions from me should be enough of an indication. Lucius leaned back, his eyes growing dangerous. You know I am not a stickler for the law, and if someone has a score to settle with someone, even if it involves using dark magics, I won't report them. If anything, I will point them to a better source of Materials, but with this debt I would not be able to do the same if I learned it involved Potter, no matter how much I loathe to admit it. And they know this. I see. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will do what I can to assist in your obligation. As you said, I am burdened by it as well. Perhaps we can aid one another in the troublesome thing. Lucius smiled. I knew I was right in coming to you, Severus. You understand what is at stake. You know what is more important. Severus bowed his head in agreement and in respectful dismissal. He had much to do. You need help, Harry. Neville asked him the next day as they got ready. Harry would need to make a stop at the infirmary to switch out his casts and potion-soaked bandages before heading to breakfast, but thanks to the last few days of practice, it would only take 15 minutes. No, Dobby has it. Thanks though, Harry said, sitting down on the edge of the bed as Dobby knelt at his feet to help him put on his shoes. You know, I don't get why you just don't heal yourself. You heal everyone else. If you're such a miracle worker, why not heal yourself, or do you like the attention? It's obvious that you like being served by the house elf, Smith stated coldly, gathering his things as he sent Harry a disgusted sneer. Lay off, will you? Justin said as Harry turned his head toward Smith. If you must know, Smith, since the heart of your question is a reasonable one, he said, deciding to ignore the boy's hostility and obnoxious accusation, Professor Snape told me not to. Not every bit of the curse is gone. If my magic touched the residue of the curse while it tried to heal my hands, it actually might reawaken the curse and the curse would use my magic as fuel, which would make it that much harder to stop. Madame Pomfrey agrees with Professor Snape. Harry looked down at his wrapped hands. Professor Snape had roughly compared the curse to fire when explaining it to him. For fire to exist, it had to have three things: heat, oxygen, and fuel, something to burn. The curse was much the same way. It had to have enough of itself to act as heat, enough bone to act as oxygen, and magic to act as fuel. The initial fuel came from the magic the caster had put into the spell, but after that, it used the victims. It was disturbing to learn that it had not only been bone that had been burning away when he had been cursed, the innate magic in his hands had been being consumed as well, used in the horrible magical reaction. Thankfully, Professor Snape assured him the lost magic wasn't an issue. Harry looked back up at Smith. So I won't try to heal myself because it's safer this way, even if it may take weeks to get over it. PFF'd, whatever, Smith said, before leaving. He's a right ass, isn't he? Ernie stated, shaking his head. He has issues, that much is obvious, Justin agreed. Harry just sighed, wishing Smith would stop acting like a jerk and leave him be. Every day it was pretty much the same with Smith. Snood remarks, hateful glares, sneers, and the like. It was really getting old, to be honest. But he wasn't doing anything else that could really be taken to a professor. He was just being a prick. Telling a teacher at this point wouldn't help things. If anything, it would only make Smith even more hostile. Well, Harry decided, Smith just better keep things as they were and not escalate them. He wasn't sure what Dobby would do if Smith tried to pull something, but it probably wouldn't be pretty. Dobby was quite protective. And as for Coral, she had already told him she would bite him if given the chance. Harry didn't ask if it would be a bite with or without venom, but hoped he would never have to find out, for Smith's sake. Classes that day went, as he had expected, as did the others that week. Much of it was listening while his self-writing quill took notes, but it actually wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. The only boring part of classes involved having to watch everyone do things, like cast spells and the like. Herbology was probably the worst in that regard, as most of it was working with one's hands. Oftentimes, Harry found himself having to remind himself that his condition wouldn't be forever. Thanks for letting me be here, Professor, Harry said to the potions master. They were in the infirmary with the headmaster, Professor Lupin, Madame Pomfrey, and a few people from the ministry, including the minister and healer Hippocrates Smethwick. Healer Smethwick, of course, was the head of the Die Llewellyn ward at St. Mungo's. He was tasked with overseeing the test and taking notes of Professor Snape's new treatment to cure werewolves and provide immunity to others. This has been made possible by your efforts, Mr. Potter. You deserve to be here, Professor Snape said simply. Are you ready, Headmaster? Healer Smethwick asked, slightly unnerved by the items on the side table. He knew a bit about Muggle medicine, but he had never seen their tools firsthand. The idea that this was common practice for Muggles was surreal. There was so much power in blood that the thought of extracting blood samples from his patients on the daily basis was unthinkable. However, learning that Muggles donated blood to be given to others was even more baffling to him. To be so selfless as to give a bit of one's life force to a complete stranger. It was quite humbling. Yes, Hippocrates, I'm ready, Dumbledore answered, looking up at Severus who had moved to his right side with the needle ready. I trust you know what you are doing, Professor Snape. Smethwick asked, eyeing the Muggle items with unease. They were almost alien. I have complete trust in Severus, Dumbledore interrupted, rolling up his sleeve and allowing Severus to clean the crook of his elbow. The minister and the others in the room watched in morbid curiosity as Severus inserted the needle after a quiet warning of coming pain to Dumbledore. Nearly immediately, the bag began to fill. Well, that is certainly a memorable feeling, Albus stated simply, squeezing a balled-up purple sock in his right hand to help the blood flow. All the while, the reporter was scribbling away on her parchment as Severus motioned for Remus to take the bed beside the headmaster. Less than 10 minutes later, Severus swiftly removed the needle and applied pressure as Madame Pomfrey cast a quick healing spell. Thank you, Severus, Albus said, before taking the offered water from Pomfrey. What's the plan now? Smethwick asked Severus, looking at Remus. Now the reverse, Severus answered, before setting to work. No, I'm going to cast Petrificus Totalis on you to prevent you from moving when the white magic begins to work. I understand, Severus, Remus stated. With the needle in place and having ensured there were no air bubbles in the line, he cast the spell to make Remus still and levitated the full bag to float above Remus' head. They watched as the bag emptied into Remus' veins, and at first nothing happened. The blood is moving to his heart, Quirrell hissed softly. That is where the root of the curse lies. Harry nodded, feeling traces of the white magic shift through the air from Remus as it began getting to work. Less than a minute later, a blinding flash of white light signaled it was done. Harry stepped forward with a smile before anyone could do or say anything. The curse is gone. I don't feel it anymore, he said, looking to Professor Snape. Splendid, Dumbledore stated, hopping up and lifting the spell from Remus. Remus sat up and tried to fight back the grateful tears now fighting to pour out. He managed to keep them at bay, and though the others could see his struggle, they didn't say anything. Harry was on his way to the library with Neville and Dobby that Sunday. The school was still buzzing with what had transpired the previous day, and many wondered what it would lead to. Of course, as most things go in school, adult matters were quickly overshadowed by other things. Like snow. Hey, Potter, Draco said, coming up beside him as they made their way down the corridor, Vincent Gregory with him. Hey, Harry said. Draco didn't even glance at Dobby, but Dobby didn't seem to mind. We're headed outside, want to come? Draco asked. Not mentioned one of the upper years charming a snowman to dance when snowballs are thrown at it, it might still be there. Interested, Harry nodded, deciding a break from going to the library might do him and Neville some good. They didn't seem to be getting anywhere with their research right then anyway. Draco straightened in pleasure, and once they were all set with their cold weather robes, he opened the door for Harry as they went out. Quirrell was nestled comfortably and warmly within Harry's robes. Only her head stuck out just above the clasp of his outer robe a few inches below his chin. She would not need to worry about being cold at all, as Harry's body heat was so close to her and several layers of cloth were between her and the outside air. Not to mention she also had her silk sweater. With a nod of thanks, Harry passed Draco and went outside, finding the grounds of Hogwarts covered in another layer of snow. Evidently, it had snowed again the previous night. This way, not said it was just outside the greenhouses, Draco said. Following Draco, Harry wished he could rub his hands together. It was rather cold out, even with his layers, and his hands were feeling a bit achy, to be honest. But the soreness was soon overlooked as they came upon the elaborate snowman wearing a bright red vest and with an enlarged quill for a nose. Sure enough, the snowman began dancing when Draco picked up a handful of snow and threw it at him. This is brilliant, who made it? Harry asked. Some 7th year from Ravenclaw is what I heard, Draco answered, making another snowball before trying to hit the snowman in the head. He missed. All of them joined in, well, save for Harry, but he was enjoying the fun along with them despite not being able to participate fully. Even Dobby attempted to hit the agile, animated snowman. Come on, we should head back inside, Neville said once the cold was beginning to be hard to ignore. All right, but let's go around to the other entrance. I want to see if Flint was true to his word and made a fort, Draco said, once again leading the way. All right there, Harry, Neville asked, pausing when he noticed Harry grimace. It's nothing. My hands just aren't liking the cold much, he admitted. Why didn't you say something? Neville asked, his voice worried. Master's hands are cold, Dobby asked, his eyes growing wide in concern. No more than the rest of yours, Harry said lightly. Really, did they have to make a big deal out of everything? Dobby will help, he said, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, a soothing warmth enveloped his casts, giving his hands the heat they were craving. Harry couldn't help but exhale softly in relief. Thanks, Dobby, he said, wondering how many times he would say that before his hands were healed, and if Dobby would get tired of hearing it. Though, by the look on the elf's face, he doubted that would be any time soon. Hey, you guys coming? Draco asked, noticing they were no longer following him. Yeah, Harry said, hurrying to catch up, Neville and Dobby with him. Coming around the greenhouses, they could see the vegetable garden, though there wasn't really much growing there just then, and there were a few other students scattered throughout, some throwing snowballs at each other. Walking further, they were able to see the fort Flint had mentioned to Draco. Flint and a few other Slytherins were pelting anyone with mounds of snow who ventured near. It was actually quite humorous. Hey, so he wasn't just kidding around, Draco said, running forward to join Flint in his assault against some Gryffindors and forgetting that they had been planning on going back inside. You can go ahead, Neville, Harry said kindly, having seen Neville's eyes look at those playing. I'll be fine here. You sure? He asked. I don't want you to be left out. Not much anyone can do about that, so go ahead. Hit some Gryffindors for me with Draco. I can watch from here and keep score, Harry said with a smirk, actually not that bothered about not being able to join in. All right, Harry, Neville said with a smile before going off and joining Draco and the other Slytherins. Harry and Dobby watched the snowball fight ensue. Of course, those who had shelter had an advantage, so Flint and those on his side were living it up. Though, the twins from Gryffindor were certainly making things interesting. Fire! One shouted. Reload! The other said. They had created a contraption that launched 10 snowballs at once. Retaliate! A Slytherin from within the fort said. Harry smiled, part of him wishing he could be in there with them, but another admitting it was rather fun to watch without having to worry about being smacked with a handful of snow. After a few minutes, Draco left the fort and began heading back to Harry. Neville, Vince, and Gregory continued helping Flint. You really are pathetic. You know that, right? Harry turned and found Smith leaning up against the tree behind him, the now permanent peeved look of Smith glaring back at him. Dobby straightened. I don't think I've ever wanted to bite someone more than I do now, Quirrell hissed quietly. What do you want, Smith? Harry asked, bored with it all. You to know how lame you are, he said. The very few people close enough to hear turned their attention to them. What was the idiot Hufflepuff up to now? Dobby moved forward, clearly enraged someone would say that to his master. Dobby, don't do anything. He's not worth the effort, Harry said, feeling he had to say something, otherwise Dobby may just pounce on the Ponce. Keeping your pet on a leash, I see, he sneered. He's not my pet, he's my friend, Harry answered with a bit of force. A small crowd was beginning to form around them. Smith was eating it up. Harry was annoyed. Well, I suppose since he's been helping you with everything, it's easier to think of him that way. Tell me, Potter, how does it feel to have to rely on him to help you with certain private businesses? Are the bathroom stalls big enough to accommodate you both, or do you have to choose to go at certain times of the day and hope no one walks in on you? Harry couldn't help but redden, recalling how that had been one of his concerns until Madame Pomfrey had set that straight. He liked Dobby and was grateful for everything he did for him, but the thought of him being that close to him, no. Just no. About to reply to Smith's taunts, Harry was suddenly interrupted by a snicker, which quickly caved into full laughter. Turning to his right, he was surprised to find Draco laughing and stepping out of the small group watching several yards away. Harry looked down, an odd feeling of sadness swelling in his chest. Was Draco laughing at him? But before he could do or say anything, the blonde stepped directly in front of him and faced Smith. Still chuckling a bit, Draco managed to calm himself so he could actually speak. You're the sorriest excuse for a pureblood I have ever seen, Smith, you daft ass. Every true pureblood knows the abilities of house elves. For centuries they have served wizards, and in that time they have never needed to resort to such embarrassing methods of care, even when their master can no longer get out of bed due to age or injury. Elves can banish unwanted things in an area, Smith, even things they can't currently see, including waste that has yet to leave the body. Every wizard worth his wand knows that. It's really too bad you can't be taken care of in the same way, but I suppose you're not a thing. I wonder, though, what kind of twisted sicko are you? To have given so much thought about someone else's bodily functions. Many of the students around snickered at that, and a few couldn't help but laugh out loud, to the utter shame and embarrassment of Zacharias Smith. The humiliated boy reacted, quite unintelligently and immaturely, shouting the first offensive spell that popped into his demented mind as he thrust out his wand. Evert Statham. Draco was completely taken by surprise, as were everyone watching, and was blasted back, hard. Unfortunately, Harry was right behind him. Harry couldn't help but release a strangled cry as his hands and wrists jarred painfully against the unforgiving walls of the casts, the sudden pain so severe that he could have sworn his vision had flashed red as he landed on his back, Draco landing upon him. Draco scrambled up, horrified. "Harry!" he shouted, watching as Coral slipped free and began hissing frantically at Harry, at the moment oblivious to the cold. "Harry, don't let your magic touch it!" she cried. Too late, Harry managed to grit through his teeth as he tightly closed his eyes, not needing to see the black fire to know the curse had reawakened. Severus was bored. Really, how many times did they have to go through this? It wasn't like his lessons really needed to change all that much, and why should they even be discussing giving Professor Binns requested 5 extra minutes of lecture time? It wasn't like the students were actually getting anything from the dead man's lectures, and the extra 5 minutes of painful boredom wouldn't improve matters at all for the students' education. He really should figure out a way to get rid of the droning ghost. "What do you think, Severus?" Albus asked, looking at him from over his half-moon spectacles. Clearly the headmaster thought that the potions master was being too quiet. "I frankly think it is a waste of time. We all know he's more of a fixture of Hogwarts than an actual professor. Giving the ghost another 5 minutes would be a mockery to rest of us who are actually teaching," Severus stated bluntly. "If we are seriously discussing altering the length of lectures, why not shorten history of magic and give the time to a professor who will actually use it to benefit the students rather than bore them to death?" "Severus," Minerva admonished. "I have to admit, I am with Severus, headmaster," Sprout put in. "Cuthbert has taught for nearly 400 years. Anyone would have lost touch with how to instruct students. And by simply looking at the numbers, how many students take history of magic after their owls? I dare say I can count the number on one hand, which is really quite a shame." "Pomona is right, Albus. Last year, only 3 students obtained a Newt in history of magic, and they had taught themselves because they had a personal interest in it. They hadn't taken Binns' class," Minerva relented. "I see," Albus said, intrigued. He had never seriously taken the time to look into how history of magic was doing. It had been the same since Binns had taken the position, and no one had ever really questioned the situation. It was just another quirk of Hogwarts. "A fixture. What do you propose then?" he asked. "Hire a new teacher," Severus replied simply, his voice totally detached. "And where is Cuthbert to go?" Albus asked. "He's an intellectual. Allow him to tutor those who care to listen. Perhaps he will not be as apt to drone then, and who knows, perhaps he will enjoy the arrangement," Severus answered. Albus nodded, thinking it over. He wasn't averse to the idea. Even he remembered the ghost's tiresome lectures in his school days. "Perhaps over the summer I will be able to find a replacement and discuss it with Cuthbert." "Any ideas to possible applicants?" he asked, his eyes passing over them all. "Well, Albus, I believe." Abruptly, Severus stood up, interrupting Flitwick as he dashed out of the office and exclaimed, "Get Poppy. Potter's in trouble." Harry heard people shouting and crying, but it was all just a hum of chaos to him. He couldn't see Dobby with a foot on Smith's back, preventing him from trying to run away again. He couldn't make out Draco calling his name, didn't know Neville had scooped Coral up from the ground beside him, and couldn't feel the cold snow melting beneath him and soaking into his robes. All he could sense was the curse surging up his forearms, king at his magic and destroying bone as it went. It's feeding off of my magic to do this, but I can't simply get rid of my magic, he thought through the pain. I need to stop it. Can I dissolve it like lycanthropy? Fire, think. Harry, think. How do you put out fire? Smother it. He answered himself, rolling to his side and grunting from the effort as he gathered as much magic as he could, even pulling magic from the potion-soaked bandages in his desperate attempt to save himself. Tears in his eyes and half of his face in the snow beneath him, he shoved it all, violently, down his arms and all the way to the tips of his fingers, ruthlessly crushing the curse and obliterating it with the sheer force of his frantic magic. A rush of what he could only describe as steam flooded his body immediately after, as if red-hot steel had been doused in water. There was no white magic, no brilliant flash of light, but an eruption of something even more powerful before it suddenly went utterly tranquil. It had stopped. The pain had stopped. Although, now his hands and arms were completely numb. He exhaled, his ears buzzing from the adrenaline still coursing through him. Harry. Someone asked him. He was too dazed to make out who it was. He needs to be taken to the infirmary, another said. Allow me, a slightly older voice said. He vaguely recognized the voice but couldn't remember from where. No, wait. No magic. We don't know what it might do. Neville's right. Flint. Suddenly, he felt himself get turned over and lifted up, his arms still wrapped and secured against him. Opening his eyes, he blinked, realizing his glasses must have fallen off during his struggle, but by the blurry colors of the person holding him, he was able to conclude they were a Slytherin. Just relax, I won't drop you, the large Slytherin boy said. Flint, not really able to do anything else, he trusted him, but kept his eyes open, despite feeling totally drained. Quirrell, Harry hissed. Surprisingly, Flint didn't even pause at hearing Parseltongue, but quickly entered the castle at nearly a run and continued to the infirmary. I'm here, Harry. Neville is carrying me and we're following, Quirrell answered, hissing loudly from somewhere behind him so he could hear her over the echoing footsteps. Professor Snape met up with them on the way to the infirmary, while the headmaster, Professor Sprout and McGonagall continued to relieve Dobby of Smith. Draco and the others were kept out of the infirmary once they arrived. Only Flint was ushered in, as he was carrying Harry. Soon after though, he joined them in the hall. Do you think he's all right? Neville asked, looking to Flint as he was the last one there who saw him. Flint looked down at Longbottom with an odd look on his face, as if he couldn't believe he was having a conversation with the Longbottom boy before he looked to the closed doors of the hospital wing. I believe he will be. Professor Snape seemed a bit relieved after he cast a diagnostic spell on him, though it's hard to tell with him, Flint said. Draco released a sigh of relief, but then gave a startled gasp as the infirmary doors suddenly opened, Professor Snape exiting swiftly with his robes billowing behind him. Draco, walk with me, he stated, his eyes unreadable. Obeying, Draco hurried to his side, leaving Neville and the others behind. Once they were halfway down the hall, Snape spoke again. Tell me what happened. Draco quickly told him everything, including things that had occurred with Smith before the jealous snob erupted that day. He told him how Smith was continually throwing Potter hateful glares and the like, and that Neville had told him a few days ago about comments made by Smith in the dorms. Thank you, Draco. You may return to the infirmary, Snape said as they arrived in front of the headmaster's gargoyle. Yes, sir, Draco answered, deciding he would ask about how Harry was doing later, as the man seemed distracted. He began to walk away. One moment, Draco, Snape said, taking a few steps forward and pulling out his wand. Draco couldn't help but raise a questioning eyebrow, but then lowered it when it became clear his godfather was just making sure he was all right after enduring a point-blank spell to the chest. Once assured he was all right, Snape nodded him off. Draco hurried back to the infirmary, while the potions master muttered the ridiculous password and made his way up the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster removed his glasses once Minerva had left his office. There was really too much going on to keep straight. Even with the help of his pensieve, he was finding it difficult to fight back the forming headache as he tried to organize it all and determine what options he had and which he should choose. The fact someone was actively trying to kill Harry troubled him greatly, more so than knowing Voldemort had it in for the boy. At least he knew Voldemort and knew what to expect, more or less. But this assassin, he didn't know anything about them, only that they were quite adept at sneaking around and knew how to get into one of the most well-protected places in the Ministry. Granted, that was hardly miraculous, but still, to do so without anyone having proof of their actions, it was frightening. Dumbledore closed his eyes, once again recalling the moment he had learned Harry had been attacked right in the walls of Hogwarts and in the middle of the Great Hall. His heart still clenched from the memory. If it hadn't been for Severus. He sighed. There was another thing he was having trouble wrapping around his mind. Severus' ability in halting the curse, though very fortunate, was disturbing. Very few had such a grasp on dark magic to manipulate it in such a way, and for him to be able to quell the mass of horrid magic meant the man's magic was, to a certain degree, attuned to such malicious power. It was very troubling, to say the least. When had he obtained such dark, magical intuition? Ever since he had turned from Voldemort, Albus had kept a close eye on Severus, for his own good, and for the safety of everyone around him, including the students and the rest of his staff. Dark magic was a very dangerous trap. It could get nearly anyone addicted, and very often it took them beyond the point of no return if they did not have someone beside them pulling them back every so often. Dumbledore had hoped he would be able to be this person for Severus, but it seemed he had failed somehow, though, it seemed Severus had a handle on it, for which Albus was grateful. But the question remained, where, when and how had Severus gained such strength and power over that which would corrupt and dominate lesser men? He supposed he could have obtained some of it during the summers. There were times in which the young man would disappear for days on end. Until now, Dumbledore had been certain it was the way Severus prepared himself for the next school year, like a mini vacation. Of course, Severus had never called it that, but that was what Albus had assumed it was. After all, what else could it be? But now, he was not so sure. Dumbledore shook himself. Even if what he now suspected was true, there was nothing he could do about it now. Besides, it seemed the younger man had it well in hand. He always did have an unusually strong grasp on dark magic, and it had certainly come to good use, so he couldn't really say anything against it now. The headmaster decided to refocus on more recent events, which were equally, if not more, unnerving. Lucius Malfoy had brought Severus disturbing information. Dumbledore had no reason not to believe the man. Not only because of the life debt but because everything he had told Severus fit, and, after digging around on his own, he completely agreed with the blonde pureblood. Something untowardly was going on in the ministry, and it definitely led him to believe someone, or a group of individuals, had gained access to the Forbidden Library. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing how much access they had gained, or for how long. He would have to assume Lucius had been right in his estimate, though, as he had been correct in the other things, it stood to reason he had been right in that as well. Why would someone take so much time and trouble to obtain such a curse? There were other curses one could have used to send through in Manx parchment. Though, nothing is rare and difficult to destroy. And there it was. That was the reason. All of the other spells Dumbledore knew of, dark and light, that could be attached to a letter and prove dangerous to the opener could be countered by most knowledgeable healers. Only this curse reacted contrary to what one would think, and often persisted until the victim's demise. Whoever had sent Harry that cursed letter truly wanted him to suffer and perish, and the fact they had targeted his hands was not missed by Dumbledore either. Just as they had placed the ICW seal on the letter, it was clear they liked sending underlying messages. Which told Albus something else about them. They were likely very intelligent and liked playing mind games. Well, he had of course alerted certain individuals to his suspicions concerning the Forbidden Library, specifically Madame Bones, Alistair, and Kingsley. He left Lucius' involvement out of it. It would not do if whoever was after Harry discovered Lucius was onto them. Dumbledore took a deep breath, his mind going to the events the day before. Professor Sprout had contacted Smith's parents, and they would be coming down for a meeting in her office later that week. Besides that, Pomona had taken 50 points from Hufflepuff because of Smith's actions against Draco. The fact he had inadvertently harmed Harry was not put into account. That could be argued as an accident, no matter how deadly it could have become. But the truth remained that Smith despised Harry. It was rare that a student would be so malicious toward another member of their own house. It was actually nearly unheard of, and the fact that it was happening in Hufflepuff, arguably the most loyal house. Albus knew it was a bit embarrassing for Pomona, as well as the rest of the Hufflepuffs. He knew a number of students would be shocked Smith would not be expelled, particularly since his actions had almost killed someone. But it all had to be looked at objectively, and ultimately Smith's actions had been childish and done out of anger. If every student who behaved in such a way was expelled, he dare say at least a quarter of the student body would be gone before their third year. However, Smith's actions would not go unpunished. Far from it. As with all serious offenses, the punishment was decided by the student's head of house, and so it came down to Pomona to decide Smith's punishment. On top of contacting his parents and removing 50 points, Pomona had assigned him a week of detention with her and a type of probation period that would last for 2 weeks. He would not be able to leave the Hufflepuff common rooms except for classes and meal times. If and when he had to go to detention, the infirmary or the library for any reason, he would need to be escorted by a prefect. Also, at all times, Pomona would know where he was. This would be done through house elves and prefects. Oh, yes, for the next 2 weeks, Smith would have a very boring and restricted existence. Albus only hoped it would wake the boy up and not make him become even more hateful. Pinching the bridge of his nose, his thoughts fell to Harry. The boy was advancing in magic faster than they had first anticipated when they had learned about him being a slumbering mage, although, his advancement was more out of necessity than actual conscious practice. He was proud of the boy, but also worried. Would they be able to provide the instruction he needed when his magical prowess continued to mature? Since his return to the wizarding world, Harry's abilities had developed leaps and bounds beyond his first expectations, and he had already expected a fair deal initially. The lad was already ahead of where Albus had been at his age. Granted, having parcel magic did certainly give one an advantage, but even excluding that, his knowledge was beyond most of his peers. For right now, the only person who could give him a run for his money was Hermione Granger. He was truly amazed the girl hadn't ended up in Ravenclaw. He refocused. Harry's hands had once again escaped critical harm, though, like last time, they were not left unscathed. The only consolation was that his bones had been completely mended by whatever Harry had done. According to Pomfrey and Severus, Harry had smashed the curse with his magic, smothering and completely obliterating it before it was able to respond to his magic and carry out the terrible reaction. Thus, Severus believed much of the magic and physical compounds left over from the destroyed curse had reverted back to the form it had been originally. It seemed that the reaction that had created the fire had been reversed by Harry's actions. The downside was that his nerves had been damaged in the process. The overwhelming surge of magic had acted much like a Cruciatus curse. Albus shook his head. To compare the damage, a healer examining Harry without knowing what had happened would think the boy's arms, and only his arms, had suffered under the Cruciatus for nearly a full minute without any pauses. It was not untreatable, but certainly not something one would wish on anyone, least of all a child. Well, Severus had already set to work making the necessary potions, and, with any luck, Harry would be back to his old self by the end of the month at the latest. Harry looked down at his hands and slowly closed them into fists. They were doing much better today. His fingers would still give an occasional twitch, but the involuntary spasms that had been prevalent the day after he had destroyed the curse were becoming rare now, thankfully. At first, he had been afraid of using his wand, in case a spell would go badly and make a buffalo land on him like it had that one fellow he had learned about. He shook his hands out, happy the slight tingling sensation on his ring and pinky fingers was almost completely gone. It had been nearly a week and a half since he had gotten his bones back. Professor Snape's potions seemed to be working well, and the potions master told him he was confident his hands would be back to normal in a few days. Harry was ecstatic. Although things were not as difficult as they had been when his hands were wrapped, he was looking forward to things going back to normal, and, who knew, maybe Professor Sprout would be able to begin giving him those lessons. As for the individual responsible for his current state, Smith was practically a ghost now. He had completely ostracized himself after lashing out at Malfoy. No one would willingly interact with him now, and even the prefects who were obligated to escort him to the library and such rarely spoke to him. It was clear they were quite displeased with him. Lost points aside, what truly irked them was how his attitude and actions had reflected poorly on their house. Hufflepuff was supposed to be the house of friendship and loyalty, not hatred and jealousy. Part of Harry actually felt sorry for Smith, but he had brought it on himself. Smith's detentions with Sprout had ended, but he was still on a sort of house arrest. He still had a few days of it until he would be free again, and hopefully he had learned his lesson. Only time would tell. Very good, Harry, Professor Sprout said with a smile as the tip of Harry's wand gave a slight glow. He had been learning to cast Illumos silently for the past few weeks. This had been the first time he had succeeded. Professor Sprout told him this was one of the best ways to train his magic to respond to his will and allow him to begin consciously controlling his magic outside his body, parcel magic excluded with and without his wand. His lessons with Professor Sprout were now every Friday during the free hour he had between his classes. At first, he had been a little disappointed in only having one day a week with her, but quickly changed his mind when he realized how much work he had from his other classes, on top of still helping Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing and learning from her. In the end, Harry acknowledged the need for him to have some downtime, particularly with his friends. He and Neville had, for the moment, given up on their research. Besides it being all a bit over their heads, the books they had access to didn't provide enough detail to fill in the massive gaps they were missing in medical knowledge, or at least that's how Harry felt. He had learned enough from his old Muggle school to know that there was a bit more to the heart than it simply being a muscle that pumped blood. It had passageways, chambers, valves, and a network tied to the lungs to oxygenate the blood and send it back out to the rest of the body. For some reason, the books didn't go into the specifics like that, and though a paragraph or two would comment on what organs did, they would never detail how. And Harry knew, if he was ever going to be able to help the Longbottoms, he would need to know a bit more about the nervous system than things like, nerves are important, they send signals to the brain. Well, duh. In place of research, Harry had taken to teaching Neville. For a few hours a week, they put aside time to do the exercises Professor Sprout had taught Harry the previous Friday. It was helpful to Harry, as he had someone to practice with, and Neville was happy to learn another way to improve his magic abilities. Perhaps then his grandmother would not think so little of him. Within the following month, the ministry had begun distributing the vaccine among the population wishing to accept it, and a vast amount of werewolves had already received it. It was very likely Remus Lupin's words on the matter comforted many hesitant individuals unsure of the validity of the cure through blood transfusion. He had agreed to be interviewed by a reporter from the Prophet by the name of Mark Carneros the day after it had been verified he had been cured. Carefully monitoring the blood donations from former werewolves and those with the immunity, the ministry was confident the werewolf population within England would drop well over 90% before the beginning of summer. It was certainly good news, and the public was happy to hear the existence of werewolves may soon be a thing of the past. The minister, of course, ate up the good press and basked in the glow of the historic moment. Harry was fine with the man doing that. The more attention he had, the less Harry had to deal with, though, of course, Harry's name was mentioned extensively within every article concerning the cure and white magic, but at least he was not being hounded by reporters. I think you'll have this spell down before classes end this term, Professor Sprout said as Harry smiled. Casting silently is difficult to master, and though it isn't unheard of witches and wizards silently casting under stress, it's very hard to do successfully when one has never practiced it before, even with adrenaline. So, when would silent casting be good to have, exactly? Harry asked. Well, Professor Flitwick would probably be the best to ask that too, but silent casting is mostly used in wizard duels. It makes it more difficult for your opponent if they don't know what spell is coming at them. Of course, some spells can be identified on sight, but not all. Harry's eyebrows lifted slightly. So, you could learn to cast any spell silently. I suppose it's possible, but some spells are very difficult to successfully cast even when said out loud. Words are very important to the control of magic. With words come focus, intent, and power. You will always be able to make your spoken spells stronger than your silent ones. With your voice comes emotion, and emotion influences magic a great deal, more than anything else can. From what I understand of your parcel magic, this is especially so. Harry nodded. Yeah. Besides speaking in parcel tongue, it's really just about feeling and intent. As long as the words match that, it should work, well, while guiding the magic of course, Harry said with a shrug. Professor Sprout gave a soft smile, wondering if he knew how amazing his abilities really were. Have you done anything other than healing with parcel magic? She asked, curious. No, not yet. I've read the things that were in The Art of Parcel, concerning protective magic, but it's different from the healing aspect of parcel magic and I want to have more control before I try anything with it. The book warned that you could hurt yourself if you don't know how to deal with it. What do you mean? Well, I don't exactly understand it all yet, but the book said it's like building a castle. If you build the walls wrong, it could fall in on you. You have to place the stones correctly. I see. Wards are much the same way, it's why the headmaster is going to wait until the summer to strengthen the wards here. The magic on the grounds must be completely calm, and having hundreds of students about is not conducive to that, she said lightly. Harry was about to ask more about wards, but, before he could, a white-hot pain erupted from his scar and a feeling of dark elation flashed within it. With a pained hiss, his right hand flew up to his forehead and he stumbled back into the desk behind him. Harry, Professor Sprout asked, instantly by his side. And then, just like that, it was gone, though there was a lingering soreness at his scar and an odd sense that something was coming together. What's wrong? She asked again as he slowly looked up at her. I don't know. My scar just suddenly felt like it was burning. How does it feel now? She asked, her eyes looking at it when he lowered his hand a little. It's just a little sore now, he said, rubbing it. It's never felt like that before. With Quirrell, it would slowly build up to that, not suddenly flash. Does it mean Voldemort is close or something? Let's go see the headmaster. Perhaps he will know what is going on, she said, already guiding him toward the door. She clearly wasn't going to fool around with this, and Harry was glad for it. Even now, it was strange to have teachers who actually paid attention to him and were so quick to help. At his old Muggle school, he was lucky if he even received a smile. Walking beside Professor Sprout, they made it to the entrance of Dumbledore's office. Sherbet ice cream, Sprout stated, causing the gargoyle to move aside. Oh. Albus looked up from his desk, a bit surprised to learn who was at the door, but he kept his face unsurprised and cheerfully called them in. Perhaps today one of his staff would accept a lemo drop. Oh, hello, Harry, Pomona, he greeted. Lemo drop. No thanks, Headmaster, Pomona answered quickly, already motioning for Harry to come in front of her. Harry looked up at her, a little uncertain of how to begin. Is something the matter? Dumbledore shifted forward a bit, quickly becoming serious and wanting to know what was going on. Lemo drops temporarily forgotten. Harry and I were in my office a little bit ago, and while we were talking, he suffered a brief but intense bout of pain in his scar. As the last time this happened, Voldemort was near, I decided it would be best to immediately come to you, she said. Albus stood up and came around the desk and stopped in front of Harry. This was definitely troubling, but surely Voldemort wasn't still somewhere in the castle. Dumbledore frowned, trying to figure out why Harry's scar would act up when, to his knowledge, Voldemort was gone. After that brief confrontation in the forest before Christmas, Albus was fairly certain he had forced him away, as he hadn't been able to detect Tom's presence again. However, the fact Riddle had been capable of using magic against him like that had been alarming and he wasn't about to put his guard down. He wasn't sure how Voldemort had been able to explode the clearing, but couldn't help but fear Tom had found another willing host or had taken enough magic from Quirrell to temporarily manifest himself into a physical being. Either possibility was worrying, but he hoped, whichever the case, Tom would not be bothering Harry again anytime soon. What did you feel exactly when it happened? Dumbledore asked, motioning Harry to take a seat across his desk. Well, sudden pain and I don't know, excitement, maybe. Harry said uncertainly as he sat down. Excitement? Sprout asked, confusion clear in her voice. It was weird. It was like I learned something good was coming, and I couldn't wait for it to happen. It was only there for a second, but... Harry shook his head. I don't know, maybe I imagined it. My scar was very hot, and it startled me. I don't understand where the feeling came from or why I felt it. I'm not exactly sure now what I felt, but I felt something. Albus frowned, a disturbing theory rising up in his mind. There had never been a scar like Harry's before. It made sense that there would be unexpected and unforeseen consequences with it. Headmaster, Pomona asked, looking up at him and finding his eyes holding a grim and troubled light. Harry, from the moment I saw your scar, I knew it would be unlike any scar in existence, Dumbledore said softly, kneeling down beside Harry's chair. He really didn't want to tell Harry his theory, but, recalling what the Sorting Hat had told him and knowing he couldn't not tell him now, he gathered himself and continued. I have a theory, no more than that. It is my belief that your scar hurts both when Lord Voldemort is near you, and when he is feeling a particularly strong emotion. Harry swallowed. Professor Snape told me my scar is sensitive to Voldemort's magic because it was created by him, and that's why it hurts when he's close, but there's actually more to it than that. You and he are connected by a curse that failed. Such things have happened in the past, but never with such a dark curse. Never with a curse meant to instantly kill. If I am not mistaken, Harry, he unintentionally forged a deep bond between himself and you that night. To cast the killing curse, one must saturate their mind and heart with hatred and an intent to kill so potent that it is the only thing they are aware of in that instant. That must be a lot of hate, Harry whispered, conscious of Professor Sprout stepping to the other side of his chair. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, and that is why I think this bond formed. His hatred for you had touched you while it was still connected to him, while his focus was still completely on his intent, and when the curse failed and returned back to him, I believe that connection was never severed. Neville slowly sat down beside Harry. They were by the lake, and it was Sunday. The snow had long since melted and spring had finally begun. Hey, Neville, Harry said softly. Hey. Harry had already told him what he had learned from Dumbledore. Neville turned his eyes to the lake, wondering how Harry could appear so calm about it. If it was him, he'd have locked himself in an empty room and cried. I'm okay, Harry whispered after a long silence. Neville returned his gaze to Harry, amazed to find his friend's unwavering eyes staring right back at him, but he knew Harry was not all right, despite his brave front. No, you're not, Neville stated, part of him appalled he had just blurted that, but he knew he was right as Harry looked away and closed his eyes. But I know you will be, he added softly. After a moment, Harry slowly nodded, his shoulders no longer slouching as he focused his eyes across the lake. I hate him, Neville, Harry stated, his voice so tight it sounded as if it might break. I hate him, and the thought that I can feel. He swallowed thickly. This connection will not last forever. I will make sure of it. Someday, I will finish the job that Reflected Curse started. Harry looked back at Neville. He won't kill anyone ever again, not if I can stop it. Neville didn't break eye contact as he nodded stiffly. And I will help you. Harry looked back across the water and gave a soft smile. I know. With less than 3 months left of classes, the professors were really beginning to pile on the assignments, which caused Harry and Neville to claim the far corner table in the library. It was the late afternoon and the library was beginning to empty, as dinner was approaching. I've gotta go back to the common room before dinner. I promised Hannah I would. Later, Susan said. Okay, bye, Susan, Harry said as she gathered her things and headed out. Harry put down his book and retrieved his Transfiguration homework to check something. He rubbed his scar with his free hand. His scar had stubbornly been aching on and off since the previous week. It had gotten to the point that it was more an annoyance than anything else. Professor Sprout said to come to her if it suddenly changed or got worse, but unfortunately there was nothing anyone could really do at the moment to stop the pain. Hey, Harry, Neville said, glancing around and noticing they were alone. Yeah, you think you could show me again what Professor Sprout taught you Friday? He asked hopefully. Yeah, sure, Harry said, quickly putting away his things. He had just about finished anyway and wanted a break. Okay. So what you want to do is get your silent lumos to work, and then hold it. Once you have that down, you fluctuate the magic you let into your wand, so the light at the tip blinks. Neville nodded, pulling out his wand as Harry followed suit. Harry closed his eyes for a few seconds and then reopened them. A second later, narrowing his eyes in concentration, the tip of his wand lit up. Coral lifted her head out of his sleeve a bit as the light began to flicker, blinking on and off, but Harry couldn't remain focused and the wand tip went out and remained dark. It's a bit harder than it sounds, but Professor Sprout said it helps teach our magic to maintain spells for a longer period of time and while we're distracted. Go on and try it, Neville, Harry said with a shrug. Neville nodded, scrunching up eyebrows and focusing. Blinking several times, his eyes fixated at the tip of his wand, before it slowly began to glow. Beaming triumphantly, Neville unfortunately lost his concentration and it dimmed before completely going out. He sighed. You'll get it, Neville, Harry encouraged. A few weeks ago you couldn't even get it lit. Yeah, that's true, he said, before concentrating again. Harry smiled, before trying it again himself. Hey, look, Neville said, forgetting he was in the library, but, oddly, Madame Pants didn't come and hush them. Very good, Neville, Harry said, watching as Neville had been able to silently make his wand's light flicker for 5 seconds. Hey, let's try to match each other's blinks. Okay, Neville said excitedly. Harry smiled, amused by Neville's enthusiasm. Hey, Harry, are you two planning on going to dinner anytime soon? Quirrell interrupted. I think dinner has started, she stated. If snakes could smirk, she would be. Neville, I think we're late for dinner, Harry said, hurriedly standing up. No wonder it's so quiet in here now. What? How? Oh, oops. I guess we got distracted, Neville said, stuffing his wand up his sleeve to his holster and quickly gathering his things. Good thing we were already planning on carrying our things with us to the Great Hall. We'd miss half of the feast if we had to go back to the common room, Harry said, swinging his bag over his shoulder. Yeah, Neville agreed, before dashing out of the library beside Harry, happy Madame Pants wasn't there to tell them to slow down. Jogging down the corridors, Harry couldn't help but feel a bit unnerved by how quiet the castle was. It was strange to know everyone was at dinner and it was only him and Neville out in the halls. You think we'll be in trouble with Professor Sprout? Neville asked worriedly. No, it was an accident that we lost track of time. Besides, it's not like we're missing the entire meal, Harry said, going around a corner, only to come to a dead stop. Oh, if Neville couldn't help but gasp as he ran right into Harry's outstretched arm, which had shot out the second he had come around the bend. Don't move, Harry breathed. And Neville instantly obeyed, for there was a humongous scaly thing blocking the entire corridor in front of them. A dragon. For a long moment, it didn't seem to notice them. It was too concerned with dislodging its wing from the corner of the ceiling where it was pinned. It squirmed about, its hard scales grinding up against the stone walls and causing the stones to crack and crumble. Turning its head, trying to shift its way free, it suddenly noticed Harry and Neville. It froze. Ah, she's only a baby, Quirrell hissed sadly, as if she was seeing an adorable little puppy instead of a giant, fire-breathing reptile. A baby? Harry asked, astonished, staring up at the creature whose body was touching all sides of the hall and likely covered the whole length of it beyond where they could see. How could this be a baby? Though, now that Quirrell mentioned it, she, the dragon, did look a bit disproportionate like a baby. Her wings seemed too small for her body, though they were still huge, and her large eyes gave her an adorable look, if one ignored the dangerous claws, teeth, and spikes. Harry, Neville whispered, terrified. What should we do? Not sure yet, Harry admitted very quietly, keeping his eyes locked on the dragon. Quirrell says she's a baby dragon. Baby dragons are not this big, he answered, their voices so quiet they sounded more like scratches on a wall. Comfort her, Harry, Quirrell urged, obviously pained by seeing the young dragon's discomfort. How? Harry asked rather loudly. He had no idea how to comfort baby dragons. But Quirrell didn't answer as the dragon suddenly moved her head closer to them, her long neck curving down as Harry's hissed question echoed around them. Harry held his breath, wondering how fast fire could kill. Perhaps if he pulled Neville and himself back around the corner they would be safe from any flames. But she didn't breathe any fire. Instead, she looked at them curiously, particularly Harry. Hello, Harry said uneasily, but that caused her to rear back suddenly and defensively. No, no, Harry, speak, Parseltongue, Quirrell advised quietly in his sleeve. Harry kept his arms down and his hands visible, keeping his eyes locked with the dragon's. Shouldn't he and Neville be running? Hello, please don't hurt us, Harry said, a bit unsure of what to say. Would she be able to understand? Well, it didn't look like she understood, but she did respond to Harry's voice by easing her head back down, becoming curious again. Harry was beginning to believe Quirrell was right. Only a very young creature would act like this. Harry motioned Neville with his hand to stay where he was. Well, I suppose I'll just keep on talking, Harry said, allowing his voice to grow louder and echo around the corner and down the hall behind them. The dragon seemed to like that and grew calmer. Harry glanced at the walls with her scaly body pressed up against them. That couldn't be comfortable, and that also raised an interesting question. How in the world did she get here? The doors were not big enough and certain corridors were too narrow and low to allow her passage. Strange. You're stuck pretty good, aren't you? Harry asked, before tentatively taking a small step forward. We're not going to hurt you, he soothed, earning a low growl from her as he approached, but it wasn't exactly a threatening one, and it wasn't even a real growl. It was more like a dragon a whimper. She's injured herself, Quirrell stated. Harry nodded in agreement. Should we go get help? We can't leave her alone, she might hurt herself more, Quirrell answered. Fighting back a sigh, Harry refocused. I'm going to come closer, alright. I'm going to see if I can help you. So no fire please, and no biting, he said. His only answer was the cocking of her head, as if she was wondering what to do with him. Harry hoped she wasn't thinking about food. Harry? Neville asked worriedly, remaining by the corner. Harry glanced back. It's alright. I don't think she's aggressive. Careful, Harry, Quirrell said, having watched how the dragon tensed slightly when she heard English. It's alright, I was just talking to my friend, Neville, he said, motioning to Neville and trying to make it clear Neville was friendly. That seemed to appease her, but she then shifted again to try to get comfortable, only to break off a chunk of the ceiling's decorative crown molding with her pinned wing. The hunk of stone plummeted down, shattering on the floor and narrowly missing the dragon's neck. The dragon swung her head wildly and nearly struck Harry with her stubby horns on her head. Look out, Harry! Neville shouted, stumbling forward as shattered rock peppered the hall. Harry dived backward, feeling a number of small stones shower his arm, neck and shoulder as he twisted about. The dragon gave a strangled and frightened rumble as the sound of the granite shards resonated around them. Then it was over. Harry sat up as Neville knelt beside him. Both breathing heavily, they looked to the dragon, who was now resting her head on the floor. Harry shifted forward and crawled the 5 or so feet to her. She looked at him, too hurt and tired to really move anymore, though she still tried. Shish, don't move, Harry said, approaching her large head, which could probably swallow him whole without too much difficulty if she had the energy. She gave the pitiful whimpering sound again before Harry placed his hand on the side of her nose. At his contact, she grew silent and still. Harry didn't know why. Perhaps it was because he didn't know what else to do, or because the hall had grown too quiet, but he began humming. He didn't really know the words to the song, but it was a melody he had learned at school. It was some sort of lullaby, and he had sometimes hummed it to himself when he was locked in his cupboard. It was a slow, comforting tune, and he could hum it quietly enough not to bother the Dursleys. Neville quickly caught on and joined in his humming as Harry slid forward, moving by her neck to make sure the rock had actually missed. He glanced at Neville and nodded at him to continue humming as the dragon closed her eyes. Harry allowed his magic to move down to his left hand, and, with Quirrell, he assessed the dragon's injuries. Only Neville was humming now, but the dragon didn't seem to mind. Harry couldn't help but frown as he felt an odd sort of magic covering her. It reminded him a bit of the hexes that students would come in with sometimes, only, this wasn't a hex, it was a charm. As for her injuries, they weren't serious, so he focused on figuring out what to do with the charm. Cancel it, Quirrell stated. Maybe it's what's made her so big. Harry had watched Madame Pomfrey cancel hexes and other spells on students, of course, but for the life of him he couldn't remember the incantation. However, he decided that wasn't a problem. He'd lifted curses, why not charms or other spells? Well, here goes nothing, Harry thought, preparing his magic. Spell, be cancelled. The feast, as always, was delicious, but Pomona was distracted. Where were Harry and Neville? They normally sat near Susan, Justin and Ernie, but they weren't there. In fact, unless she was blind, they were not even in the Great Hall. Well, it wouldn't be the first time a student or two had skipped dinner, and knowing Harry and Neville, they had likely taken advantage of the empty common room and were practicing the silent Lumos. She turned her eyes away from the Hufflepuff table and looked to Phileas, who was saying something to Minerva. However, she wasn't able to hear Minerva's reply because Sir Nicholas, the Gryffindor ghost, came barreling through the doors of the Great Hall. Headmaster, there's a giant dragon near the library, 4th floor. He shouted, and the Great Hall promptly fell into chaos. Only for it to be utterly smashed by Dumbledore as he stood up and roared, silence. He hadn't even used his wand. He then turned and glanced at Severus, Hagrid, Remus, and Phileas, making it clear he had selected them to accompany him. He then spoke softly to Minerva. Seal the Great Hall behind us. I will send a Patronus once it is safe, he said, barely being overheard by Pomona. As Phileas moved to follow Albus and the others, Pomona leaned toward him. Harry and Neville are not in the Great Hall. Find them, she said quickly. Phileas looked back at her, startled by the news. We will find them, Pomona, he promised. With that, the 5 professors hurried out, leaving the other professors with the rest of the students. McGonagall sealed the Great Hall the moment they were out. Severus and the others hurried toward the library, but on the 2nd floor, the headmaster grabbed Severus' arm. The wards on the 3rd floor have been breached, Dumbledore stated. Find that dragon, I'll investigate the breach, Severus stated, already turning to go the fastest route to the forbidden, 3rd floor corridor. With a nod, Dumbledore and the others continued on. Wand in hand, Severus ran. Although the real stone was not in danger, it would not do to make it appear that way. And who knew, perhaps this wasn't Voldemort, but some other thief who had somehow learned about the stone being within Hogwarts. They had certainly come up with an interesting distraction. Coming to the doors, he could tell Fluffy was agitated. Well, that likely meant the thief had gotten past. Waving his wand, he conjured a magic flute, playing a soft lazy tune. Cracking the door open, he let the music work, allowing him to go down through the trapdoor without incident. It did make Severus wonder how the thief had gotten past so quickly without leaving any blood behind though, as it was clear Fluffy had not been put to sleep by them. Going past the other defenses was a breeze, though Remus had not been what he had expected. Entering the room, he could quickly tell the person before him had simply blasted their way through, as shards of weapons were everywhere. Perhaps they had been charmed to attack intruders. Moving further into the room and toward the door that led to Dumbledore's final protection, he heard an odd sound to his left. Turning, and lifting his wand slightly, his heart couldn't help but clench tightly in his chest at the sight before him. On the floor was the rune network Harry had made to send him back, and, kneeling at the edge, finishing it, was Harry. Not the young man he had grown into, but as he was now. A first year, innocent and unburdened by the turmoil of war. Severus could even see coral around his small wrist as he etched the rest of the network into the floor. Severus held his breath, recognizing this was somehow part of the protection Remus had placed, but at the moment too shaken to care. Suddenly, the phantom, Harry stopped and looked up at him. He smiled. Will I have to die and send you back again? Ridiculous. The boggart fled, and Severus swiftly conjured a cabinet and slammed it in there. Calming his raging heart, for the appearance of the boggart had admittedly taken him by surprise, Severus forced himself to calm. It was only a boggart, playing on your doubts and fears, he told himself furiously. It was not an omen of coming failure. Harry would not have sent you back for that. Severus refocused, forcing down the chill that had risen inside him. After all, there was an intruder, and he had to catch them, whoever they were. He could not afford to be distracted. Adequately collected now, Severus moved toward the door leading to the final chamber where the Mirror of Erised resided. Crossing the threshold, Severus felt the faintest trace of a detection ward. It had not been placed by Dumbledore. He pressed on. Stopping at the top of the stairs, he found a cloaked figure standing in front of the mirror. The stout man was standing straight and stiff, as if he was very important. Ah, Severus, how fortunate it was you the old man sent, the man stated. His voice was slightly garbled, as if layered over another voice. Severus felt his mark warm slightly and his eyes widened. Thinking quickly, Severus selected a course of action. My lord, he answered, bowing his head submissively. Yes, Severus, it is I, Voldemort answered, turning around. Severus risked a glance up with his eyes, but kept his head bowed and his wand down, no matter how much he wished to curse the being before him. With his glance, he could not see Voldemort's face. His hood obscured it, as it seemed to be spelled, however, he could see 2 glaring red eyes glowing through the darkness within the hood. Come to me, Severus, aid your master, he said. Severus went down the stairs, trying to identify the voice Voldemort's was overlapping. It sounded familiar. Very familiar. And then it clicked. Pettigrew. With his mind occluded, he kept his gaze away from the surface of the mirror and hoped he would be able to keep all emotion from his voice. Retrieve the stone for me, Severus. Severus swallowed. Master, the stone is not here. The temperature in the room plummeted, and Severus' hand tightened around his wand. Do you know where it is hidden, then? Voldemort asked dangerously. Dumbledore did not tell anyone where he hid it, Severus lied. But he did tell me he placed it under a Fidelius. And who is the secret keeper? Dumbledore, my lord. Severus could feel Voldemort's rage growing, his magic suffocating the room. Furiously, Voldemort sent a blasting hex at the mirror, shattering it spectacularly as it was slammed into the back wall. Then this course is closed to me. I will go another route, he stated. My lord, do you need assistance leaving the castle? I can misguide Dumbledore and the others away, Severus suggested, sounding as helpful and as willing as he could while he tried to determine what he should do now. That will not be necessary, my loyal spy. You must continue to act as you have to keep the old man fooled. Voldemort's wand fell from his sleeve and into his right hand. My lord, duel me, Severus, or has the 10 years of teaching snot-nosed brats softened you? He asked, before leaping back and firing a diffindo at him. Severus deflected it instinctively. Good, Severus. I see you have kept your reflexes. But have you kept your power? Crucio. Incendio. Sectum Sempra. Severus dodged and deflected them all. Come now, Severus, surely you can send something back. It would be suspicious if only my spells mark the walls. Show me my spy is still the best of my servants. At that, Severus returned fire. Mindful of his advanced abilities, he downplayed them. However, he was finding it difficult to do so. Several times he had to consciously miss Voldemort, knowing if he scored a hit the Dark Lord would be enraged, and may view him more as a threat than a worthy servant. If Voldemort was not possessing Pettigrew and had his own body, Severus might have thrown his lie of being the Dark Lord's spy aside, but as it stood now, even if he struck Voldemort down, his spirit would live on. Voldemort had no real attachment to anything he possessed, no matter how deeply entrenched he was in them. Enough, Severus, Voldemort stated, stopping suddenly. I am satisfied. Thank you, my lord. I am here to serve you, Severus said, bowing his head again. Now, to seal this ruse, he stated, lifting his wand once more. Severus didn't move, knowing this was going to hurt and there was nothing he would be able to do about it, not unless he wanted to discard the progress he had just made in strengthening his position as a loyal, dark spy. Diffindo. Crucio. Severus felt the first spell slash into him, and he couldn't help but grow alarmed as he felt it grind against his ribs, but then those concerns were pushed aside as pain all over assaulted him. Perhaps he had not downplayed his abilities well enough. Voldemort held the Crucio longer than Severus had anticipated, but he endured and did not scream. He would not give the monster that pleasure and would let him think it was another display of worthiness, rather than the defiance it really was. Finally, it ended. Severus didn't bother to look up. Stupefy. Dumbledore led the professors up toward the library, confident Severus would be able to handle whoever the intruder happened to be. Slowing slightly as they approached the hall leading to the library, they suddenly heard giggling. Dumbledore came around the corner, finding the last thing he had expected. The hall was a complete mess. There were chunks of rock everywhere and parts of the floor had been cracked by, what he was able to conclude, falling stone. The molding on the ceiling had taken a beating and the walls appeared to have been scraped by something very hard. However, this was not what surprised him most. Standing in the middle of the hall were Harry and Neville, and in Harry's arms, wrapped in robes, was a very young dragon. The dragon butted its head against Harry's, causing both boys to laugh at the dragon's playfulness. Suddenly, Neville looked up. Headmaster. Neville gasped. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling brightly. Remus' eyebrows had disappeared into his hairline and Phileas gave a surprised squeak. Hagrid hurried forward. Ah, isn't he just the cutest thing? Hagrid gushed. Actually, Hagrid, he's a she, Harry gently corrected as the professors came closer. She was huge when we found her, but Harry cancelled the spell and she immediately shrunk down, Neville explained as the dragon snuggled against Harry, which only made Hagrid grow more paternal. May I hold her, Ari? Hagrid asked, his eyes brimming with hopefulness. Harry couldn't say no. Slightly disturbed by the large man she was being handed to, the dragon gave a few panicked, chirpy grunts. It's all right, girl. Hagrid won't hurt you, he's very gentle, Harry comforted as he gave her a gentle pet on the head. Seeing her uneasiness, Hagrid quickly dug into his pockets and pulled out a chunk of meat. He broke off a bit. Harry blinked but decided not to question it. Here we go, let's see if she'll like this, Hagrid said, holding it out for her. She didn't need much encouragement to go into Hagrid's empty hand after that. chomping down on the red steak with vigor as Hagrid held her. "Just look at the little darling," he said as she nearly took a chunk of his finger with the meat. Harry could only shake his head in amazement before looking to Dumbledore, Lupin, and Flitwick. "I am very glad to see you two are safe and, I must say, I am quite impressed with how you two were able to handle this. Usually dragons are very difficult to approach, no matter their age," Dumbledore praised. "Well, we couldn't just leave her. She was hurting herself and her wing was pinned against the ceiling. Besides, she was actually rather calm. I think she was relieved to be found," Harry said. "Yeah," Neville agreed. "Once Harry touched her nose and started humming, it was easy after that." Flitwick perked up at that. "Humming." Harry reddened. "Well, Coral said she was a baby, and I knew this lullaby tune figured it might help, and it did." Dumbledore smiled, his eyes glowing with amusement and pride before glancing at Hagrid. "I trust you will be able to care for her until I can arrange a new home for her, Hagrid. I believe I have a possible place in mind." "Of course, Headmaster," Hagrid immediately answered, utterly thrilled. "She needs a name though. How about Norberta?" he suggested helpfully. All right," Harry answered, a bit unsure about the name, but it did seem to fit, in an odd sort of way. "Splendid," Dumbledore said, about to motion them to follow him, but he stopped when Harry gasped. Hand flat against his scar, Harry grit his teeth and closed his eyes in intense pain. "Harry?" Dumbledore asked, placing his hand on his shoulder to stabilize him. Remus looked alarmed. "He's furious. Mad that he's been tricked," Harry managed, before having to swallow back bile. "Phileas, Remus, escort Harry and Neville to the infirmary. Seal it once you are within. Hagrid, I will leave you to the dragon. I need to find Severus," Dumbledore stated, before turning and bolting to the third floor as fast as he could. Albus would likely never admit it to anyone, but he was panting by the time he made it to entrance of the final chamber. However, he didn't stop to breathe, but entered, his wand held aloft in case he needed to cast immediately. His eyes quickly took in the room, finding the mirror of Arise shattered at the far wall directly in front of him. He pulled his eyes away from the broken surface and looked elsewhere, trying to find Severus. The residue of dark spells was pungent in the room and all of the walls were covered in horrible marks, but one wall was by far the worst, for it had the unmistakable red of blood smeared across its surface. A dark form was beneath it. "Severus." He hurried forward, fearing the worst as he caught sight of a pool of blood beginning to gather under the potion master's limp form. On his way forward, Albus swiftly scanned the rest of the room, quickly determining the intruder was long gone. He and Severus were alone. Shifting Severus onto his back, grateful but worried upon hearing the young man's ragged breathing, Dumbledore promptly spelled the upper half of the black robes open to quickly find the source of the bleeding. He was horrified by what he found. It was a massive gash. It started just below his right collarbone and went all the way down and around to the tip of his lowest right rib. Albus' heart lurched, for the wound was not only long, but very deep. He could see the white of bone. "Severus, hang on," he urged, despite knowing his former student was unconscious. He pointed the tip of his wand at the top of the long gash, before slowly moving his wand down over it and back again several times. "Vulnera Sanenter, Vulnera Sanenter, Vulnera Sanenter." Slowly, much of the blood that had soaked Severus' robes and had pooled around him began seeping back into the wound, the flesh around it pulling back together and rejoining. The headmaster was not a licensed healer by any means, but he wasn't a novice either. Once certain he had treated Severus the best he could, he levitated him up and hurried to the infirmary. Sitting on the bed in the infirmary, Harry and Neville swung their legs back and forth, waiting for the lockdown to be lifted. Harry wondered what was going on. Had Voldemort entered the castle again? Had he used Norberta as a distraction? It certainly seemed so. It would explain why his scar had hurt, and why Dumbledore had hurried off as he had. When he asked the professors what was going on, they didn't really give him an answer, though they did appear worried, which unsettled him. Where was Professor Snape? And why had Dumbledore said he needed to find him? Suddenly, Harry got his answer as the doors to the infirmary opened and the headmaster swiftly entered. Professor Snape was hovering beside him, as if being carried by an invisible stretcher. "Poppy, blood-replenishing potion," Dumbledore stated, sweat actually visible on his brow. It was clear to Harry and the others he had likely ran the entire way from wherever he had found the potion's master. With a gasp, Madame Pomfrey hurried to the cabinet as Dumbledore brought Snape forward and gently placed him on the bed near the back of the infirmary. Harry got off the bed he had been sitting on and hurried over to help as well. "What happened?" Harry asked, dismayed by the state of his favorite professor. There was blood on his robes and his skin was very pale. Also, on his chest was a long, very fresh scar. Dumbledore didn't answer him. Instead, he turned to Lupin and Flitwick. "I've already sent a message to Minerva. The students will remain locked down in the Great Hall until we are certain the intruder is out of the castle. I've sent for Pomona and a few of the other professors to help us with the sweep." He looked back to Professor Snape, who was still unconscious. Harry was now right by the bed. "I sense dark magic," Harry Quirrell warned. "Yes, I do too," Harry answered. Poppy came forward with the potion, pausing as she found the headmaster looking intently at Severus. "Call me when he wakes. Also, no one outside this room is to know he has been hurt, understood?" Dumbledore asked, his eyes lastly falling to Harry and Neville. "We understand, sir," Harry answered as Neville nodded. The headmaster motioned to Lupin and Flitwick and promptly left with them. "Neville, if you would, go retrieve a jar with the label, Dittany, for me," Madame Pomfrey said as she waved her wand over the professor to ensure there was nothing dangerous to any of them. She then spelled the blood-replenishing potion into him before nodding to Harry to begin his own work as Neville brought her the Dittany. Not needing to be prompted further, Harry placed his left hand on the man's bare shoulder, a few inches above where the top of the scar began. "What's wrong?" Harry whispered, sending forth his magic as images flashed in his mind's eye. He saw the nicks on Snape's ribs where the curse had slashed into him, and he saw close-up images of the scarred tissue gathered where the headmaster had just recently closed the grievous wound. There was also swelling at the back of the professor's head, as if he had slammed his skull against something hard several times. Thankfully, there were no skull fractures. There was also some odd swelling on his inner left forearm, but it wasn't as severe, so Harry paid it little mind. There were more serious injuries to be concerned about at the moment, as he was then shown very quick flashes of something else entirely. His breath caught. The images he was witnessing now were very similar to something he had seen once before. Thankfully, these were not as severe, but it was still alarming and he swallowed thickly. The professor's nerve endings in his fingers and extremities were damaged, and the tissues surrounding them were swollen. In fact, nearly all of the man's nerves had suffered some degree of trauma, and Harry's mind quickly came to the answer. Just like the Longbottoms, Professor Snape had been subjected to the Cruciatus curse. "Madame Pomfrey," Harry said, his voice a little unsteady. "The Cruciatus curse." Her eyes widened, pausing in her preparation of the Dittany. Neville went white. "When he wakes, I will give him the potion to drink. Unfortunately, I can't spell that into him like the blood-replenishing potion," she said resolutely, deciding now was not the time to ask Harry how he knew it was the Cruciatus curse, or even how he knew of the curse. Harry nodded, looking back down to the potion's master. "I'm going to heal what I can," Harry said, before pausing. "Madame Pomfrey, do you want me to try healing the scar?" "No, the Dittany will do that," she assured. Harry nodded, stretching his magic out and focusing on the task before him. Healing the nicks on the ribs was easy, and eliminating the swelling on the back of his head was as well, but Harry paused as he questioned whether or not he should move on to the nerves or not. "Should we, Quirrell? We can try reducing the swelling, that should help ease the pain," Quirrell suggested. "As for the rest, I don't know." "Okay," Harry said, falling back into healer mode, and carefully sending a bit of his magic forward to take a firm grasp on the man's magic. The potion master's magic definitely had a different feel to it than others he had healed. It was rich, thick, and, in certain ways, more powerful than even the headmaster's. Exhaling, Harry zeroed in on the swelling around the nerves, guiding his mind's eye to show him as much as it could. It was strange, to say the least. There was swelling around the nerves and the amount varied on the severity of damage. It was worse at the professor's palms and the tips of his fingers. However, that was not what was strange. Surrounding the majority of the nerves was a thin membrane of magic. Looking closer, Harry noticed that much of the curse residue lay outside of the membrane, but on the other side, against the nerve, there was very little. It was as if the membrane had acted like a screen. Continuing his examination, he found the membrane had been stripped away at the tips of the nerves. There were jagged edges where the curse had been able to fracture and tear away the membrane, allowing it to attack the exposed nerves without any further interference. Harry healed the nearby swollen tissues, but didn't like the idea of leaving curse residue behind. Unfortunately, he didn't know what to do about that, so, instead, he decided to help rebuild what appeared to be the professor's defense, leaving the residue alone. He figured rebuilding the membrane wouldn't be too hard to do. It would be like rebuilding layers of skin in his mind, and he had done that many times. Taking a moment to examine the magic surrounding the nerves, he wondered if every wizard had such a defense, and if it rose the split second they were put under the horrid spell. He supposed it was possible, though. Mrs. Longbottom had no magical membranes surrounding her nerves. Granted, perhaps all of hers had been destroyed. Membranes, rebuild and strengthen, he stated, slowly, very slowly, easing his magic forward and moving it with the professors around the nerves. Pulling slightly at the existing membranes, he asked the magic to copy the membrane's makeup and purpose before stretching it back and over the bare nerves. Then, like a paintbrush, he glided the leftover magic he had devoted to the task over the rest, strengthening the protection and reinforcing sections that had begun to suffer wear. Several minutes later, Harry eased back, pleased with what he mentally saw. "I think that's as much as we can do right now," he said. "I agree," Quirrell said. Dumbledore shifted slightly in the chair beside Severus' bed. It was late, but Albus couldn't bring himself to head to bed just yet. He actually might not head to bed at all. The castle had been thoroughly searched and there was not a trace of anything to give a hint as to where the intruder had gone or that they had even been there at all, save on the third floor where Severus had confronted them. It was quite frustrating. He had a suspicion the attempted thief had used a secret passage and had somehow covered his presence magically to enter and leave Hogwarts. He believed the intruder had been Voldemort, but, until he spoke with Severus, he couldn't be certain. Albus closed his eyes. If he had been a few minutes later in getting to Severus, the young man may have perished from blood loss. He honestly didn't know what he would have done if he had gotten there too late. He quietly exhaled, calming himself as he reminded himself that Harry was in the bed beside Severus. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout felt it best that he sleep in the infirmary for the night, in case he was hit with any more headaches. Dumbledore turned his eyes to Severus, part of him wishing he hadn't agreed with Madame Pomfrey to let the young man sleep. However, as much as he wanted answers, he knew the young man needed to rest, especially after learning he had been held under a crucio for an extended amount of time. So that left Albus theorizing what had happened. Had Voldemort discovered Severus was a spy? Why hadn't he killed him outright? Was it because he wasn't strong enough to cast the killing curse in his current form, whatever it was, and then hurriedly left? Or perhaps he had been punishing Severus because he was unable to procure the stone for him. Neither case made sense. He put his wrinkled face in his old hand, the image of Severus motionless and crumpled against the wall flashing before his eyes once more. For a split second, he had thought. He pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. It would not do to lose himself while anyone could see, especially a student who was lying in a nearby bed, despite said child likely being asleep. The back quarter of the infirmary had been cordoned off with a thick curtain. Though it didn't provide as much privacy as a wall, it was easier for Madame Pomfrey to maneuver around and organize the room this way. Also, students occasionally saw the curtains closed, so this wouldn't appear too out of the norm if they passed by the infirmary and glanced in. Harry and Severus were on the same side, out of view from passers-by. Thankfully, Madame Pomfrey was not anticipating either of them staying for too long. Very likely, if the potion's master was true to form, he would be up in the morning and grumbling his way back to his own chambers. As for Harry, this was just a precautionary measure for the night. Dumbledore lowered hand from his face and looked at Severus. "Merlin, he could really use some hot cocoa. Continue sleeping, my boy. I will be back soon," he whispered softly, giving Severus a gentle pat on his right arm before standing up. Harry wasn't asleep. He was actually wide awake, despite the chaotic events of the day. Though, the fact the headmaster was seated on the far side of Professor Snape's bed also may have had something to do with his wakefulness. From the cover of his blankets, he watched the headmaster, and had been since the man had entered the infirmary an hour after Madame Pomfrey had kindly tucked him in. The room was shaded in darkness, but he could still make out the headmaster's movements and features. Even from where he was, Harry could tell Dumbledore was troubled, and, if his intuition was correct, it had something to do with the attack on Professor Snape. Harry was also troubled by what had happened, particularly concerning the Cruciatus curse. But he had been reassured by Madame Pomfrey that the professor would fully recover. And that his parcel magic had already helped a great deal. Harry tried not to feel too proud about that, but it was nice to know he had really helped the man who had done so much for him in such a short time. He owed him so much. Harry swallowed, watching as the headmaster put his face in his hand. It really looked like the old wizard was about to cry. He wasn't sure what he would do if he saw an adult cry, especially the headmaster. Adults weren't supposed to cry, especially men. Releasing an internal sigh of relief, he watched as the headmaster seemed to collect himself, pinching his slightly crooked nose before lowering his hand. Suddenly, the headmaster leaned forward slightly and whispered something before patting Professor Snape on his arm. The action jogged something in Harry's memory, making him recall the odd swelling on the professor's inner forearm. As his thoughts focused on that, Dumbledore stood, turned, and silently disappeared behind the curtain. He heard the headmaster's footsteps leave the room. Harry couldn't believe he had forgotten about the strange swelling on the potion master's arm, but, with everything that had been going on at the time, it had completely slipped his mind. Well, it was probably nothing, but it wouldn't hurt to check and make sure it was gone, whatever it had been. The professor had probably just hit something when he had faced the intruder. Sitting up, Coral stirred. "What are you doing, Harry?" she asked. "I'm going to check the professor's arm. I had forgotten to earlier." "Want to help?" he asked. "Sure." Coral uncoiled from her spot on his pillow and wrapped around his wrist. Quietly getting up, Harry made his way to the left side of the professor's bed. Normally, he would have felt like he was intruding in the man's space, but right now, in a way, Professor Snape was his patient. It was his responsibility to make sure he was all right. Slowly, and a little hesitantly, Harry placed his hand with Coral on Snape's left arm, sending a bit of his magic out. What he had felt before was still there, but, as Harry examined it more closely with his magic, there was a bit more to it than simple swelling. There was a concentration of magic focused there, and it wasn't the professor's magic. It was dark, ugly, and malicious. It felt almost alive. Frowning, Harry moved his hand and carefully pulled up the professor's sleeve as he turned his arm. Even though the only light was coming from the infirmary windows, Harry's eyes had long adjusted to the low light and could make out something on the man's skin. "A tattoo. What is that?" Coral asked. It was pale gray and in the form of a skull and a snake. It was a little unclear, as if it had been washed out by something or had been worn away. However, there was a dark misty hue surrounding it all, and it seemed to shift in the dim light. "It's called a dark mark. My boy. I will be back soon." Severus remained still and kept his eyes closed as he quickly determined who had just spoken and unknowingly pulled him from his slumber by patting his arm. Focusing on his surroundings, he heard the headmaster leave the room and could sense there was another individual still nearby. Relaxing, he concluded it was Harry. It was no surprise. Knowing Pomfrey, she would have wanted him close by in case his scar began acting up again, as it likely had when Voldemort learned Dumbledore had tricked him. Quickly assessing his injuries, he was surprised he wasn't feeling more of the effects from the Cruciatus. Perhaps he had Harry to thank for that. His chest was a little stiff, and he knew that was probably due to the application of Dittany, but overall it didn't feel too bad. A noise to his left suddenly drew his attention. Ah, Parseltongue, and Harry. No doubt getting up from his bed. Perhaps he should say something and deter Harry from sneaking off, though, he doubted that was what Harry was doing. Perhaps he just needed to use the loo. However, why was he now by his bed? Severus didn't move, wanting to see what Harry would do, though he had to fight really hard not to react when Harry touched his arm through his sleeve. He couldn't possibly. And then he felt the boy's magic seep into him, examining his left arm. It was utterly surreal when he felt Harry turn his arm and begin to pull up his sleeve, and in that moment Severus was forced to make a split-second decision. Should he reveal he was awake and stop him? Or should he let him see? In the end, Severus decided to let him see. This secret wasn't worth keeping and perhaps it would help matters later. It also wasn't like Harry wouldn't be able to figure it out on his own already. He had enough clues. Heck, perhaps he already knew. Opening his eyes, he heard Quirrell hiss what he felt was a question as he saw Harry staring down at the worst mistake of his life. "It's called a dark mark," Severus stated softly. Saying that was actually easier than he thought it would be, though, perhaps seeing Harry jump back in surprise helped. "Professor, I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure, earlier," he began, frazzled. "I'm not angry with you, Potter," he said, sitting up and trying not to wince at the twinge his movement caused to the recently closed wound. "You shouldn't be moving, sir," Harry said, before swiftly closing his mouth. Severus smirked and had to fight back an amused smile. "Taking after Madame Pomfrey already, I see." Harry bit his lip, an action Severus had seen him do many times before when he was thinking or was nervous. "So the dragon was taken care of, I take it?" Severus asked, turning his arm back over and placing his right hand over it. He couldn't help it. Even though Harry already saw, he was self-conscious about it. Harry nodded, trying not to turn his eyes toward the now hidden mark. "Yes, sir. Neville and I found her. The intruder had made her huge and she blocked off the entire corridor. But Neville and I handled it. He helped put her to sleep by humming, and I shrunk her back to normal." Severus could tell that was a very rough summation of what had occurred. He would likely get the more detailed and elaborate version from the headmaster later. "Shrunk her back to normal?" he asked, motioning Harry to simply sit at the edge of the bed by his knees as he shifted over to give him plenty of space. Harry tentatively came forward and sat on the edge, feeling a little awkward at first, but he got over it soon enough. "She was only a baby. Hagrid's taking care of her now." Harry smiled. "You know, Hagrid told me he wanted a dragon the first time I met him. I bet this is a dream come true for him." Severus allowed himself a soft smile, thinking back to Norberta in the future. She had certainly come in handy, and she had remembered Harry. Between her, Harry, and himself, they had been able to hold back over a dozen Death Eaters and 4 Dark Lieutenants, long enough others to flee into the safety of the underground tunnels. Severus blinked, pulling himself from his thoughts. "He told you too?" Harry asked, thinking the professor was recalling a conversation with the half-giant and not a battle he had fought in the distant future. "Not in so many words, but it's widely known Hagrid likes creatures most fear to even approach," he said simply. Harry nodded, obviously unsure how to continue the conversation as he glanced at Severus' left arm. Severus fought back a sigh. He turned his arm back over and exposed his mark once again. He trailed his finger down along the inner edge. Harry stared. "I got it in my youth. I was foolish, young, and afraid," he began quietly. "I was approached by a few people who knew of my potion skills and other abilities. They offered what I thought I wanted. Power and recognition." "Who were they?" Harry asked in a nearly silent whisper. "Death Eaters. Followers of the Dark Lord." Harry blinked, and Severus could tell he was doing his best to work out what this meant in his mind. "He brands his followers with this. It allows him to call us to him, no matter where he is," he said, before darkly adding, "among other things." Harry swallowed, but his eyes did not quite hold the amount of fear Severus had been expecting. There was fear, certainly, but where there should have been more of it, there was understanding and respect. It reminded him so much of the Harry he had left that he had to look away. There was a long silent pause. "I think I understand, sir," Harry whispered. "You don't have to say any more." Severus turned his eyes back to him, amazed to see how swiftly the boy was becoming the young man he had come to know and respect in the future. His intuitiveness and gentle understanding had always been there, he supposed, but to see it emerging at this age for himself was rather astonishing. He reclined back against his pillow and pulled his sleeve back down over his mark, but he was not done talking. "I am in a dangerous position, Potter. In one hand, I hold my life, and in the other, I hold the lives of others. One day I may be forced to choose." "I think you've already chosen," Harry stated softly. "It's why you came back hurt, isn't it?" Severus clenched his jaw. The boy's maturity in certain things, particularly in matters of life and death, always took him aback, even in the future. It reminded him that even though the boy was young, he wasn't quite a child, at least, not in the way most people would think he ought to be. He was about to answer Harry, but he suddenly sensed another presence in the room. He quickly recognized it as the headmaster's. Conscious what he said would be overheard by the man, he chose his words carefully. Albus, cup of hot cocoa in hand, quietly came to the infirmary, careful not to make a sound. He didn't want to wake them. Pomfrey would be most displeased if she learned he did. "It's why you came back hurt, isn't it?" he heard Harry ask as he opened the door. Dumbledore stopped, for a moment unsure of what to do. He didn't like the idea of eavesdropping, but he also didn't want to interrupt a conversation that was obviously very sensitive. However, his curiosity could hardly be ignored either. And so, he waited in silence and listened. He wished to make it appear I had fought him and lost, so the headmaster would believe my position as spy had been compromised. Why would Voldemort want that? I try not to understand the minds of Dark Lords, Potter, but perhaps he believes the headmaster will now tell me things he wouldn't have before. Why would he think that? The Dark Lord has ways of extracting information, even from wizards able to combat unconventional methods like myself. The headmaster keeps things from me because of this, and it is just as well. If the Dark Lord were to even suspect my treachery, he would interrogate me at his first opportunity, and it would only be a matter of time before he learned everything I knew. This is why the headmaster doesn't inform me of everything. But even so, I know things the Dark Lord must never discover, and that is why I submit myself to him, even if it is unpleasant. What will you do if he ever learns the truth? Harry asked, his eyes wide. I will do what I have been doing all along, Mr. Potter. Fight. Dumbledore felt his heart swell with pride for Severus. The headmaster was here earlier, Harry stated after the brief pause. Oh, yeah, he was sitting by your bed. Albus really wished he could see Severus, but the curtain was in the way. Well, tone of voice would have to do. Is there a particular reason why you brought this up? Severus asked calmly. Albus could tell by the pause that Harry was likely unsure of how to continue. He looked really worried about you, Harry admitted finally. Dumbledore could barely keep himself from fidgeting, now seriously beginning to feel bad about eavesdropping, but now he was stuck. If he were to make any noise now, they would learn he was there, and that would be even more awkward. And he wasn't about to risk wordlessly casting a silencing spell. Knowing how sensitive Severus was to magic, that would give away his presence just as quickly. The headmaster holds his staff close to his heart. I suppose, in a way, we are family to him. I'm not surprised you saw him visiting me. He can be rather sentimental, but it is not disagreeable. It is part of what makes him Dumbledore, possibly the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. Hagrid says he is the greatest, Harry pointed out, a smile in his voice. Albus could have sworn he just heard Severus bite back a laugh. He very well may be, but as I didn't personally know the headmasters before him, I cannot say that he actually is. I suppose that's true, Harry agreed. You have seen a side of the headmaster very few see, Potter. The public views him as a powerful icon, like yourself, and much of the ministry sees him as an invincible leader who can solve their problems. Very few people consider the fact that he is just a man. I think I understand. You likely understand it better than most, Potter. Now, if we do not want the wrath of Madame Pomfrey in the morning, I believe we should get to sleep. Okay, sir. Dumbledore waited for 15 minutes to pass after he heard Harry move back to his own bed before he quietly entered, doing his best to appear as if he had just come in. He looked at Severus, who appeared to have fallen back to sleep, before turning his eyes to Harry. The boy had curled himself into a ball under the covers and had his back to him. Quirrell was coiled up by his head on the pillow. With a soft smile, he eased himself into the chair beside Severus' bed and silently sat, sipping at his now lukewarm cocoa. He would happily take the reprimand he would receive from Pomfrey in the morning about staying up all night, for in that moment there was nowhere else he would have rather been. The school never learned what really happened, although a number of bizarre rumors ran rampant for a few days afterward. The only thing Dumbledore revealed to the school was the fact there had been a dragon, as Sir Nicholas had stated. He did not confirm or deny there being an intruder or that they had dueled Severus. It was decided the students didn't need to know the details, particularly the fact that the feared potions master had suffered injuries demanding a night in the infirmary. Unfortunately, the fact Harry Potter stayed the night in the hospital wing had not been missed by the student body. Elaborate tales involving Potter and a giant dragon soon rose to insane heights, and the damage Norberta did to the walls and ceiling only served to strengthen these. Nothing Harry or Neville said mattered. Harry and Neville quickly became dragon tamers among the student population. As for Norberta, Dumbledore had quickly made arrangements for travel to her new home, the Flammels, to the great disappointment of Hagrid, who had only been able to care for the baby dragon for about a day. All in all, the following week was filled with odd speculation and wonder about Harry and Neville, many wishing to know the truth of the giant dragon in the corridor and how the 2 first years had managed to subdue it. They didn't believe that the dragon had actually only been an enlarged baby dragon, as Harry and Neville tried to explain. They felt it was a story the staff had told them to say, as it was clear there was more to what had happened than what the professors were admitting. Eventually though, rumors settled, particularly when the end of the year exams got closer and everyone was scrambling to prepare for them. However, for the professors, things remained tense. The fact Voldemort had once again been able to infiltrate the castle understandably had the professors worried, and made them eager for the arrival of summer so the wards could finally be improved. But until then, the headmaster told them to be especially vigilant and to report anything out of the ordinary, no matter how small. "He tells me his scar is still hurting off and on," Professor Sprout stated with a sigh. "Perhaps he is just feeling waves of Voldemort's frustration at having failed to acquire the stone," Phileas suggested. The two of them were in Phileas' office off of the charms classroom. I had made the same suggestion to Harry, but he didn't seem convinced that was even a possibility. "You think Voldemort could be planning something else? How could he not be?" Severus had stated the monster mentioned he would go a different route now that the stone was beyond his reach, Pomona continued, now clearly getting agitated. "Oh, I just wish Harry didn't have to deal with any of this. He does seem to be coping rather well though," Phileas pointed out, trying to be encouraging. "Yes, he is, despite the whole rumor fiasco with the dragon. I know what you mean. And while I agree it was for the best that the students weren't told everything, it can't be easy for Potter and Longbottom." "Yes, dragon tamers," Pomona said, shaking her head. "The students are certainly not without imagination." Pomona sighed, slightly frustrated with it all. She felt as if her hands were tied. "I'm sure this will pass over and become yet another part of Hogwarts lore," Phileas said. "Already, things are beginning to calm. The end-of-term tests are next week, and even the students know they can't afford to be distracted." "You're right, Phileas. I just wish all my Hufflepuffs only had tests to worry about, instead of Dark Lords, overbearing rumors and the like. It's too much for a child to handle, or anyone for that matter." "Have you spoken with Severus at all since it happened?" she asked, swiftly changing the subject. "Of course, though the conversation was shorter than I would have preferred," Phileas said. "But all conversations I have with Severus are short, so it's no surprise." He told Harry. "Told him what?" Phileas asked, confused. Evidently, Harry had noticed something off about his left arm the night Albus brought him to the infirmary. Phileas' eyes widened, instantly understanding. "So he just told him. Severus stated to me that he saw no point in hiding it." He felt Harry already knew of his position. How could Potter possibly know? Phileas asked incredulously. "Remus." Phileas frowned. "That doesn't seem like something Remus would do, unless—" He trailed off, seeing Pomona nodding. "Yes," Harry asked, Pomona explained. "I don't know the specifics, but his inquiries were enough to make Remus feel he should tell Harry a few things, but only what Harry would be able to find out on his own in public records. So Remus saved him the trouble and likely explained it in a responsible manner," Phileas reasoned out loud, now not as worried as he had been. Pomona nodded. "I suppose it was for the best then," Phileas said after a moment. "I do question the wisdom of telling an 11-year-old about being an active spy though, with or without there being public records. It's why I brought it up with you. I'm fairly certain Harry understands the danger of Severus' position, but I don't quite know what to do to help at all. At this time, I don't think there's anything you need to do. Just be there to answer his questions and be honest with him. From what I have been able to see, Potter responds best to complete honesty." Pomona nodded thoughtfully at that. "Yes, that has been my observation as well. When he first began taking lessons with Poppy, I had been a little concerned. I wasn't sure if he would be able to cope with certain parts of medical knowledge, you understand, but I've seen how Poppy explains things in a straightforward, no-nonsense manner, and he seems able to digest it accordingly and with very little embarrassment or awkwardness, unlike others his age. That's very good. I'm sure Potter will be able to become a fine healer when he graduates." Pomona nodded. I know Poppy has already begun speaking with a few of her old friends she met at the university and at St. Mungo's. I am sure there are already a number of people looking forward to possibly hiring Harry when he is of age, Fame aside. Yes, I can image, Phileas said, agreeing. Well, I need to prep the plants for the 4th year's tests next week. I need to finish organizing a few things as well, Phileas said, hoping down from his seat. I'm glad we had this little chat. I admit I have been curious about how Potter has been doing in your house. I suspect Minerva has been equally curious. I may have a conversation with her later. I wouldn't mind hearing some of her thoughts, as she had known a bit more about James than most. I'd like to know if certain quirks of his have been passed down to Harry or not. Phileas smiled. Well, from what you have told me, he resembles Lily more than James, but even then, Harry is quite unique. I doubt there has ever been anyone like him before. Harry pulled the curtains around his bed, deciding to call it a night. The past week had been very busy, studying and taking tests, but he was confident his efforts had been enough to get at least E's in most of his subjects. For history of magic he would be happy with an A, though getting an E didn't seem entirely impossible. The test had been easier than he had thought it would be. Granted, reading the book during class as Binns droned on and on about some goblin he had already discussed 50 times before probably helped. Sleep well, Harry, Coral hissed, curling herself on the edge of his pillow. Night, Coral, he said, getting under the covers. With a sigh, Harry closed his eyes, glad the busy week had resulted in his peers leaving him alone. The rumors and questions about the dragon had finally ended, and the school seemed to have moved on from inquiring about his and Neville's dragon-taming abilities. Not that it mattered all that much, as the summer holidays would begin the following week and their fascination with him would likely disappear over the break anyway. At least that's what Ernie assured him. Harry couldn't really blame the school for being curious, but the incessant whispering and amazed looks were annoying, though they did distract him from the pain he was feeling in his scar. It was now nearly non-stop. It was actually getting worse. He had told Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey, but they unfortunately couldn't do much to help. Pomfrey had given him some pain reliever of course, but Harry hated the way the potion made him feel lighter than he knew he should be. He hated the floaty feeling and actually preferred the pain over it. At least he could endure the pain and ignore it, at least for the most part, and it wasn't like the pain was unbearable, just there. Sort of like a cold sore. But it wasn't as simple as that, and Harry knew he shouldn't just brush it aside, but at this point there was little else he could do. He also knew he shouldn't allow himself to keep thinking about it. It wasn't healthy, but he did anyway. What was Voldemort doing? What was he thinking about? By the faint traces he was getting from the scar, it certainly wasn't anything good. He was gearing up for something, and it was very soon. It was as if the Dark Lord was eagerly waiting for Christmas morning or something. Harry only hoped they would be able to thwart him once again whenever he did strike. On another note, he had gotten back to reading the Occlumency book and practicing the simple exercises. With his school work done for that year, he felt the potions master would approve of his shift in studies. Harry smiled. He was confident he had done well on the potions test. When he had turned in his test and potion flask, the side of the professor's mouth had turned up, ever so slightly, in a way Harry had been able to identify as pride. It was a strange feeling. To his knowledge, he had never made anyone proud before. Maybe he would be able to do it again. He would certainly try. With that final happy thought, Harry surrendered to sleep. Harry grimaced, the pain in his scar mounting to such a degree it had woken him from his slumber. It felt so strong, even stronger than the times when Voldemort had been in the castle. It was thick, so potent that it felt as if the monster was right there in the room. With that, Harry's eyes snapped open, and he was suddenly aware of Coral right up against his shoulder, her flickering tongue by his ear. Something just entered, she whispered softly. Harry had almost missed her words. I can taste them. Harry remained still, his heart hammering in his chest as he now sensed a presence just on the other side of his bed's curtains. Harry's eyes turned to the dark cloth, hoping to see something, even though he didn't have his glasses on. Silently, Harry slipped his wand on his forearm free from his holster just as he caught movement at the edge of the curtain. A hand. It was gripping the edge of the cloth, and Harry knew something was going to happen soon. Whoever was on the other side, Voldemort or not, was going to open the curtain, and he had a very strong feeling it would not be good for him. The curtain was ripped aside, and Harry only had a split second to grab hold of Quirrell and leap off the bed. Avada Kedavra! Green light exploded forth, striking right where he had been lying as he launched himself back, falling onto the floor and ripping down the curtain on the bed's other side. The bed was instantly obliterated by the dark spell as the covers fell at his feet, somehow not having tangled around him. Quirrell was in his left hand as he clumsily threw forth the spell Smith had cast against Draco all those weeks ago. Evert Statham! Harry cried, precariously aiming at the blurry dark form on the opposite side of the bed before snatching his glasses from the bedside table as Quirrell instantly wrapped around his wrist. The spell was easily deflected by the dark wizard, who seemed to growl in annoyance. "Can't you just die, Potter?" he snarled before flicking his wand. Harry's wand was yanked from his grasp, but before he could react, the wizard thrust his wand at him again. "Avada Kedavra!" he shouted again as Harry's wand clattered to the floor somewhere near Justin's bed. Harry barely managed to roll behind the cylindrical furnace at the center of the room. The green spell rocketed to the floor and cracked it, shattered stone going everywhere. With his glasses now firmly on his face, Harry could make out the form in the low light. He was fat, short, and had frightening bright, slitted, red eyes. "Harry!" Neville cried as Ernie, Justin, and Zacharias shot up from their beds. "Run!" Harry shouted, now having to squint as the pain in his scar increased. Justin fled the room, being closest to the door. Smith was petrified in terror on his bed while Ernie wisely took refuge behind the side of his bed. Neville followed Ernie's strategy, falling alongside his bed and taking cover while pulling out his wand. Neville's curtains were not closed, as he preferred them open when he slept. "You will trouble me no longer, Potter. You're the one who's been troubling me, Voldemort," Harry shot back, now hoping to keep his would-be murderer's attention on himself. "You are intelligent at least," Voldemort stated, before throwing another spell, this one aimed at Harry's cover and forcing him to flee behind Neville's bed as the heater splintered. "Hiding will only postpone the inevitable." He shot another spell, this one hitting the wall beyond Neville's bed. It missed their heads by mere inches. Crouching lower, Harry grabbed Neville's arm. "Close your eyes when I head for the door," he whispered urgently as he removed his mother's wand from his calf holster. Neville nodded, tightening his grip on his own wand. Voldemort stepped forward. They could hear his feet crush some of what was left of Harry's bed in the room's heater. Voldemort cast another spell, and the bed they were behind launched upward before flying across the room and slamming against the far wall near the door. Neville's side table slid from the wall several feet, but remained upright, stopping where the end of Neville's bed once was. Harry squeezed Neville's arm in what he hoped would be interpreted as a signal before he dashed forward, his mind no longer trying to work out desperate strategies but reacting. "Lumos!" Harry thundered, his voice nearly cracking with his bellow as he slammed his eyes shut and threw as much power as he could into the spell. "Ah!" Voldemort screeched as the ray of white light, brighter than a flash of lightning, shot right into his face. Voldemort stumbled to the side slightly as he blinked several times, trying to clear his vision. He was now closest to Justin's bed, to the horror of Smith who was the next closest. Harry's momentum carried his small form forward, which was unfortunate as he tripped over the debris now covering the floor. He landed with a resounding thud and his head struck a slab of bent iron that had once been straight and part of the heater. Breathing hard, dazed and now bleeding, Harry looked up as the rather fat Dark Lord roared. Neville scrambled forward and took hold of Harry's foot and promptly yanked him back, sliding him across the floor as he desperately tried to get them both back behind the closest form of cover, which was now Harry's dilapidated bed. Voldemort was furious. "I'll kill you all," he declared as he blindly turned his wand to a random target. Neville. Avada Kedavra. There was nothing either of the boys could do in time. Time seemed to slow and Harry could only watch, from the floor and on his side, as the green beam raced toward Neville's chest. His eyes widened as he tried to move, tried to kick Neville away, tried to do anything to save his friend, but either from shock, exhaustion, or a concussion, he could do nothing. But he didn't have to. From the corner of his eye, he made out something small sailing forth from the top of Neville's side table and directly into the path of the green beam. Ribbit. It was over in an instant, and the faint plop of the small shape landing right by his head rang loudly in Harry's ears. All the while, Voldemort was firing spells randomly about the room in some kind of fit, totally having lost control of himself. Trevor. Neville breathed, utterly stunned as he stared down at the first meaningful gift he had ever received laying right beside his best friend's bleeding face. Harry's heart clenched for his friend, but he knew now was not the time for grieving as he quickly struggled to his knees, scooped Trevor up, and shoved Neville the rest of the way behind the cover they had almost gotten behind. As their forms hunched down behind the mound of shredded mattress, curtains, and bed frame, Voldemort continued his assault, but his tantrum was soon answered by an unwavering declaration and a powerful blasting hex right at the center of his flabby back. Pick on someone your own size. His body catapulted forward, slamming into the wall directly in the path of the door as the room's lights were turned on. Professor Sprout had arrived. Harry and the others remained where they were as Voldemort rotated about. He was even more atrocious in the light than he had been in the dark. Although the overweight man Voldemort was obviously occupying was cleanly shaven, it did little to help his appearance. His hair was wiry, although combed, and despite his dark and sleek clothing, it made him look more like Uncle Vernon attending a funeral than an intimidating wizard. He lifted his wand, revealing his right hand which was missing the forefinger. At the sight, Sprout released a quick gasp, before immediately continuing her offensive and entering the room. With precise flicks of her wand, she launched chunks of debris from the floor at him, forcing him to dodge or deflect them instead of casting as many curses as he would have otherwise. She was relentless, but he wasn't the most feared Dark Lord since Grindelwald for nothing. Deflecting the items being magically thrown by Sprout, though many struck him anyway, as he seemed to have been at least partially blinded by Harry's powerful lumos, he brought his hands to his chest. His wand was directly in front of his sternum as he gathered his magic, ignoring a slab of wood striking his shoulder. "Raw!" he shouted, opening his arms in a terrifying display of magical prowess. Everything in the room was ruthlessly slammed back away from him, including Harry and the other boys. Fragile items, like glass and pottery, exploded as the pulse of power brushed past them. Harry's glass lenses cracked, but thankfully, due to Muggle technology, they remained in their frames. Professor Sprout stood her ground, but had to protect herself from the items tossed about from the wave of thick magic. And then Voldemort truly went on the offensive. Harry and Neville stared in absolute horror as he whipped his wand about, and though it was clear he was having serious trouble seeing, his casting ability had not been hampered. Fire erupted from his wand as a harsh series of hisses came forth from his mouth. "Boys, behind me!" Sprout cried, dashing forward and sweeping her wand before her with an earnest purpose. Harry and the others didn't need to be told twice, though Ernie had to pull Smith with him from the bed as they all fled behind Sprout while Voldemort expelled even more flames from his wand and sent it out toward them all. Harry was the last one behind Sprout, turning as he felt the heat of fire licking at his back. "Professor!" He couldn't help but cry, alarmed as Sprout simply stood there, the flames rushing toward her. But she was not idle. She shifted her stance, swinging her wand in a mighty arc toward the ceiling. A clear dome appeared over her in the doorway, absorbing the heat and protecting them as she swept her wand across again. The fire was slammed aside, being propelled up and back as she thrust her free hand in that direction as well, forcing it into the top, right edge of the room. Through his shattered lenses and the transparent, conjured dome, Harry was barely able to make out Voldemort's form under the flames as something utterly bizarre happened. Voldemort was shrinking, and very quickly, transforming into something entirely inhuman. A rat. As Sprout continued to battle the flames, they saw the rat scurry to the left wall, where Harry and Neville's beds had once been, vanishing into a hole at the bottom of the stone wall. Suddenly, Harry felt himself yanked backward, away from the doorway and further into the hall of the dormitory. There were many sounds of movement, but all Harry saw was a rush of colorful robes closely followed by pitch black and a flurry of other robes of varying color and size. "Get them back, Severus!" A voice, clearly belonging to Dumbledore, shouted. Harry gasped as someone continued to pull him further away, before they suddenly stopped and applied pressure to the wounds on his face. Blinking, the wadded cloth was shifted so he could see, and he quickly found himself on the floor and in the arms of Cedric Diggory, who had removed his own outer robes and were using them to slow the bleeding. To his right, he saw Professor Snape's back and realized he had somehow been taken to the Hufflepuff common room in that time of chaotic movement. From the angle he could see, he noticed that the potion master had his wand out, and was blocking the entryway. He turned his eyes away, trying to see who else was in the room. He found Smith and Ernie on the couch beside some prefects, who were making sure they were all right. Justin was talking to Professor McGonagall and Neville was kneeling quietly beside Cedric, his eyes falling to Harry's left hand. Oh, he was still holding Trevor. Coral lowered her head sadly toward the amphibian. Sitting up, Cedric adjusting the cloth accordingly, Harry raised his eyes and met Neville's gaze. "Here, Neville," he whispered, gently offering the limp toad to him. Neville's eyes were already filled with tears as he took Trevor and quickly brought him to his chest. There were no words to be said. "It's a beautiful place to have him rest, Neville," Hagrid said gruffly as he gave the lumpy stone a firm hit with his fist to stick it in the earth. Harry, Neville, Professor Sprout, and Hagrid were behind Hagrid's hut, gathered before the small resting place of Neville's former pet. They would all be heading home the next day, allowing the professors to finally begin placing and improving the castle's wards later that week. The attack on Harry by the Dark Wizard, the Ministry did not wish to confirm it was in fact Voldemort, possession or no, had been made public, as it was impossible to keep it a secret when so many students in the dormitory had heard the curses and Professor Sprout combating flames. Not to mention the completely ruined dorm room. Thankfully, the things in their trunks had made it unscathed. The flames had not had time to burn through them, so things like Harry's invisibility cloak were completely fine, to their great relief. Professor Sprout had also been able to return Harry's primary wand to him, though its handle had been slightly charred. Other than that though, it was undamaged and was still able to be used. The hours following the attack had passed in a blur. Being checked over and cured by Madame Pomfrey, she didn't allow Harry to use parcel magic due to the concussion and mild magical fatigue, and questioned by the headmaster. In the end, they determined the Dark Lord had managed to possess an animagus and infiltrate the school as a rat would, through the crevasses in the walls. Harry suspected there was more going on, but, at this point, he didn't want to know. Neville sniffled, giving the small gravestone a gentle pat. "I'll never forget you, Trevor." He stepped back beside Harry, both of them looking down at the stone, which had carefully been engraved by their head of house. "So, he's going back to the Dursleys," Severus said. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore looked up from behind his desk. "He will not be remaining there all summer, Severus, I assure you, but that is the safest place for him, and the wards need to be refreshed by his presence." Severus had to agree. Besides Hogwarts and a few other places, the wards at number 4 provided the best protection for the boy, as long as he was in the house. Harry had to ensure those wards remained, Dursleys or no, at least for now. "Pomona told me you had her inform Potter of the wards and the amount of time needed to re-strengthen them." 3 weeks. The potions master moved closer to the desk, but did not sit at the nearby chair. "It is a conservative estimate, I admit, but as they are the only blood wards I have ever placed, I prefer to be cautious. Besides, I need time to make the appropriate arrangements." "You have decided where he will stay then?" "I have a few ideas." "But you're not going to tell me," Severus supplied simply. He had expected it. "Not yet," Albus said. "I see. Then he will not be going to the Longbottoms, I gather?" he asked, sort of shooting in the dark, searching for clues. "No. Augusta has expressed her concerns with me. At this time, I feel it would be unwise to suggest having Harry stay at the Longbottom mansion this summer." Severus' eyebrows rose. That did surprise him. He had always thought Augusta was made of sterner stuff. But then, he had only gotten to really know her after Neville's 5th year. Understandably, she is quite alarmed by what has happened. It saddens me to admit, but I believe she is frightened by young Harry, and what his proximity means for her grandson. She is not forbidding their friendship, is she? No, she is stronger than that and would never dream of taking away her grandson's first friend, but I would not be surprised if she began giving subtle suggestions to the boy. HMPH, I doubt Longbottom will take kindly to that. He and Potter are as close as brothers. Yes, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling brightly, they are. At that, Severus finally sat down. "Has the Ministry begun an investigation yet?" he asked, changing the subject. Dumbledore became still. "Madame Bones has been quite an ally of justice. She's putting pressure on the minister to go public with it and finally question Sirius Black under Veritaserum." Dumbledore sighed. I knew something was off about Sirius' conviction, but with all the evidence, the boy's own very vocal confession of, I killed them, and everyone's emotions high right after Voldemort's fall. Then you believe Black is innocent of all counts now? Severus asked, implanting some surprise and confusion into his voice. When Pomona showed me her memory in the pensieve, the mystery came together. I don't know without a doubt, of course, but as Peter has been alive all this time. There is also what Remus revealed yesterday. Dumbledore shook his head in amazement. Animagi. Severus allowed himself to appear lost in thought. This could work well. Severus, the youngest Weasley boy, he had misplaced a pet rat not long before Quirrell. Dumbledore's eyes widened, quickly coming to the conclusion, or at least possibility, Severus wished him to. If you would excuse me, Severus, I believe I need to speak with the Weasleys, he said. Severus gave him a soft nod before promptly leaving. You think you'll be able to visit this summer? Neville asked. I'm not sure. I hope so, Harry answered. Don't forget you can come over to my house whenever you want. Father said he would get the ministry to set up the Flow network to your relatives if you wished, Draco put in. All you have to do is all me. Draco was merely stopping into Harry and Neville's compartment for part of the ride to the station. Vincent and Gregory were in a different compartment with some other Slytherins. I'm not sure that would be a good idea. I'd love to come, don't get me wrong, but my relatives, they really don't like magic at all. So much so that I've convinced Dobby to stay and help the other house elves at Hogwarts for now. And even though Professor Snape spoke to the Dursleys before Hogwarts, setting up a Flow. I see. Well, you don't have to come by Flow, you know. There's always the night bus. That's true, Harry said, wondering if he'd be able to visit during the weeks he was refreshing the wards. And we'll be corresponding by owl regularly, so scheduling a visit won't be difficult, Draco continued, before pausing. Your relatives won't get too upset with that, will they? I think anything I do in my room they will ignore, thanks to the professor, which is more than I ever could have wished for before Hogwarts. Harry grew still, suddenly looking tired. Draco and Neville could tell there was something more to that statement, but saw Harry would probably never say more. Wow, they must be pretty horrible. Stupid muggles, Draco spat. Why must you stay with them? Surely Dumbledore could have found you a different place. Well, for right now, they're the safest place for me outside of Hogwarts. Professor Sprout said it has to do with my being related to my aunt through my mum. Harry wasn't sure how much he should say. He hadn't been told to keep any of it a secret, but there was Draco's father to consider. Was he being paranoid? I suppose that makes sense, Draco said before getting up. Well, I should get back to Crabbe and Goyle. They promised not to eat all the candy, but they're pretty forgetful. Harry and Neville smiled, amused. I'll owl you when I get to the Dursleys, Draco, Harry promised. Very good, Potter, Draco answered, before heading out and receiving a parting nod from Neville. Sirius Black looked up, hearing something he rarely ever did. The door to his cell opening. He looked up, the deep coldness of the Dementors having lessened somewhat. Stand up, Black. You're coming with us, the guard said gruffly. He did as he was told, shakily standing. What's going on? Don't ask questions. Just do as we say. Black, utterly confused, but so grateful to be away from the Dementors to really care, was taken away. He wasn't sure if the events that followed were real or not. He had imagined something like this happening soon after he had first been caught. However, with the Dementors' constant presence, he had slowly lost all hope. He desperately hoped he would not wake from this hallucination. Severus folded the Daily Prophet and put it aside. So it was done. Madame Bones, determined to get to the truth, had done it. It had taken her well over a week, but she had convinced the minister and, thanks to Dumbledore, had arranged a trial to be done in front of the Wizengamot, a trial 10 years overdue. Fudge was made out to be a man of justice, of course, and Black was the poor victim of circumstance in the past war. Severus swirled the liquid in his glass as he sat down, the paper on the table falling open to display the front page once more. Sirius Black cleared of all charges. He wondered what would happen now. The healers, in examining Black, had ordered him to extended bed rest. For good or ill, the man would not be up and around for the rest of the summer. He had, understandably, some serious problems from his time in Azkaban. He would have to endure many hours with mind healers and other specialists. Part of Severus almost felt sorry for the mutt. He shook his head. He only hoped this would be a good thing for Harry in the long run. Last time, Black had recovered on his own and had barely managed to keep himself near the definition of sane before getting killed in an ambush at the Ministry. That was soon before Voldemort took control and obliterated everything resembling good in the wizarding world. Before good truly began to lose. Refocusing, he wondered when Harry would be told about Black. Knowing Dumbledore, it would be as late as possible. Well, he supposed for right now there was no reason to tell Harry. It wasn't like Black was well enough for visitors anyway, and Harry as a distraction would no doubt hinder the man's recovery. Besides, they would be talking with Harry before too long anyway. In about 2 weeks, he would be relocated to wherever Dumbledore had deemed safe, and, in that time, they would also tell him about his slumbering status. Severus glanced back at the paper before standing up. Well, time to get back with the other professors and continue improving the wards. Merlin, he was grateful Albus had listened to his suggestions, especially the last one. Hopefully it would all turn out the way he was envisioning and the oldest Weasley would once again become a helpful ally. Bill Weasley nervously followed his former head of house toward the Great Hall. Apparently, his knowledge of ancient Egyptian wards had impressed at least one professor, and he had been recommended, by name, to help. Bill was still trying to wrap his mind around it. Why had he, who had only just finished his apprenticeship, been asked to help lay new defensive wards around one of the most powerful castles in Europe? Shouldn't the headmaster be asking a ward master to help? Why him, William Arthur Weasley, a young, inexperienced curse breaker? And why had they sent for him now? It was well known that the work on the wards had commenced immediately after term had ended. And that was another thing. The wards had been vastly improved already. He had instantly felt the difference when he stepped foot on the grounds. It was amazing what they had done in 2 weeks. Hogwarts had always felt powerful and inviting to welcomed visitors, but now it felt protective and bold. It was still inviting, at least to him, but there was an underlying feel to it all that almost bellowed, "Hurt those within my walls and you will be expelled." It was quite intimidating and impressive. He wondered how the professors had created something like this. Nothing he had ever read made wards feel this way. Though, Hogwarts was very old and had hundreds of wards rooted to her foundation, all of which went toward protecting her inhabitants. Perhaps this newly unified purpose was the reason. Severus was quite adamant in sending for you. I do wonder what he believes you capable of, McGonagall said offhandedly as they came to the doors of the Great Hall. Bill nearly fell. As it was, he stumbled forward and had to stop to keep his balance. Severus Snape, the Bat of the Dungeons, the Bane of the Twins, the most feared and despised professor of Hogwarts, had called for him. This was reality, right? Mr. Weasley, I do hope you intend to follow me into the Great Hall. I would hate to inform the headmaster and the other professors you were somehow indisposed out here. Bill straightened, quickly gathering himself. Professor Snape was the one to request me. Yes. Albus at first wanted to call for a ward master, but Severus would have none of that and managed to convince him of your abilities. McGonagall stared at him with her keen eyes, clearly wondering herself what had possessed Severus to call for the young man before her, rather than an experienced warder. Bill himself couldn't blame her. I see. Bill swallowed before following her into the Great Hall, McGonagall once again leading the way. Ah, Minerva, Albus said, standing up as she came up to the table before looking to Bill. William, I'm glad you've agreed to help us. No problem, though, honestly, sir, I feel this may be a bit beyond me at the moment, he said hesitantly. Nonsense, my boy. Severus is certain of your abilities, and I trust his judgment, Dumbledore continued, ignoring the glare sent his way from the potion's master. Bill nervously looked to the dark-robed spy. Thank you for your vote of confidence, sir. You are capable, Weasley, and I saw no reason for this task to be given to any other, Severus stated tonelessly. Bill blinked, not knowing what to say. Well then, let's get started, shall we? Albus said happily. Professors, what exactly I mean, what do you need me to do? Bill asked. I gather it has something to do with the wards. Minerva didn't tell you? Albus asked, actually appearing a bit baffled before turning to his deputy. I decided it was best for you to tell him, Albus. You're the headmaster, after all, she said. Dumbledore gave a slight nod in thoughtful agreement before focusing back on Bill. You're going to help us get rid of a little curse, William. As a curse breaker, I believe you are qualified. Harry sighed. Other than the library, there wasn't much for him to look forward to at the Dursleys, and unfortunately even his escape to the library was constrained. He wasn't allowed to be gone for more than an hour, and since the library was a 25-minute walk one way, it didn't give him much time to browse or peruse the shelves for books. But he supposed it was for the best. With kids going missing lately, he figured he should do as his aunt said, even though her concern wasn't for him but what Professor Snape would do to them if anything happened to him. The kidnappings were on the news almost every day. So far, 8 kids had been taken with no clues as to who the perpetrator, or perpetrators, was or why they were doing this. There were no ransom notes or demands, no witnesses, or disturbances. The other worrisome thing was that it didn't seem to matter if the child was in their home or not. There had been kids taken from their beds, backyards, and neighborhood playgrounds. It was actually pretty scary. If Harry didn't know better, he would suspect magic, but why on earth would wizards do this? He didn't know a whole lot about the wizarding world yet, but had been able to gather that many wizards didn't feel muggles were even worth their time. So why kidnap muggle kids? Harry shook his head, going into the kitchen to fix a quick bit of lunch for himself before he would retreat back to his room and finish looking over the simple anatomy book the kind librarian had gotten for him. He would be going to the library later that afternoon to return the book and get another like he did every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. It had become quite a routine for him. He even left at the same hour. This was because of the Dursleys, of course. Supposedly, this stout routine prevented him from messing up any of their plans. Harry didn't see how that was, but at this point it was just better to go along with their demands. It wouldn't help anyone for him to point out that this routine actually forced them to schedule around him, rather than the other way around, but, whatever. The Creeveys called police early this morning when they found their youngest son, Dennis Creevey, age 9, was missing. Police have yet to make a statement, but it appears the silent kidnappers have struck again. Dudley was in the living room with Aunt Petunia and the TV was on the news. Harry paused, curious. Like most of the other children, Dennis Creevey was last seen in his bed, after being tucked in last night. No sign of break-in has been found and no ransom has been made. Harry sighed. So now it was 9. Madam Bones was having a slow day, that is, until a longtime friend and co-worker, Kingsley Shacklebolt, gave her a disturbing bit of information. By chance, he had learned about an odd series of kidnappings going on in the Muggle world, as a niece of a friend was one of them. Thankfully, Kingsley had had the insight to look into the matter and discovered something even more troubling. The children being taken, they were all Muggleborns, between the ages of 5 and 9. He had looked into the Magical Children Archive and learned they were all registered as future students of Hogwarts, to be notified upon their 11th year with the letter of acceptance from Hogwarts. The archive, which could only be viewed if one had clearance, not only showed their name, age, and appearance but their address and other private information. But this was not the worst of it. The archive had a logbook, showing when it had been opened and which files had been read, and who had viewed them. Mysteriously, where a name should have appeared in the logbook, there was none. Someone had confounded it. However, there was a date. Someone, on June 20th, just 2 days before the first child had been kidnapped, had looked at the archive, viewing 30 files, all of which were on young Muggleborn. So far, 8 of those 30 had been kidnapped. What should we do, madam? Kingsley asked her. I'm not sure yet, but I think we both agree that whoever is doing this is a very skilled wizard. Kingsley nodded as Madam Bones paused and thought. He gave her a moment to think. Kingsley, I want you to look at the other logbooks of classified information. See if any of them have been viewed around the same day or if any of them have been confounded. If they can get into this information, they might have gotten into other sensitive material. You think there may be a connection to the Forbidden Library? He asked. Dumbledore gave us the heads up there, and now someone is taking his future students. I wouldn't be surprised if there was somehow a connection, she said, her eyes meeting his. Just hurry. There are 22 other children out there on this kidnappers list. I will begin organizing a covert investigation while you check those logbooks. Yes, madam. Madam Bones gave a quiet sigh as Kingsley shut the door behind him. Why would anyone want to take young Muggleborns? After taking a few last-minute notes on what he found informative in the book, Harry was ready to head to the library. When he returned, he would write to Draco and Neville, and tell them a bit more about Muggle libraries and what book he had borrowed this time. He had yet to visit either of them for the summer, but it was barely 3 weeks into the break and, since he would be leaving the Drillseas soon, there was still plenty of time for visits. Or at least that's what he told himself. However, strangely, neither Draco nor Neville had asked about him coming to their homes. He supposed it was because they knew he would have to say no, though it still hurt a little for some reason. Well, hopefully when the headmaster found him a different place to stay, he could bring it up with them and visit them later in the summer. "I'm going to the library, Aunt Petunia," Harry said, stepping into the living room to let her know. "I'll be back in an hour." She simply huffed and waved him off. With a shrug, he headed out, already savoring the peaceful walk even before he got off the Dursleys' property. Any time out of that house was a blessing. "It's so nice to be outside," Quirrell hissed from the safety and cover of his East pocket, agreeing with his mood. "What did you find, Kingsley?" Madame Bones asked, looking up from her papers to find her friend looking uneasy. "We need to contact Dumbledore right away." "What did you find?" she asked again as she stood, not liking the slight sharpness in his voice that she rarely ever heard from him. This was urgent. She moved to the fireplace, already preparing to contact the old headmaster. "I found one other classified file viewed, and its logbook was confounded too. It was the file on Harry Potter and it was viewed on the same day as those in the archive." Understandably, Harry's file had been removed from the archive a long time ago and placed in its own secure registry, though, it was now clear it was no longer secure. "Go to the boy's home right away. Go as a salesman or something, just make sure he remains in the house. We can't tip this guy off, whoever he is, and that's assuming he's working alone, which I doubt. I think we have just stumbled upon something big, Kingsley. We can't afford to mess this up." "I understand. I'll go now," he said, already on his way out as Bones turned to the fireplace. "Back again, I see," an elderly lady behind the counter said. "Yes, ma'am," Harry answered, handing her the book he had hurriedly chosen to be checked out. "Thinking about becoming a doctor?" she asked as she stamped the book's card after pausing slightly at the book's title, Clinically Oriented Anatomy, 3rd edition. "A little. My professors said I should read up on it, since I'm interested," Harry said as she handed him the book. She smiled. "Enjoy." Harry returned the smile as he thanked her and quickly headed out. He was pushing it to get back to the Dursleys in the allotted time. Just over 20 minutes left. He would need to jog part of the way to ensure he didn't get scolded by Aunt Petunia. He headed down a quiet street behind the library, cutting between 2 office buildings and quickening his pace as he went around a dumpster, the medical book under his arm. It was so loud, so close, and so quick, Harry's heart nearly leapt into his throat, but it had nothing on what happened next. "Gotcha." It was more of a growl than a voice. 2 powerful arms wrapped around him, and he felt Quirrell shift against his chest in his East pocket to avoid from getting smashed by the muscular limbs as an unforgiving yank wrenched him to the side. A portkey. Arriving wherever this person had taken him, Harry didn't bother thinking about what he should do, but immediately began struggling with his captor. "Let me go," he shouted, kicking and trying to free his arms. All he got in response was laughter from the man, who was now holding him by his right wrist. The library book fell and landed on the floor with a thud as he quickly became aware of others in the room and an all too familiar sense. These people, every single one of them, were werewolves. In human form, of course, as it wasn't even night, but he knew they were werewolves. He could feel the curse thick in the room. Harry froze, raising his eyes to look up at the man who was still tightly gripping his thin wrist. The man was massive and his eyes were entirely inhuman. This man had truly embraced the curse. "What do you want?" Harry managed, despite his thundering heart. The man grinned, his expression more feral than human. "More than I can say," the man stated, hoisting Harry's arm up and making Harry have to stand on his toes. "You're such a small thing, you." "No, but impressive, I admit. Too bad things weren't different. You would have made a good cub." That didn't sound good, but before Harry could even process anything further, his scar flared in pain and the sound of a door opening echoed in the room. "You may put him down, Greyback. I dare say his shoulder is about to pop." Harry's breath caught in his throat. He would recognize that voice anywhere, for it was the same one that had almost killed his best friend. Greyback rotated about slowly, Harry's toes barely grazing the floor. "Bring him to me, Greyback," Voldemort stated. "The deal was that I would get to play before handing him over to you." "Then by all means, play," Voldemort answered simply, as if he knew he would immensely enjoy what was to come, turning his eyes to Harry who was still dangling in the air. He needed to get out of there. There was no time to think, no time to even be afraid. He needed to get away, and now. "Fox base," Harry bellowed, trusting in the emergency portkey Dumbledore had given him that was on the necklace around his neck. The pull was violent, but whether that was because it was an emergency portkey or because Greyback had an unbreakable hold on his wrist, Harry didn't know. The only thing he did know was that Greyback was with him, and furious. They landed on a hard floor, and the next thing Harry knew was that Greyback was on top of him, snarling. He felt his wrist crack under the man's powerful grip, before he felt a blow of an open hand slash against his side, the man's nails as sharp as razor blades. Harry cried out as Coral launched up from his pocket, her small fangs sinking into the flesh of Greyback's nose, releasing as much venom as she could into him. "Don't touch my Harry." Greyback lurched back with a howl, but he was not finished with Harry, batting Coral off his face with a merciless swipe. Harry raised his arms and legs defensively, trying to protect his chest as Greyback brought his arms down once more. He could feel the werewolf's angry, unforgiving magic pulsing within his mighty form as the man's hand came around his throat, the other coming down onto his raised arm. Was he going to die? No, he couldn't let himself die. Not here, not like this, and not now. Harry snapped his eyes open, his previous flight response switching completely into fight. "Get off!" Harry roared, adrenaline coursing through him as his magic responded just as strongly. His eyes flashed white as his magic erupted. It sounded as if a firecracker had gone off in a large can, followed by a dull roar. There was no bright flash of light or color, instead, it was as if there was a massive invisible ball of fire, creating a clear collection of layered waves in the air as Greyback was blasted back across the office. He was slammed back so hard that he broke the headmaster's desk in two. But Greyback had not given up, nor was he even all that hurt. Swiftly rising to his feet and calling his wand into his hand, a deep growl rumbling forth from his chest, Greyback stared back at Harry, who had barely managed to lift his head from the floor to stare back. Harry was faintly aware of the portraits yelling, some in anger, others in horror as time seemed to slow. It was in this moment Harry realized something. He couldn't win this fight. Greyback was stronger, bigger, and faster. Even with his unique magic, he was no match for Greyback. Harry clenched his jaw, moving his hand to retrieve his wand even as Greyback advanced, all the while knowing he would be too late to produce any sort of defense or counter to the coming assault. "I will devour you," Greyback declared, blood dripping from the bite on his nose. Greyback leapt forward, his wand above his head, ready to cast, as his mouth opened in a terrifying display of brute savagery. He was in the air, his momentum more than enough to propel him the rest of the way to Harry, but he was intercepted. There was a flash of green by the fireplace, and Harry could only make out a flurry of colorful movement at the corner of his left eye as Ku Kung. Greyback was ruthlessly bashed in the side of his chest by an invisible force, and it was soon followed by a head-buzzing bond and an echoing crack as two more spells mercilessly collided into his flying form. The sudden attack vastly altered the werewolf's trajectory, forcing him directly into the side bookcase, which shattered on impact. Greyback landed with a thud, and he didn't move after that. Harry quickly turned toward where the spells had come from and found Albus Dumbledore standing just in front of the fireplace, wand in hand and beyond livid. His eyes were the sharpest blue Harry had ever seen, and his magic was rippling in the air so strongly that it was practically visible. But the ferocity he had just displayed immediately melted, and if Harry had not witnessed it himself, he never would have thought the headmaster capable of it. "Harry," Dumbledore breathed, hurrying to kneel at his side as Coral slithered back to him and wrapped around his good wrist. "Headmaster, he took me," Harry managed, for the moment ignoring his injuries. "But I got away. I used the portkey. Don't move, Harry. Poppy will be here soon," he said, gently placing his old hand on Harry's chest as he looked for injuries. Albus had to fight down a surge of rage when he spotted blood speckling the side of Harry's slashed shirt. Lifting it, he found the cuts from Greyback, but was relieved to find they were shallow. "Where did he take you, Harry? Tell me everything," he said, deciding to begin collecting information. Harry closed his eyes before looking back up. Dumbledore felt his insides tense as he took in Harry's expression. What had happened to Voldemort? We were in a large room. A chamber maybe. And there were others werewolves. I felt them. Albus was about to ask what had happened there, but was interrupted by Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape running into the office. "Albus, what's happened here?" Pomfrey cried, kneeling by Harry's other side and casting a diagnostic charm. The office was in shambles and the desk and bookshelf were in pieces, but her eyes quickly fell to Harry, who was on his back near the side entrance into the headmaster's chambers. Dumbledore forced himself to keep his voice steady as he looked up. "Madame Bones called me to her office to discuss something important, and just as I was leaving to return here, I was notified of the emergency portkey activating." Pomfrey nodded, prompting him to continue, as she had been notified as well. "I returned through the flow just as Greyback launched himself from the remains of my desk toward Harry. I intercepted him as swiftly as I could," Dumbledore said, before looking back down at Harry. Harry didn't say anything, but looked grateful for the headmaster's actions. "Let's get you to the infirmary," Pomfrey said to Harry as she healed his wrist with a flick of her wand. "Severus?" Albus asked, watching as his potions master approached Greyback's motionless form with his wand aimed, just in case. "He's dead," Severus stated frankly. Dumbledore frowned. "I didn't cast any lethal spells." Severus shook his head and knelt down, getting a closer look. "Spells had nothing to do with it. I believe this is Quirrell's doing," he stated, before looking to Harry. Harry began, about to apologize while defending Quirrell but stopped as Professor Snape moved beside Pomfrey. Quirrell didn't move, but it was not out of fear. "Don't apologize, Potter," Severus stated. "Greyback was trying to kill you, and may have succeeded if Quirrell had not defended you, providing enough time for the headmaster to arrive. Besides, I dare say Quirrell has done everyone a favor. Greyback has bitten more people than any other known werewolf. He is responsible for the suffering of many people. If I had been here, I would have done nothing less than what Quirrell has done." Harry swallowed thickly, speechless. "Severus, please notify the Aurors. I will join Poppy and Harry to the infirmary," Dumbledore stated, deciding to ignore the ruthlessness he had just heard from his spy. Severus gave a short nod as Pomfrey levitated Harry up and followed Dumbledore to the infirmary. Nicholas patted his wife's hand as they entered the classroom they had been directed by Minerva to wait for Albus in. They would not be meeting Albus in his office that night, as the place had yet to be repaired. "I knew we should have insisted on him moving in with us immediately," Perenelle Flammel muttered to her husband. "We can't do anything about it now, but at least the lad will be coming home with us once Madame Pomfrey clears him." "How much did Albus tell you?" "Only that he had made it in time to save Harry from Greyback. He briefly mentioned Harry had been injured, but it didn't sound serious. Honestly, I believe Albus is a bit more concerned with the boy's emotional state." "Well, it's no wonder. The child has been attacked nearly continuously ever since he learned about magic." Just then, the door opened and Albus entered. Severus quietly approached the back end of the hospital wing into the bed in which Harry was laying. Harry was still and had his back to most of the room, but Severus knew he wasn't sleeping. Slowly, he came to the side of the bed. "Potter." Harry gave a small start, before turning and giving him a small smile. Quirrell was sleeping soundly wrapped around his healed wrist. Thankfully, Greyback had not injured her too badly when he had tossed her aside. "The headmaster has gone to make the final arrangements for where you will be staying," Severus said simply, before conjuring himself a chair and taking a seat. "Oh, do you know where that will be?" Harry asked. "Not at this time, but the headmaster has assured me it is a place you will enjoy for the rest of the summer. He has also hinted that, if you truly like it, it may become a bit more permanent." "You mean, I won't need to stay at the Dursleys anymore?" Harry asked, hopeful. "Perhaps, as it is clear the Dursleys do not provide the care and safety you need and deserve. They will certainly be hearing from me in the near future," he stated flatly. "This isn't their fault, sir. I was on my way back from the library when it happened. And they have been giving me enough food and leaving me be. Even so, you should never have been in a situation allowing Greyback to even approach you. And isn't the library over a mile away?" Well, yes, Harry admitted, looking down before heaving a heavy sigh and turning his head away. Severus suspected correctly that Harry was finding it difficult to rein in his emotions. You feel weak, don't you, Potter? Severus asked, deciding on a course of action. Harry bit his lip as he slowly sat up and pulled his legs up. You are a child, Potter. And need I remind you Greyback was a werewolf. Fully grown and trained wizards have been hurt by him. The fact you were aware enough to activate the portkey and knew when to fight back the way you did very well, Potter. Most adults wouldn't have been able to react as intelligently. He was so strong, and fast. If the headmaster hadn't come when he did, he would have. Harry swallowed. You're right, he would have killed you, but the headmaster did come. Severus shifted the chair closer to the bed. I will not try to whitewash reality for you, Harry. I believe it's a foolish thing to do, especially when the truth is right in front of you. Harry remained silent. You will get stronger, Harry. You will become a powerful wizard, and not simply because of your magic ability, but because of your determination and compassion. Never forget those are your strongest qualities. Severus is right, my boy. Harry jumped, turning his eyes to the headmaster who had just come up behind the potions master. Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey were with him. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and conjured a chair beside Severus before conjuring 2 more for Pomona and Poppy on the other side of the bed. Well now, since you are awake, I'd like to speak with you, Harry, Albus said, moving the conversation right along as he sat. Harry waited, wondering if they wanted him to retell what had happened, even though he had already told most of it to the headmaster earlier. I have a favor to ask of you, Harry. Nothing big, mind you, I would simply like to procure your memory of this afternoon, Dumbledore said. My memory? Harry asked, confused. I have a pensieve. It allows the user to view memories. All you need to do is think about this afternoon, and I will extract your memory. I will return it to you once we have viewed it. Oh, all right, Harry managed, still a little puzzled but willing to go along with it. You've already told me what you remember, but this will allow Madame Bones and the Aurors to perhaps find more clues, Dumbledore continued. Okay, so I just think of what happened. Yes, the memory will be at the surface of your mind and magic will do the rest, Dumbledore said, taking out a glass vial from his pocket. Severus gave him an encouraging nod. Ready, Harry? Albus asked, gently lifting his wand and placing the tip at Harry's temple. Yeah, Harry answered, before Dumbledore whispered something and slowly pulled his wand away, extracting a silver wisp and swiftly placing it in the awaiting glass container. Thank you, Harry. Hopefully with this, and the portkey, the Aurors will be able to track Voldemort down. I hope so, Harry agreed. Dumbledore put the memory aside before refocusing on him. Harry, there's something else I must discuss with you. It has nothing to do with recent events, but rather. If I may, Headmaster, perhaps it would be easier if I. Severus paused, realizing he had just interrupted his employer. Very well, Severus, Albus said, unfazed. If anything, Severus suspected he was actually pleased for some reason. Inwardly shaking his head, he cleared his throat and looked at Harry. Do you remember what I told you in Diagon Alley? He asked, deciding that would be a good place to start. Particularly about the legacy spell. Harry slowly nodded. You said you would talk to me about my abilities when I was ready. Correct. Well, there is something that we feel you should be told now. Okay, Harry said, relaxing slightly, now that he knew this had nothing to do with Greyback or what had happened earlier that day. There are different kinds of wizards in the world, some stronger than others, in magic ability, Severus said, glancing at Dumbledore. The unique cases include sorcerers, warlocks, and mages. Few people know this, but I am a warlock, Dumbledore put in. I tend to avoid bringing attention to this as most people associate being a warlock as being dark. Though, I am Chief Warlock for the Wizengamot, but that's more of a title than anything else. A warlock? Harry asked. My magic is stronger overall and better suited to performing advanced forms of transfiguration and combining spells with alchemy than other wizards. This ability, of course, can easily be twisted into unpleasant things, which is why people are leery about warlocks. Dumbledore's eyes darkened, as if recalling something. The wizarding world has experienced the tyranny of many warlocks in her history. Am I a warlock then? Harry asked, deciding parcel magic was sort of similar to transfiguration. No, Professor Sprout said, causing him to turn to her. You are what is called a slumbering mage. It simply means you have the potential of becoming a specific type of mage. Okay. It concerns your locked magic, Potter, Severus explained. Once you have learned the proper amount of control, your magic will eventually unlock and you will become a fully realized mage. An awakened mage, to be exact. What does that mean exactly? Harry asked. Not much is known about slumbering mages, but what is known is that they have the innate ability to manipulate magic beyond the norm. They surpass the magical prowess of all other wizards, but it takes a great deal of work and practice on their part to get to that point, fully awakening their magic, Dumbledore answered. We just want you to be aware of what we know, so you will know a little of what to expect as time goes on, dear, Professor Sprout said. It is going to be a long while before you need to worry about much of what we're saying, but it would be wrong of us to say nothing. Harry nodded, appreciating their honesty and apparent faith in him. So, there's been other slumbering mages? He asked. The last known and confirmed one was a child named Abramelino in the 1700s. Unfortunately, he was murdered, and his murder remains a mystery, Severus supplied. Merlin is rumored to have been one. Everyone knows he was a mage, but scholars are still unsure whether or not he was an awakened one or not, Poppy said, privately wanting to bop Severus. Really, to bring up murder at a time like this? Merlin. Harry was amazed. They nodded, amused by his wonder. What's the difference between a mage and an awakened one? Harry asked. Well, someone who is born as a mage has access to all of their magic the moment they are born. It is a unique advantage, and they are naturally gifted in many aspects of magic, Dumbledore explained. A wizard prodigy. So, like a genius? Harry asked. In a magical sense, yes, Dumbledore said with a nod. And an awakened mage. This is not quite an ideal illustration, but it will have to do. Have you seen those wrist and ankle weights some muggles use to help them get in shape? Severus asked, earning an impressed glance from Albus. Yeah, the neighbor at number 7 wears them whenever he runs, Harry answered, wondering what this had to do with anything. They look pretty heavy, or at least the ones he uses. Now, imagine yourself having weights like that, going throughout your day with them on all the time. It would be difficult at first, correct? Harry nodded. Well, what would happen if, after years of wearing them, you were to take them off? I suppose things would be a lot easier, Harry said. And I'd be stronger. Severus nodded. When a slumbering mage awakens, it is much like someone taking off weights they have been carrying for a long time. Do you understand? I think so, Professor, but, I mean, are you sure I'm slumbering, as it's called? Harry asked, his fascination with it all now fading into disbelief. Yes, Severus stated. What I was shown through the legacy spell and what I've seen in the past year verifies it for me. What do you mean? Harry asked. From the few documented cases of slumbering mages, it is known that there are signs that surface as they get closer to awakening. You, Harry, have already shown some of these, Dumbledore calmly explained. Harry's eyebrows rose. What signs? Your control of magic within your body and the bodies of others, for one. Granted, some of that can be attributed to your ability to use parcel magic, but not all of it. You manipulated my magic with ease when you healed my hand before winter break. That is quite a feat, as my magic can be rather domineering, may be the best word. Your ability to calm your accidental magic is another. Few wizards can do what you can so soon after their emotions have gotten the better of them, Dumbledore answered. Harry looked down. He didn't really feel it was a big deal. Well, either way, Harry, we just want you to know what to expect. We don't want your own magic to come as a surprise to you, Professor Sprout said soothingly, patting his hand that was resting on his knee. There was a brief moment of silence before the headmaster shifted forward in his chair. Well, the final arrangements have been made for where you will be staying the rest of the summer, Dumbledore said. Would you like to meet your caretakers now, or after you have rested? Now, please, Harry said, eager to meet the people who very well may replace the Dursleys. Dumbledore smiled, amused and relieved by Harry's apparent resilience. I will send them in then. He stood, quickly followed by Severus, Pomona, and Poppy. Harry, this is Master Nicholas Flamel and his wife, Perenelle Flamel, Dumbledore introduced. Nicholas, Perenelle Harry Potter. Nicholas appeared to be in his mid-50s, white peppering his brownish blonde hair. He was clean-shaven and was shorter than Dumbledore and had broad shoulders. Perenelle was around the same age, appearance-wise, and had her hair in a loose bun. Harry couldn't help but fidget where he sat. He was going to be staying with the Flamels. "Hello," he said a little shyly, but he held out his hand to shake Nicholas's. Quirrell was on his left wrist, gazing at them. They didn't seem to mind her presence at all. "Nice to meet you, lad. I have heard a bit about you, but I hope to get to know you well for myself during the rest of the summer," Nicholas said kindly. "We have a room all set up for you, child. We do hope you will like it," Perenelle said happily. "Thank you. I'm sure I will, but I hope it hasn't been too much trouble," Harry said, a bit awkwardly. "Oh, don't worry about that, preparing the house has been quite enjoyable. It has been some time since someone has visited our humble abode," Nicholas said with a smile. "I will allow you all to get acquainted. I will be in my office," Dumbledore said simply, before quietly leaving the room. "So, this is the famous Quirrell," Nicholas said, looking to the small serpent on Harry's wrist. "Hello, madam, I am honored to meet you." She perked up and gave a short bow. "I think I'm going to like this man, Harry." Severus was waiting in the headmaster's office when Albus arrived. "I've contacted Madame Bones as you instructed," he stated. "She will be here momentarily." "Very good, Severus," Dumbledore said as he went to his pensieve and pulled out the vial with Harry's memory. He poured it in as the fireplace flared and Madame Bones stepped out. Thankfully, Dumbledore had had time earlier to repair his office, but the missing desk and side bookcase did make Madame Bones pause. "Glad you could make it at such short notice," Dumbledore said jovially. "No problem, Headmaster. I trust this is Mr. Potter's memory of his kidnapping?" she asked, approaching the bowl. Dumbledore nodded, putting the empty vial aside. "I have given the portkey to someone I trust in the Department of Transportation. I hope to have the location pinpointed by the end of the day. Hopefully the boy's memory will help us further." "Yes, I hope so as well," Dumbledore agreed. "All right, shall we then?" she asked. With that, Dumbledore entered first, followed by Severus and Madame Bones. They found themselves in a Muggle alleyway and saw Harry hurrying past them with a thick book under his arm. Gotcha. Even though they knew Harry was now all right, it was still quite troubling to see Harry snatched by the massive werewolf just before they vanished. "A portkey," Bones stated as the scene shifted violently. "Let me go," Harry cried, struggling as his book fell. They took a moment to look around the room as Greyback laughed. The room had several people around the perimeter. There were about a dozen or so adults, but what had their attention was the 9 children hunkered behind them. Some had bandages on their arms. "Bitten children," Severus breathed, stunned. "These are the missing Muggleborns," Bones whispered. "I recognize some of them from photos we had been given to help find them." "What do you want?" Harry asked. They turned back around, finding Greyback staring down menacingly at Harry. "More than I can say," Greyback said, yanking Harry up and making him dangle in the air. "You're such a small thing, you know, but impressive, I admit. Too bad things weren't different. You would have made a good cub. That man truly does disgust me," Albus stated before a door opened beyond them and Harry visibly flinched from a flash of pain. They didn't need to guess the cause as Voldemort, still possessing Pettigrew, entered the room. Severus was very tempted to begin mentally calling him Petermort. "You may put him down, Greyback. I dare say his shoulder is about to pop." "Merlin," Madame Bones breathed. "Bring him to me, Greyback," Voldemort stated. "The deal was that I would get to play before handing him over to you," Greyback answered, to their horror. "Then by all means, play," Voldemort answered with a gruesome smile. Albus' breath actually caught, and Severus' already pale skin went white. Madame Bones looked absolutely sick. Their eyes shot to Harry, who was clearly horrified, his fright so plain it was heartrending. "Fox base," he bellowed. The scene shifted once more, and they watched as Harry and Greyback plummeted to the floor. They could only watch as Greyback promptly began attacking Harry, the portraits around shouting out in distress. The crack of Harry's wrist echoed around them as Greyback struck his side, just before Quirrell launched up from his pocket and latched onto his large nose. But it seemed all for naught, for soon after he had batted her away he went back to his assault, striking Harry again and again. They wanted to look away, but couldn't as Greyback's giant hand came around Harry's throat. "Get off!" Harry roared as he snapped his eyes open. The vibrant green of his eyes morphed into a pearly white as the entire room was engulfed in magic. They couldn't help but jump slightly as a thrum of power reverberated up from Harry himself as the air around Greyback visibly trembled and slammed him back to bash ruthlessly into the headmaster's desk. The three adults were all astonished. Although it was clear it was accidental magic caused by desperation, the sheer strength was mind-blowing. But they knew the fight was not over as Greyback rose up, his own power undeniable as he shrugged off Harry's impressive counterattack. Severus and Madame Bones stared at Greyback, their hatred for him clear on their faces. But Albus wasn't watching him. His eyes were on Harry, who was moving to retrieve his wand, still not giving up in spite of how hopeless it seemed. Dumbledore looked on with a proud, but sad smile. "I will devour you." Madame Bones and Severus could only watch as the memory Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace and viciously intercepted Greyback in mid-flight. Severus was instantly reminded of the few times Albus was truly furious. This had certainly been one of those times. His magic was whirling around him like a thunderous storm. Severus didn't bother watching the werewolf's form slam into the bookcase. He was focused on Memory Dumbledore's outraged face. It was one of the most intimidating things he had ever seen. Voldemort was certainly correct to fear this man. "You can go in now," a nurse said, opening the door for him. "Thank you," Remus replied, before entering. The nurse shut the door after him. Sirius. The room was dimly lit. The healers had decided it best to keep the light dim around Mr. Black, as the years in Azkaban had been very dark. It would take some time before his eyes would be able to deal with excess light without inducing a severe headache. Remus. Remus went over by the bed and sat in the nearby chair. "I would have returned sooner, but the healers said you needed your rest, so I." "Remus, you don't need to explain. I was sleeping anyway." His voice was quiet. "That's good," Remus answered softly. "I forgot to ask you before. I had been too out of it. Have you seen Harry?" Sirius asked after Remus had gone silent. "I work at Hogwarts now, as the defense teacher. I saw Harry this last term." Remus smiled. "He looks exactly like James, but has Lily's eyes." "Tell me more. What is he like? Has he done any pranks yet?" Sirius asked, shifting up on his pillow. "He is very good in magic, particularly healing magic. He is going to be a very powerful wizard someday. He isn't really into pranking, but that may change, though, from what I have seen, I doubt it." "Healing magic?" Sirius asked, curiously. While in Azkaban, he had not been told of anything concerning the outside world. If he hadn't been told the year, he never would have even known Harry had started Hogwarts. He didn't know about Harry's parcel magic, the lycanthropy cure, the events surrounding Quirrell and Voldemort, or anything within the past year. He was completely out of the loop. All he knew was Pettigrew had somehow been found out, and the Ministry had decided to finally carry out a trial, thanks to Madame Bones and Albus Dumbledore. "Sirius, I want you to listen very carefully, okay? A lot of this is going to be hard to believe, but it's true. All right, Harry is a Parselmouth." Remus quickly lifted his hand for silence. "Now, before you begin spouting questions, let me continue. Albus believes he got the ability from Voldemort that night, which definitely sounds plausible. Well, because of that, he can do parcel magic." "Parcel magic? Healing and protective magic," Remus answered before leaning forward. "It's truly amazing, Sirius. He can heal injuries and even destroy curses. Near the start of last term, he saved Draco Malfoy's life, so the Malfoy family now owes him a life debt." Sirius' eyes widened, knowing Draco was the son of his cousin, Narcissa. I can imagine Lucius Malfoy was not pleased with this. Indeed, but he is acting like a respectable pureblood. The man may be evil, but he doesn't mess with old magic, particularly when it will be his family that suffers. Sirius grunted faintly. "And Harry cured me. Moony is gone, Sirius. Because of Harry, lycanthropy is being cured." Sirius sat up, stunned. "How is that possible?" And so Remus told him. He told him about the white magic and how the potion master of Hogwarts, he neglected to say who the professor was, discovered how to distribute the cure through blood. He told him how, through Dumbledore, the method was successfully tested on him, and how it felt to finally be rid of the curse. "That's amazing, Remus. I wish I could have been there to see it." "Well, There's always Pensives, you know. Albus has one, Remus said with a smile. Severus set his glass down. The day was finally coming to an end, but he was not ready to call it a night just yet. He had something to do. Harry had just left with the Flamels, as it was decided the sooner he left with them the better. They had more work to do on the wards the next day, and having a child on the grounds, no matter who they were, was not a good idea. Only those constructing the wards should be present. He wondered what things the Flamels would teach Harry, in magic and in family. He hoped Harry would benefit from his time with them. He stood up and made his way to the fireplace and refocused on what he needed to do. He had to succeed in this. Malfoy Manor, Lucius' study, he stated as he threw in the powder and stepped in. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Lucius asked, looking up from his desk at Severus. Good evening, Lucius, he said simply before stepping in front of the desk. I trust you recall a previous conversation we had in my study concerning a certain obligation we share. Lucius put his quill aside, placing his full attention on Severus. Yes, Severus, I believe I have a means to alleviate our burden. Lucius smiled, his grin slightly predatory as his eyes revealed a gleam of relief. Then, Severus, why don't you sit and share your plan with me? Severus didn't take the offered seat. Instead, he went to Lucius' bookcase and perused the shelf until his hand came to the top edge where a small, leather-bound. Lucius was the kind of man who believed the best hiding places were in plain sight, as most wizards were too narrow-minded to see what was right in front of them. Unfortunately, Severus was not most wizards. Lucius stood, his eyes narrowing slightly. Severus stilled. He hasn't come to you yet, has he? He whispered as the room suddenly became very quiet. Lucius didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Severus turned his head slightly, but kept his hand where it was on the shelf. And this is why I have come, Lucius. I have seen him, he is getting stronger, and someday very soon, he will come to you and expect you to choose him over everything. Severus looked back to the bookcase and slowly removed the black diary from the shelf. I know he gave this to you. He did, Lucius stated, his voice very thin, no longer as inviting as it had been when Severus had first entered. The Dark Lord doesn't understand old magic as we do, Lucius, and he never will. You are talking dangerously, Severus, Lucius stated flatly, his eyes glancing down to the book in the potion master's hands. The truth is dangerous, Lucius, but with it comes freedom. Severus stepped away from the shelf, his hand clasping tightly around the book's binding. I have thought about this long and hard, Lucius. I know what he had promised us, but things are not as they had been. We are no longer the same gullible children we used to be. We are men with debts and responsibilities. Severus locked eyes with him, hoping to see the side of Lucius that had been destroyed by Voldemort during the years of war, before the man had been twisted beyond all hope of return. Lucius remained where he was, his face betraying no emotion at all, but Severus had not given up hope yet. You're right, Severus. We are not the same as before, but why do you think I have become a man who will not do the Dark Lord's bidding? There was no going back now. After this, either their roles in the coming war would be changed forever, or curses would be exchanged and Draco would lose his father. Severus faced him fully, unconsciously allowing some of his magic to bleed into the room. Because I am such a man. I have seen through the Dark Lord's lies and false promises. Look at this diary. Do you know what it means? Severus lifted the book up, his thumb sliding beneath TM. Riddle. Lucius' jaw clenched. The Dark Lord is not a pureblood, and neither are all in his inner circle including myself. Do you see the truth now, my old friend? He does not seek to form a utopia for purebloods, but a throne for himself. And in his quest, he will see to the ruin of the world, both magical and muggle. And his followers will be the first to realize this, as I have already. Will you allow yourself to remain blind in this? Will you condemn your son to this? And what of the old magic? You know as well as I do that the moment Potter saved your son's life, Potter's enemies became yours. It is the same truth I should have come to sooner, before I allowed myself to be branded. Severus threw the diary onto the floor. It landed cover up with a flat thud. Lucius stared down at it, the golden letters of Lord Voldemort's real name gleaming up at him. Will you trust me, Lucius? Severus asked after a long moment. What are you proposing? Lucius asked, his eyes rising to his once again. Harry could hardly believe where he was. He was in the Flamels' home. It wasn't what he had expected, though. He hadn't really known what to expect. The Flamels' cottage lay near the center of 500 acres. It wasn't a castle, but it was magnificent. It had 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, 2 offices, a kitchen, a large dining room, a basement, and an attic. You can rearrange the room however you like, Harry, Mrs. Flamel, Perenelle, said as he entered, finding his things already waiting for him on the bed. I think it's brilliant as it is, Harry said, taking everything in. I'm glad you think so, Nicholas said, beaming. This will be your room for as long as you wish it. Tomorrow, I'll show you some of the grounds, as there's someone who is eager to see you. Harry turned, confused. There is. Nicholas nodded, but it was clear he wasn't going to reveal anything more. Tomorrow, Harry, tomorrow. Right now, I think it's time for bed. If you need anything, you can just call us. We're across the hall. Or you can call Flo if you wish. She's one of our house elves. I have one too. His name is Dobby, Harry said. Though, he's at Hogwarts right now. Well, if you wish, you could call him here, Nicholas said. The other house elves are always happy to welcome a newcomer. Harry nodded, deciding he might give Dobby the choice tomorrow, after he had slept. He was honestly a little too tired to explain everything to an excited Dobby at the moment. Breakfast will be ready in the morning. Do you like orange juice or milk? Mrs. Flamel asked. Milk, please, he said. Very good, Mr. Flamel said before glancing at the clock. Well, we will leave you now to get some sleep. It is getting late in Perenelle and I should probably call it a night as well. Harry nodded, a bit relieved they weren't making a big deal over bedtime. Sure, he was a kid, but he had never been tucked in before and he honestly didn't care to start now. It would be too weird. They left quietly, giving him the privacy they correctly assumed he desired, content in knowing he would be staying with them for the rest of the summer. Oh, we sure this is the place? A black-headed Auror asked. Quite sure, Madame Bones stated, entering the crumbling mansion. We traced a reliable portkey back to this property and viewed a memory from a witness. This is where they had been. Well, they aren't here now, he stated, looking around the dirty place with distaste. No, they aren't, but it's clear they left in a hurry, Bones stated. Stepping past the Auror and into the very same chamber she had seen in Harry's memory. Look at the floor, there's no dust. This room was clearly used more than the others. She pointed, indicating the clean floors before glancing behind her where the hall was littered with debris and filth. Turning back, she headed further in, her eyes now fixed on the door where Harry's memory had shown Petermort entering from. The place had already been searched, but she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy entering a room Voldemort had waited in before Greyback had arrived with Harry. The door creaked as she opened it, making her recall Harry's memory with even more clarity. Finally, as her eyes adjusted to the dimly lit room, she moved forward, taking in the barren room. Madam, the Auror questioned behind her. Bones didn't answer. Instead, she lifted her wand and bathed the room with magical light. She was not about to say the trail had gone cold, not unless it was absolutely and unquestioningly true. There had to be something here. Something to tell her where the Muggle-born children were, as well as their captors. She cast a complex revealing charm, hoping it may expose a bit more than footprints on the hardwood floor. What is that? The Auror asked, his eyes staring down at the floor. The imprint of a large cauldron, Bones answered grimly. Merlin, why would they need one this large? Bones shook her head. Nothing good comes to mind. Oh. Pomona sipped her tea before setting it down on the tiny table beside her. I really do wish you would take a day or two away from the castle. You haven't had a real vacation since you became a professor, am I right? She said. Oh, I don't mind. I really do like it up here in the tower. Going anywhere else clouds my inner eye. The headmaster has tried to get me to visit Hogsmeade, but I have reminded him of the feelings I have gotten from the beyond. It is best that I remain here. Well, Sybil, if you're sure. I just wanted to Sybil. Pomona shifted forward in her seat in concern as Sybil went rigid. The beginning of the end is near. The Dark Lord will take and use the blood of his first enemy, and he will become stronger and more terrible than he ever was. Soon, he will seek to prove his supremacy, instigating a great duel that will shape and forever mark the future of the wizarding world. The beginning of the end is near. Pomona stared, all of the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Oh, I'm sorry, my dear, were you saying something? Sybil asked, completely oblivious to what she had just said. Pomona swallowed. It's quite all right. I was just saying it is time for me to go. Minerva wanted to see me before dinner. Of course. Thanks for bringing the tea. It was quite refreshing. Pomona nodded and smiled kindly, all the while fighting the urge to bolt from the tower and dash to the headmaster's office as she made her way out of the room. Harry nervously followed Nicholas outside, coral around his left wrist. He could still hardly believe all of this was actually real. Breakfast had been light and pleasant. Perenelle made great pancakes and the syrup with it had been smooth and warm. The Flamels' home was comfortable and nothing at all how he thought it would be, not that he had really given much thought to how it would be. However, he couldn't help but be surprised, for it was a place he envisioned kind grandparents living at, rather than two famous alchemists. I trust you slept well, Harry. Nicholas asked as they headed further from the house. Harry nodded, Perenelle having asked something similar when she had flipped pancakes for him. However, Harry couldn't help but frown when he tried to think back to his dream the night before. It was strange. He couldn't really remember much of the dream he had had, but he knew he had had one, and an intense one if he could trust his foggy memory. There had been a tangible feel to it, a forbidding sense and a kind of warning that often rung in his ears when Dudley and his friends began plotting. But it had been more than that. Much more. It had been an urgent warning, a thrum of danger and coming peril. There had been people in an intense discussion. Talk of some kind of plan and the mention of blood. Urgh. If only he could remember more. Something the matter, Harry? You're very quiet, Nicholas observed as they went around a hill and entered a field. No, nothing. I was just trying to remember a dream, Harry answered. Ah, the adventures that leave us when morning comes, he said before stopping at the edge of the field. And here we are. Where, sir? Harry asked, a little confused. There wasn't anything of note that he could see. Nicholas tapped his old forehead in self-reproach. Oh, forgive me, I forgot, he said before placing his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry felt a warm tingle seep from Nicholas's hand and into his skin and couldn't help but jump as a large, stable-like building suddenly appeared before them. It was painted red and brown and had a low stone fence encircling a massive cleared area of dirt on the right side. Go on around the side. There is someone waiting for you, Nicholas said with a twinkle in his eye as he gave Harry a little nudge. Not needing further prompting, Harry hurried forward, opening the low gate of the stone fence and stopping as his eyes took in the building's exposed and open side. The interior was magically enlarged, throwing off his perception a bit as his mind tried to reconcile the size of the building and the area within it. However, his internal struggle with spatial dimensions was quickly cut short as he took notice of a form within. Norberta? He asked, amazed as he took in her size. She was no longer the tiny baby dragon he had helped months before, but an adolescent dragon larger than a horse. She quickly spotted him and clambered forward, stopping just beyond rails with a translucent magical shield, and happily clawed at the ground. Nicholas came up behind him with a chuckle. She has been quite anxious to see you again when I told her you would be coming to stay with us. She was? Harry asked. Oh yes. Dragons are more intelligent than most wizards give them credit for. Though they are still animals and do not have our level of awareness, their comprehension of certain parts of speech and communication is quite impressive. Harry slowly approached, slightly overwhelmed by her partly reacquired but now genuine size. Hi, Norberta, Harry greeted, only to be rewarded by Norberta's deep, happy rumbles. We have to be careful with larger dragons, hence the shield, but I will lower it for the moment. She has been rather docile for a dragon, Nicholas said, waving his wand and causing the magical divider to fall. Norberta did not waste any time. She promptly leapt over the low railing and gently nudged her head against Harry's. Nice to see you again, girl, Harry said, patting her nose with his right hand as Coral gave a greeting as well. Nicholas smiled as he went to the side wall and leaned up against it. So, how was your first year at Hogwarts, class-wise? He asked, wisely deciding it was not the time to broach the other things that year had involved. It was good. I learned a lot. Potions is the best, but charms and transfiguration are pretty brilliant too, he said. I like defense as well, now that Quirrell isn't teaching it anymore. Ah yes, had Albus mentioned something about the Dada class, now that I think about it. Professor Lupin should now be able to continue teaching it next year. That's good, but, if you don't mind me asking, why wouldn't he have been able to before? Oh, there had been a curse placed on it years ago, he said offhandedly. Many believe it was Voldemort's doing. Anyway, the curse prevented the class from being taught by the same person for more than 1 year. No matter how devoted, something would happen that would prevent an individual from teaching the following year, like an accidental injury, unfortunate death, odd occurrence, etc. Albus has been trying for years to get rid of it, but finally the problem has been resolved, thanks to the revamping of the wards and a talented curse breaker. Harry slowed his petting of Norberta, surprised to learn the curse on the Dada position had actually been real. He had heard a few rumors, of course, but hadn't taken them seriously. I'm glad that problem has finally been taken care of. I know Albus was tired of finding Dada teachers, Nicholas added with a chuckle. He had even offered me the job once, but Perenelle outright refused to let me take it, so I said no. Poor Albus. If there hadn't been a curse, would you have said yes? Harry asked, intrigued. Well, if there hadn't been a curse, I doubt Albus would have asked me, but if he had, I don't know, I would have had to think on it. A job like that comes with many things attached, after all. Perenelle and I enjoy our privacy and moderate seclusion from the rest of the world. That would be lost if I agreed to work at Hogwarts for any length of time. I suppose that's true, Harry agreed. I had been a teacher once, though, centuries ago, Nicholas said after a moment, his voice quieting as his eyes grew sad. But my student was taken from me. Harry, sensing the anguish of the old man, turned and faced him fully, Norberta now standing stoically behind him, her head directly above his own. What happened? He asked. He was taken from his home one day in the fall and we found him a week later by a lake. Nicholas gave a pained sigh before smothering it. It was a long time ago. I've accepted it, but I still wish I knew who had done it. Harry nodded softly. What was your student's name? He asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Nicholas's eyes shined brightly with a proud and happy memory. Abramelino. I first met him when he was 7 years old. He had displayed a powerful burst of accidental magic, so was brought to me by a friend who knew his family. Abramelino. Yesterday, Professor Snape. Harry trailed off, his eyes growing wide. Nicholas nodded, seeing where Harry was going. Yes, he is the one and the same. The last known slumbering mage, before you. Harry blinked, totally at a loss of what to do or say. When Albus asked if we would be willing to care for you this summer, he did not inform us of your mage status until after we agreed to have you. So let me assure you, you're not here because of what you are, but because we wanted to experience something we haven't yet and because you needed a safe place to stay. However, I'm sure part of why Albus asked us was because he knew we had some experience in this sort of thing and would be able to help you if you needed it, Nicholas explained before pushing off from the stable wall. And allow me to let you in on a little secret. I'm not just a wizard either. Harry's eyebrows went very high now. Are you a mage too, then? He asked eagerly. Nicholas smirked. No, I'm a sorcerer. Neville was fuming. He didn't understand his grandmother. Why was she being like this? All he wanted to do was ask Harry over for one night, that's all. Why was she doing this? Why was she refusing to allow him to have time with Harry? Did she not think he was a good enough friend for Harry? Did she think Harry was too powerful a wizard for him, Neville, an ordinary wizard, to be friends with? She must, and maybe she was right, but for whatever reason, Harry had chosen him to be his best friend. He had told him as much last year. Harry had chosen him, no one else, to be his good friend, his best mate, and Neville would rather be thrown out a window again than toss that friendship away. Well then, he would just need to keep the friendship in spite of his gran, who was obviously trying to undermine his amity with Harry. He wasn't dumb, he could see what she was doing. The subtle comments, the obverse remarks about Harry and their camaraderie. She was trying to make him rethink their friendship. PFF'd. As if that was going to happen. Harry was his first friend ever, and though he had made other friends that year, like Susan, Justin, Ernie, and even Draco, Harry was by far his closest friend. Gran was going to be sorely disappointed if she thought he would give up on it so easily. Though, unbeknownst to Neville, it would someday be quite the opposite. When she realized her foolishness, she would be exceedingly proud of him. Severus closed his eyes, leaning back in his desk chair. He had just returned from a staff meeting, though it barely had anything to do with the school or the coming term. The recent prophecy made by Trelawney echoed in his ears, and though the words he had heard had been recited spoken by Pomona, he could easily envision the batty divination teacher stating it stiffly in her painfully flowery chair. The beginning of the end is near. The Dark Lord will take and use the blood of his first enemy, and he will become stronger and more terrible than he ever was. Soon, he will seek to prove his supremacy, instigating a great duel that will shape and forever mark the future of the wizarding world. The beginning of the end is near. Well, that boded well for the future, Severus sneered. He shook his head, knowing little good would come in agonizing over the prophecy, though he did have some ideas as to the implications of its words and couldn't help but attempt to process them. Blood of his first enemy. Severus was quite certain this first enemy was not Harry. Voldemort had hated others before Potter had even been born, after all. Dumbledore, perhaps. He had been one of the first, if not the first, who had noticed something off about the Slytherin heir. However, even if the headmaster turned out to be his first enemy, that didn't answer how Voldemort was going to get a hold of his blood. With a sigh, he shook himself, trying to fight off the feeling that he was overlooking something very important. Well, whatever was coming, he would just need to be ready and face it. However Voldemort would obtain the blood wasn't all that important, what was what he would do with it. With a grimace, Severus mentally listed the options the Dark Lord would have if he got a sample of Albus' blood. The prophecy said he would become stronger, so strong that he would be confident enough to want to prove his power that would lead to some great duel. Severus doubted the Dark Lord would ever be that confident in Peter's body, even with increased power, which meant he would have to get a new body or alter Pettigrew's to such a degree that it would be entirely different. Which was frighteningly easy with blood taken from a powerful wizard. A sinking feeling gathered in Severus' gut. Bone of the father. Severus swallowed, his eyes widening. Deserting his desk, Severus quickly left his chambers and headed to a place he should have visited months before. Little Hangleton Graveyard. Healer Smethwick made his way down to the floor where Street Mungo's blood bank was. A man bitten by a lone werewolf had recently come in from Wales and needed a dose of the vaccine. He was certain a day would never go by where he wasn't amazed by the existence of such a cure. White magic was a miracle. He sighed happily and stepped from the elevator, only to halt in shock. The entire floor was in shambles. People were sprawled out throughout the hall, smoke coming in from a side room. The room that housed the blood bank. Help! We need some help down here, hurry! Call the Aurors. What happened? Smethwick cried, hurrying toward the first injured person before him. 2 men, I think. They just ran down here and starting firing spells. Blasting curses mostly. They went straight for the blood bank and obliterated it. The protections couldn't endure their assault, a man answered, coming to his side as he assessed the injuries of the assistant healer on the floor. Then they ran out and disappeared. They were inhumanly fast, and I mean that. Inhuman. What do you mean? Smethwick asked. They were werewolves, the man stated, meeting his eyes. What? I saw their eyes. They had embraced the wolf. Trust me, they were werewolves. Smethwick frowned as he looked beyond the man. The Aurors had finally arrived. Severus apparated at the edge of the graveyard, quickly taking in the area around him. The sun was setting, it was quiet and no one else was around. Pleased by this, Severus made his way past the gravestones and to the stone statue residing over the grave of Tom Riddle Sr. He glanced above the graveyard and shrugged off a shiver at seeing Riddle Manor. There were no lights on, and gave no hint to anyone being within. Refocusing, he came to the grave of Voldemort's father and waved his wand over it. The earth rose up easily, cut from the ground like a slice of pie. Putting it aside, he pointed his wand at the crumbling casket and opened the rickety lid. And there, in the capsule of rotting wood, was a tattered suit with dirt and grime, but that was all. The body was gone. Albus stepped back from the flow. Over a fire call, Bones had just told him what had happened at St. Mungo's and that she had begun an investigation. 5 people were dead. The explosive spells used more than enough to cause grievous injury to those unfortunate enough to have been nearby. The blood bank was a total loss, which meant the hospital would need to get more blood donations from those who had been inoculated with white magic, such as himself. However, the two assailants had not only ransacked the blood bank, but had left a message. "We don't need a cure. Leave USB." Fudge and the other political morons were already yammering about it, no doubt preparing to lay down more laws and regulations, rather than think about who was actually responsible and why. Even if he hadn't heard the recent prophecy from Trelawney, Dumbledore would have known this was a ruse. If this was truly outraged werewolves bent on refusing the cure and fighting it, why would they attack now? Wouldn't it have made more sense if they had attacked much sooner? Like when Street Mungos had begun organizing the process of accepting donations and giving out the cure, and not months later when the werewolf population was down by a near 90%. Dumbledore shook his head. Obviously something more sinister was going on, and he was certain it involved the prophecy after all. A vial of his blood was in that vault. Madame Bones was not happy. Couldn't the Department of Magical Law Enforcement ever catch a break? She honestly wasn't sure if her department would be able to pull off what the ministry expected of them, but she also knew, if they didn't do it, no one would. First, there was the investigation of Voldemort, which had started near the end of 1991, trying to discover his whereabouts and plans. Then there was the one concerning Peter Pettigrew, started in June 1992, but his had quickly become part of the file on Voldemort, Petermort. The next, spring 1992, involved Mark's parchment and the Bone Eater curse, which was quickly joined by the break-in within the ministry, summer 1992, where someone had managed to gain access into the Forbidden Library and classified files, such as the archive that held the addresses of all the known Muggleborns. This then spilled over and grew into the nightmarish investigation on the kidnapped Muggleborns, which had then prompted her to begin setting up safety measures for the Muggleborn families. Even now, a few of her Aurors were going house to house, introducing the world of magic to the head of the household and giving them a means to contact them, just in case. So far, setting up the precautions was going rather well. With any luck, if the kidnappers struck again, they would be able to catch them and prevent other children from being taken away from their families. Bones was also hopeful, if they succeeded in catching a kidnapper, they would be able to find the missing children and bring them home. The attack on Potter was filed with the information they had gathered on Voldemort, although it was clear the event was also tied to the kidnapped children. And now, on top of all of that, was the destroyed blood bank. Madame Bones sighed. There was just too much going on. It was very difficult to make any sense of it. However, after the fire call to Albus Dumbledore, she was now quite certain the destruction of the blood bank was about more than just a few troublesome werewolves, just as she had suspected. She didn't really bother with prophecies much, but this one, she had to admit, was quite alarming and should not be passed off as mere divination nonsense. "Madame Bones?" Kingsley asked, knocking on the door as he entered her office. "Yes, Kingsley." She glanced up from her paperwork. "You need to see this," he stated, holding out the report on the blood bank. She took it and pushed up her reading glasses to skim the pages as he waited in silence. Muttering a curse, she put the report down. Every single vial and pint of blood, though broken and unusable, had been accounted for, save one. Albus Dumbledore's. Lucius. Draco paused in the hallway, hearing his mother's voice in the library. Severus stopped by for a moment, his father stated. And he left so quickly. He usually humors you by eating a cracker at least, Narcissa said lightly, though her voice trailed off at the very end. This was not the time for such pleasantries, Narcissa. Draco pressed himself against the wall, the tension in his father's voice so stifling it physically unnerved him. He had never heard his father so scared. "What's happened, Lucius?" she whispered. "He fears the Dark Lord may be moving." "What do you mean? You recall what I had told you about our previous discussion, and what we had agreed to do if the Dark Lord ever regained his full strength." His mother didn't verbally respond, but Draco was certain she had given a tentative nod. Severus suspects it may be sooner rather than later. Draco held his breath, wondering what his parents' expressions currently were and what this agreement had entailed. "What do you want me to do?" she asked softly. "Be ready to leave the country at a moment's notice. I want to know you and Draco are safe, whatever happens. You can't leave now, obviously, but be ready to leave in case you receive the sign to do so." As well as my own, Severus has precautions in place to alert you if things become dangerous. All right. There was a long pause, although Draco could hear his mother's uneasy breathing. I'm sorry, Narcissa. I should never have gotten our family into this. I should have chosen differently. We are purebloods, I should have chosen a more honorable path. Shish. What is done is done. We have a son now, our beliefs and priorities are no longer what they were before. Lucius gave a long sigh. Yes, but I think I have been trying to convince myself otherwise, until recently. You know, when the Dark Lord fell, a part of me was relieved, even though I relished the power he had given me. I was relieved as well. Aurors and blood traders were not the only ones dying. Our friends were as well, like Evan Rosier. I feared Draco and I would lose you. I hope you will not experience that fear again, he whispered. If things are as Severus says, surely he has thought of more than the plan you told me about, Narcissa asked, changing the subject. Yes, he has, but he hasn't given me specifics. What has he told you, then? Draco could tell his mother was becoming impatient. She often did when stressed or worried. That in the end it will be up to Harry Potter, and that we must ensure the boy is up to the task and that his way is clear. Severus told me no one else can kill the Dark Lord but Potter. You're serious, she breathed. Draco didn't blame her. It was up to Harry. His friend who cured werewolves, who healed those he didn't even know. How could they expect Harry to kill anyone, even if especially if it was the Dark Lord? Why? She asked. I do not know, but I have never seen Severus so sure about anything in my life. We must help him. Old magic has dictated it. Old magic or not, it is honor that has truly dictated it, husband, Narcissa asserted. Perhaps, Lucius conceded. Draco didn't move for a long time after that, his parents now silently sitting in the library. He didn't know what to think or do. Voldemort was going to regain his full power, and soon. What did this mean? What would happen? Was his father right? Was his godfather? Was it truly up to Harry, his friend? Were things going to be like the First War? Would people begin dying again? Quietly and slowly, Draco headed back to his room, very uncertain of the future. Severus, where have you been? Severus turned to find McGonagall hurrying toward him. He had just made it back from a few serious errands, so was not in a very good mood and, by the look of McGonagall, he could tell his sour mood was about to get worse. Never mind, Albus wants to see you. Something's happened, she continued, clearly distressed. What's happened? He asked, stepping alongside her as they hurried to Dumbledore's office. Albus' blood was stolen from the blood bank at St. Mungo's, she blurted. Severus didn't bother to try and muffle his frustrated curse. When? He asked. A few hours ago. Madame Bones just got back with Albus over the flow and told him what they had found from sorting out the mess. McGonagall shook her head, her Scottish accent coming through more than usual. Where in Merlin's name were you, Severus? She asked heatedly, apparently deciding she wanted an answer this time. I was doing some research, he stated as they made it to the gargoyle. Minerva hissed out the password and they headed up. Well, I hope your research was worth it. It was, he answered with a cold look. Really, he couldn't help it. He was trying to contain frustration, anger, and fear, but most of all self-loathing. He should have seen this coming. He should have gone to the graveyard sooner, taken the bones, swapped them out, something, but, instead, he had believed he had had time, thought Voldemort would act as he had last time, to a certain extent. He was a fool. Voldemort wasn't a Dark Lord for nothing. Things were very different now. The wizarding world knew he was out there already. He had no reason to tread as lightly as before. He would be the Dark Lord the future had feared much sooner now. He would be ruthless and erratic, and who knew what else with Albus Dumbledore's blood in his veins, though, he supposed it was better than having a slumbering mage's. Severus. Severus blinked, suddenly finding himself in the middle of the headmaster's office and facing the concerned gaze of Albus Dumbledore. Yes, headmaster. He asked, trying to appear calm and collected. Are you all right, my boy? He asked. Severus nodded, while Minerva beside him looked annoyed. Really, Albus, it's your blood that's missing. We should be asking you if you're all right, she stated. Who knows what they're doing with it? There's too many dark rituals they could be implementing as we speak. There was only enough blood taken for one ritual, Minerva, Albus calmly pointed out. Oh, Well, let's just have a party then, she said sarcastically. Headmaster, I believe I know which ritual the Dark Lord may choose to implement, Severus said, for the moment ignoring the Gryffindor head of house. Dumbledore gave him a nod to continue. Severus calmed his raging heart and forced himself to inform them of his recent discovery. I believe the Dark Lord is going to attempt to create a new body for himself. What has led you to this belief? Albus asked. McGonagall was silent. I went to Lucius Malfoy's this evening and did some research there. And now, after going to the cemetery in Little Hangleton, I'm certain he means to go this route. He didn't need to tell them he had gone to the cemetery first or reveal what he had really been doing at the Malfoys. And what route is that? Albus asked, his voice as smooth as glass. Bone, flesh, and blood from father, servant, and foe to renew. Revive and resurrect, Albus broke in, closing his eyes. Severus wasn't all that surprised that Dumbledore was familiar with it, but McGonagall was. You know of it, Albus? Minerva asked, her voice very quiet. What is it exactly? Blood of the enemy forcibly taken, Albus whispered, his eyes calculating. Yes, Headmaster, Severus stated. Minerva looked back and forth between them, wanting to know what was going on. I fear you are correct, Severus. Voldemort has likely chosen this route and will regain his form through this. Through my blood. Is there nothing we can do? Minerva asked, not willing to give up so easily. Dumbledore began to shake his head, but his eyes suddenly shot to his spy, who was now clutching his left arm. Not asking for permission, Albus stepped over and yanked Severus' sleeve up. Oh, Merlin, Minerva breathed. The mark was darkening right before their eyes. Oh, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe, the newly promoted werewolf leader recited, pouring the entire vial into the massive cauldron, turning the boiling slop within completely white. Camalia Rendell stepped back, avoiding Pettigrew who was rocking in a drooling stupor with his stump of an arm. Slowly, a form began to rise from the cauldron. Voldemort savored the moment as he felt air touch his new skin. Robe me, he stated. Ardolph Lowell, Camalia's lieutenant, stepped up, clothing him as requested. Taking a deep breath, Voldemort looked down at himself. He grinned. In Riddle's eyes, his new form embodied the perfect wizard. It was a form that would bring fear to his enemies and awe to his followers. He examined his hands. The pale skin seemed to glow with power and his wand hand felt eager to cast. To those present, his form was magnificent and utterly terrifying. Although thin, he did not appear frail, but strong and agile. In fact, he looked a lot like he had before his fall, with short dark hair and arguably handsome features. But there was one big difference. His eyes. They were as red as blood. Camalia Rendell and Ardolph Lowell knelt down before him as the other adult werewolves there followed suit. Pettigrew hurriedly bowed as well, his unintelligible grunts breaking the stillness of the air. Come, Wormtail, he stated as Camalia handed him his wand. Pettigrew lifted himself from the ground, seemingly oblivious to his missing limb, his eyes vacant, like a doll's. Hold out your arm, Voldemort ordered. Pettigrew held out his left arm, boldly displaying the dark mark. Voldemort placed the tip of his wand on his servant's tainted skin, calling his followers. He's calling, Severus gritted through his teeth. Should you go then? McGonagall asked. I must. He would not respond well if I did not. Then go, Severus, but take this portkey, just in case, Dumbledore said, handing him a small metal seal to attach to the back side of his watch, out of sight but always against his skin. Severus looked down at the item in his hand, wondering, not for the first time, what he had changed to make Albus so much more cautious than before, not that he was complaining. Perhaps it was the safety necklace he had given Harry. Perhaps. Attaching the emergency portkey to his watch, he gave his mentor a thankful but solemn nod. I will return as soon as I can, he stated as he went out the door, set on the task before him. Severus arrived at the designated place. It was a warehouse, on the outskirts of a Muggle town, a town Severus knew. Severus smashed back the memory of the charred village devoid of living people as he made his way to the side door of the rickety structure. He risked glancing to his left, finding the lights of the village glistening brightly against the night's darkness. It had been there, on those streets, where Minerva had fallen. He and the others had arrived too late, and she had been too stubborn to flee. She had chosen to stand her ground and hold back the vengeful flames of the fiendfire for as long as possible to allow others to escape. She would have succeeded too, if it hadn't been for Bellatrix. Quelling the risen rage within him and placing a wall as thick as a mountain in front of his emotions and thoughts, Severus entered. The area before him had been cleared of all Muggle things from the warehouse, but in its place were molten remnants of a cauldron and a tall thin man standing at the edge of it, facing an assembled group who were predominantly made up of guilty faces. Evidently, the Dark Lord had already given his irate speech about loyalty and faithful followers and had reprimanded them. Moving forward, Severus surprised himself. He had thought he would have to focus on keeping his heart from pounding loudly against his ribcage. Instead, he was having to keep his eyebrows from rising in surprise. Voldemort had hair. If the situation were not so serious, he may have even been amused, but there was nothing funny about the glint in the Dark Lord's red eyes. "Ah, Severus, my faithful one has come," Voldemort said, turning to him as he waved his pale, thin hand toward him. Severus went forward, keeping himself from hurrying or being too slow. He had to show the proper reverence after all, especially as it was obvious he was the last to arrive, not to mention late. "My lord," he said, kneeling a pace from Voldemort's feet. "I have been anxiously waiting for your return. I apologize for my tardiness." Severus knew better than to ask for forgiveness or to give excuses. "Rise," Voldemort said, pleased and saying nothing about his late arrival. Severus was grateful as he stood, keeping his posture completely submissive. Voldemort motioned him back, and Severus joined the rest of the group. "So, my Death Eaters," Voldemort said. "As not all of my followers have been idle, we have some things to do tonight, and, perhaps those of you who have disappointed me will begin to repay your unfaithfulness." Many people about nodded eagerly. "Camalia, Ardolph," Voldemort called. Severus frowned. He knew those names, of course, but they had not joined the ranks until much later, as they were werewolves under Greyback and had not allied themselves with Voldemort until after the destruction of Hogsmeade. Camalia Rendell and Ardolph Lowell came forward and knelt before him. "Yes, Lord," they asked. "Select a few addresses Yaxley acquired from the archive and, each of you, take 3 of my Death Eaters. It is time to show the wizarding world my power. Leave no survivors in these residences." They quickly created 2 groups before standing at the ready to depart to the homes of Muggleborns. "We will free our friends tonight and gain powerful allies before I reveal myself fully." He paused and looked to Camalia and Ardolph's groups. "And who knows, perhaps I will have some fun before paying a visit to the Ministry," Voldemort hissed mysteriously before turning to Severus. "Severus," he said, "I want you to return to Hogwarts. You were able to regain my approval and know of the coming attacks on the Mudbloods. Warn Dumbledore of them. I want no Aurors or Blasted Order members interrupting my other plans." "Yes, my lord. Now, the rest of you, come with me. Tonight, we show why I, Lord Voldemort, am to be feared." "Oh." Nicholas hurried down the hall toward Harry's room. The wards had reacted to an intense influx of magic mere moments ago and he knew, instinctively, something was very wrong. Perenelle was right on his heels as they made it to Harry's door. Not bothering with pleasantries, he slammed the door open and hurried in. Quirrell was right by Harry's side, hissing up a storm, clearly worried and agitated. Harry was hugging his knees and pressing himself against the bed's headboard while tightly holding his eyes shut. Nicholas could smell bile and glanced at the side of the bed on the floor. Whatever had upset Harry so had caused him to lose his dinner. With a sympathetic grimace, he waved his wand at the floor, vanishing it, as he made his way to the bed. "Harry?" Nicholas asked softly, lifting his wand now lit by a silently cast lumos. Quirrell slithered out of the way but continued hissing at Harry, as if trying to get his attention. It didn't seem to be working. Nicholas came to the side of the bed and touched Harry's knee while Perenelle stood back and allowed her husband to decide the best course of action, for now. Harry startled, squinting his eyes open. Nicholas could tell he was in some kind of pain. "What's wrong, Harry?" he asked. "Bad dream, and my scar, it hurts." He closed his eyes again and pressed his palms against his face with a moan, his entire form trembling. Nicholas frowned, quickly moving his free hand forward and prying Harry's hands away. "Let me see, Harry. Let me help," he stated. "What did you dream?" "Voldemort. Something's happening. We need to warn them, we need to get them out." Harry said, his previously pained and sluggish speech quickly becoming urgent and strong. Just calm down. I need to help you before we do anything, Nicholas said firmly as Perenelle approached as well. I think I know what is happening. He's going, Harry said, not really paying attention to what Nicholas was saying as his breath caught. He's going to kill people. Please, Mr. Flammel, we need to do something. Harry gasped, squeezing his eyes shut as a hot wave of pain flashed in his scar and a surge of dark thrill rushed through him. He grabbed at Nicholas's wrists as he shuddered. Focus on my voice, Harry. I need to dampen this connection if we are to help anyone. I need you to try to ignore everything else right now. Harry clenched his teeth as Nicholas placed his right thumb over Harry's scar and closed his eyes. You are feeling Voldemort's emotions, Harry. I am going to muffle the connection now, so try not to fight me. This is going to feel quite odd, Nicholas warned. Nicholas muttered the spell, guiding his magic forward, ignoring the greasy feel of the foreign power leaking from the scar and pressing against Harry's magic. Choosing to be deliberate rather than gentle, he entered Harry's mind. He knew his intrusion had not felt pleasant, but he knew time was of the essence. Harry's young mind could only endure so much concentrated ill will. Harry, I want you to help me if you can. Give me your magic to use here, otherwise I'll be fighting your magic as well as this intrusion from Voldemort. With that, he heard a faint K in the boy's mindscape. Confident in what he had set out to do, Nicholas went to work, cloaking Harry's mind with his magic and using the lads as reinforcement. This protection would not be occlumency shields, but they would be the next best thing. Instead of being like castle walls, this would act as a moat. Anything attempting to get into Harry's mind would be slowed, weakened, and distorted. Finished, he eased back, finding Harry's slumped form against his chest and his wife offering her assistance. Thank you, my dear, he said as she helped lay Harry back. Harry wasn't unconscious, but he was dazed and exhausted. You did well, Harry, Nicholas said. The connection is still present, but it should be muffled now. I will flow Albus, now, Nicholas, Perenelle said, hurrying out of the room. Harry blinked heavily, fighting off sleep, all the while a faint pain echoed in his scar and a weak feeling of sinister elation seeped into his senses. Oh, Voldemort relished the feeling of flight, confident this would not take long. He was right. Upon arriving on the island of Azkaban, the Dementors immediately yielded to his presence before swiftly freeing all those within Voldemort desired. Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabaston Lestrange, Mulciber, and many others rejoined his ranks and claimed new wands he had previously procured for them. And then it got all the sweeter when the Dementors joined his side, deserting Azkaban prison to follow him to richer feeding grounds. It was a glorious moment, and he was eager to continue on to the next stage of the plan. He was back, and ready to show the world. Oh, Mal Turner was a reasonable man with respectable endeavors. He loved his wife and his son, so when some weirdly dressed people showed up at his residence which resided near the heart of London in Westminster last week, he was quick to grab a weapon. However, thankfully, it turned out that his precautions were unnecessary, no matter how strange the visitors had first appeared. After proving magic was real and they weren't completely mad, they had had a long and in-depth conversation. He was still trying to wrap his mind around most of it, but he did take a few of important things away from their disclosure. His 4-year-old son was a wizard. Well, that certainly explained a few of the bizarre events over the years, particularly the ice cream sundae that refused to get any smaller, no matter how many bites were taken. His boy had been 3. But the visiting wizards had also disclosed other things, unsettling things, such as the recent kidnappings involving a crazed group of werewolves targeting young, Muggleborn children. With that bit of news, he had immediately set up a few of his own precautions once the Aurors had departed, even though they had given him a magical coin to contact them if something happened. One could never be too careful, as Mal was about to prove. Mal sat up, hearing a bell he had rigged to ring under his bed if the front room was breached. Never underestimate the ingenuity of pulleys and strings. Honey, he whispered, waking his wife. Someone has opened our front door without setting off the alarm system. Get Matthew and get to the safe room. I'll handle this, he stated before his wife hurried to their boy's room. His training from the military was in play as he took out his pistol from the drawer beside his bed and squeezed the coin that Shacklebolt fellow had given him, before pocketing a second clip into his PJB, East pocket. Hopefully help would arrive before things got too ugly. Heading toward the front room, he stayed low and listened. There were people in his house, all right, and they were moving quickly. He only hoped his wife and son were well on their way into the safe room. Suddenly, he ducked around the wall and entered the kitchen, the sound of movement now very close. "Bombarda!" a cruel voice shouted, blasting down the wall. Mal rolled under the kitchen table as the debris showered down and his wife's favorite dishes shattered across the linoleum. "Show yourself, we know you're there," another said. There were at least 3 of them. He could see their robes despite the darkness. He answered. With gunfire. The first shot clipped one in the shoulder. The second hit an arm, and the third struck another right in the eye. That man would not be getting up again. Spells rained down upon him, and he barely managed to turn the table on its side for cover as he felt himself being slammed back by it and into the cabinet behind him. That little piece of Mal was not out of bullets yet, and he did not miss taking out the 4th wizard who had just come around the corner. However, he did not see the other that had appeared on the other side. Crucio. Pain coursed through him, stronger than anything he had ever experienced. It was sharper than a stun gun, rougher than being shot, more violent than a car crash, and longer than any pain should be. The only thing that made it worse was that he couldn't control his body. He spasmed as the pain grew heavier and heavier. Click click click, he was out of bullets. Finally, the pain ended, and he looked up to find a man standing over him. A man with red eyes. Oh. The headmaster apparated to Westminster soon after Kingsley alerted him that a family there had sent a distress signal. It was very likely the attack was still in progress. He didn't need to look far to have this verified. He heard 4 loud S over a man's echoing screams coming from the home to his left. He didn't hesitate to run in, the front door ajar, even as he heard sirens in the distance and the cracks of arriving oars. Silently casting a disillusionment charm on himself, he went forward, knowing the oars outside were now placing a perimeter. Continuing in, his eyes adjusted to the low light as he made his way through the front room. Suddenly, he stopped, finding a scene all too similar to ones from the last war. Voldemort standing over a trembling Muggle. "Think you are brave, little Muggle," Voldemort hissed. Dumbledore eased forward, noting the 2 motionless bodies just outside the destroyed kitchen. He couldn't see much else beyond that except Voldemort and the pinned Muggle, as he only had a direct line of sight to the Dark Lord and nothing else in the kitchen. Suddenly, the sound of fighting echoed in from outside. Evidently, there were more Death Eaters and they had just engaged the oars. Voldemort smiled, not at all bothered by the arrival of opposition. "Kill anyone you see. We shall have a bit of extended fun here," he declared to the remaining Death Eaters before looking back to the man on the floor. Avada K. The old warlock summoned the microwave from the nearby countertop, bashing it into Voldemort's arm. And then, rushing through the newly created hole into the kitchen, he spotted more Death Eaters and immediately sent a barrage of spells at them. Keeping his disillusionment charm up, it was easy pickings, but Voldemort was not about to allow his advance to continue unanswered. Voldemort swept his wand about, gathering his magic before releasing it violently. The massive pulse of raging magic blasted the entire front half of the house. It was all Dumbledore could do to remain on his feet and not follow the splintered boards and walls into the street as his disillusionment charm fell. Knowing he had to get out before the top portion plummeted down, he followed Voldemort out of the rubble, hoping the Muggle man would have enough sense to get out on his own and find a safe place. Charging out onto the street, they were confronted by the last thing they expected. Freeze. On the right side of the road were police cars, all with spotlights glaring onto their robed forms. Voldemort lazily waved his wand at the closest car. The 2 policemen taking cover behind the car doors were slammed back as their patrol car morphed right before their eyes. The huge snake reared up before turning its attention onto the cops. All the while, Aurors and Death Eaters dueled throughout the long street and on the lawns and rooftops. Horrified, the police opened fire on the snake, annoying it more than anything else. Dumbledore fired a spell at the snake, freezing it in place before canceling Voldemort's spell entirely. The car plummeted onto the street, yards in front of the police line as he blocked an incoming spell from Voldemort. You would protect these pitiful creatures, old man? Voldemort asked as he fired another spell. One Albus dodged, allowing it to strike a parked car behind him. Let's see how well you protect them from each other. Voldemort disappeared before appearing on top of the roof overlooking them all. Dumbledore's blue eyes widened as 3 policemen turned their guns toward their fellow officers. Triggers were pulled. Albus reacted as quickly as he could, but he was not fast enough. 2 public servants instantly lost their lives before Dumbledore was able to disarm them with a white Expelliarmus. Several guns clattered to the ground before Dumbledore fired 3 stunners in quick succession. Understandably now in shock, the police wisely began pulling back with their casualties to allow for the arrival of the SFO unit's specialist firearms officers who were already en route. However, the police's attempt for escape was halted by spells from bloodthirsty Death Eaters who had just recently received their freedom. The cops ducked behind their car doors, although that only provided minor protection, before returning fire with their pistols. Seeing this, Dumbledore apparated to the top of the previously transfigured police car and flicked his wand in the direction of a front lawn before casting a shield charm over himself to block a gray spell just fired from Voldemort above. Shrugging off the dark energy that cascaded down his silver shield, 3 huge forms came forward from the yard to his left and advanced quickly toward the horrified police. Suddenly, green spells were fired at the officers from nearby Death Eaters, but the animated garden gnome giants intercepted them, protecting the astonished officers. Voldemort was not amused by Dumbledore's advanced spell work and unleashed a fiery serpent from a conjured firestorm to show his displeasure. It was even larger than his transfigured one, its head was above the tops of the trees and its coiled body covered the street in front of 2 homes. Voldemort laughed. Dumbledore swung his arm up to deflect the fiend's bite, but was forced off the vehicle as a result. Rolling to one knee, he thrust his wand forward and up, gathering the entire mass of fire and forcing it to rise above him in a gigantic fireball before blasting it right back at Voldemort. The sphere of fire exploded just beyond the roof, barely singeing the Dark Lord's robes as the dying flames rose high above the neighborhood in an ominous mushroom cloud before dissipating. In pure pandemonium, spells continued to be exchanged between the Death Eaters and Aurors dueling one another, while the police shot back at the bolts of light being fired upon them. Voldemort stood proudly at the edge of the roof, enjoying the destruction below him as Dumbledore took the opportunity to quickly stun 2 Death Eaters in view. Suddenly, a loud beating sound came from behind Dumbledore, high above the rooftops. Defendo! Voldemort shouted, slashing his wand toward the sound. Dumbledore turned, not sure what Voldemort had just cursed, just in time to see the tail of a flying machine careen into a nearby tree as monstrous spinning blades with some sort of capsule beneath them plummeted from the sky, twirling horrifically. There were people inside. Albus stepped forward, dodging spells from a few Death Eaters hoping to land a lucky hit as he threw a well-aimed spell at the ruined sky machine, halting its descent with a powerful immobilis. It bobbed slightly in the night air as he was forced to defend his back from a crippling curse from Voldemort. With a silent apparition, Dumbledore appeared on a neighboring roof before catching the sliced helicopter once more and gently setting it onto the street. However, its part in the duel was far from over. Voldemort summoned the blades, snapping them from the top of the fuselage and swinging them toward his first enemy. Albus slashed his wand before him, transfiguring them into silk ribbons before whipping them around right back at Voldemort. Voldemort deflected one of the silver ribbons, but the other 3 wrapped around his dark form like boa constrictors. He nearly toppled over the side of the roof before he managed to aim a precise defendo, freeing himself. The Dark Lord sneered, blasting a bolt of lightning at Dumbledore who redirected it into a tree. The tree split down the middle and the crack of thunder and exploding wood echoed through the neighborhood as more vehicles approached, this time pouring out SFOs, part of Scotland Yard's Specialist Firearms Unit, CO-19. Voldemort vanished and reappeared loudly on the street in front of Mal Turner's damaged home, as if daring the better-equipped Muggle police to do something about his presence. For good or ill, this sudden move did cause the fighting around him to pause. "Surrender, you're surrounded," an officer who had just arrived bellowed, choosing to ignore the 3 giant gnome sentries nearby. "Surrounded? I don't think so, but it is time to move on," Voldemort stated, his tone informing Dumbledore the eventful night was not over. Dumbledore apparated onto the street, deciding his best course of action would be to follow the Dark Lord directly to his next target. He had to prevent any more damage from occurring. Too much had been lost already. It happened quickly. A lightning strike may be considered easier to follow. Voldemort began to twist to disapparate as a completely unexpected shot rang out from the destroyed house of Mal Turner. Mal had reloaded and was livid. The first bullet did not miss before Voldemort vanished into thin air with a loud, old Dumbledore hurried forward even as Mal continued firing furiously into the black mist Voldemort's sudden departure had left. Waving his wand before him, Dumbledore conjured a foggy magical shield to deflect the projectiles coming at him. Bullets ricocheted into the road and curved around him magically, though the foggy shield thinned as he began casting at the area Voldemort had just vacated. Latching onto the Dark Lord's apparition trail, knowing he only had one chance to get this right, he rotated on his heel as the foggy shield faded further, not knowing where he would reappear as Mal emptied his clip with one last single. Albus felt a sledgehammer-like force strike the side of his brow as an explosion of light overtook his vision. Dumbledore vanished, leaving behind only a splatter of blood on the middle of the Muggle street. Reports were coming in from everywhere. It was pure chaos and there was no sign that it would slow or stop anytime soon. If anything, it was getting worse. Madame Bones had already sent out 3/4 of her task force to the locations hit. Unfortunately, they had yet to get much information about any of the attacks. All they did know was that magic was being cast in plain view of Muggles, and likely at Muggles in most of those places. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was in serious danger. The only fortunate thing was that this was occurring in the dead of night instead of broad daylight. Hopefully the cover story of there being a powerful terrorist group setting explosives in neighborhoods and such would work. So far, the Muggle authorities, in the know, agreed to stick to that and contain the truth. However, what was worse were the reports coming in of Dementors on the loose, which only led her to believe Azkaban had been gravely compromised. Suddenly, alarms blared over their heads. Dumbledore fell to his knees as he tried to shove the painful throbbing away. He knew he had been hit by a bullet. He had been struck once before, in the 1940s. It was a memorable sensation. He shook his head, feeling blood running down around the side of his head and into his beard. While finding Voldemort's trail, he had not been able to fully maintain his bulletproof spell, however, thankfully, it had still taken the brunt of the force, acting like a Kevlar helmet. It still bloody hurt though, but he knew it could have been a lot worse. He also had a feeling he had his innate magic to thank for lessening the damage further, but by how much, he wasn't certain. Vaguely, he couldn't help but wonder where the bullet was now. Had it landed on the street he had just left? Had it fallen into the layers of his robes? Or, dare he imagine, was it lodged somewhere under his scalp, or worse? Pushing such random and rather grotesque thoughts away, he was fairly certain he had, at the very least, a concussion. Forcing himself to take in his surroundings, his eyes focused a bit, allowing him to quickly realize where he was. The Hall of Prophecy. Comprehension dawned in his pain-clouded mind. Voldemort had come for the prophecy. Suddenly, he looked up to find a blurry figure several shelves away who could only be Lord Voldemort. He was on his way toward the prophecy. In fact, he was only a pace away. "Ah, Dumbledore," Voldemort said, turning slightly as he stretched his hand out toward the prophecy. "A little worse for wear, I see." His red eyes seemed to gleam as they took in the gaping wound near Dumbledore's right temple. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as Voldemort's bloody hand closed around the prophecy. He reacted. Rumper. With a great sweep of his wand, a wave of penetrating sound rushed forward, shattering every single piece of glass in its wake. All of the orbs in front of Dumbledore crumbled, ghostly figures rising from them, including the orb in Voldemort's grasp. Instantly, the entire hall was resonating with a sea of voices. Not one could be long distinguished. They will be bold and the world thirsts for. Death will be waiting in. Knows not. Is a master of none but. Life of the peacemaker shall. Beware of the wiles of liars. The power to. Dark seeker and war maker. He shall be hated but will only love. Voldemort was enraged, having failed to make out what was coming from the ghostly woman in his hand. He threw curse after curse at Dumbledore, holding nothing back. Dumbledore forced himself to his feet, expertly weaving the spells he could away from him while dodging or physically blocking the unspeakables with yet-to-be-broken orbs on the shelves beside him. Crucio! Voldemort screamed, only for his spell to be intercepted by an old prophecy. It shall come to pass, a child of lust and lost hope. Avada Kedavra! The son of a noble and a father of a shepherd. Voldemort had had enough. Rage fueling his actions, he threw his hands up, failing to hide a flash of pain the sharp movement had caused as he summoned the glass fragments and began gathering them all up in front of himself. Dumbledore flicked his wand forward, pressing his magic into his wand, even as a dull pain behind his right eye began to mount. And then he let the spell go. A mighty beam of power surged from his wand, striking the mass of glass. The glass warped, twisting violently, the sound of grinding glass slipping into a sloshing echo. The glass became liquid and now appeared to be a spherical, molten mirror. But Dumbledore was not through. Fighting through an odd growing fatigue, he jabbed his wand forward before yanking it back hard. The liquid orb fell, being jarred from Voldemort's control, splashing loudly onto the floor and shelves. Finally, it settled, and Voldemort, like Dumbledore, had conjured a bubble around himself to prevent the melted glass from touching him. I will not leave here with nothing, Voldemort snarled furiously, before disappearing with yet another. Not about to just let him go when it was clear he was not finished, Dumbledore apparated forward before latching once more onto Voldemort's trail. He vanished with a feint. He felt a rush of hateful magic coming right at him and dived to the side just in time. Apparently, Voldemort had anticipated Dumbledore would be right behind him. Deflecting another curse, Dumbledore quickly took in his surroundings. He was in a large room. The lights were on and there was a motionless body of an Auror beside the fireplace at the far end of the room. Papers were scattered all over the floor. This was the minister's office. It is getting really hard to concentrate, Dumbledore mused absently as he looked to Lord Voldemort and Cornelius Fudge behind a large desk. Albus, help me. Voldemort was holding the minister like a shield while pressing the tip of his wand into the bumbling man's neck. Are you so determined to stop me, Dumbledore? Voldemort asked. I would have thought that was obvious by now, Tom, Dumbledore answered. Voldemort sneered before he smiled maliciously. You can't stop me, he said, digging the tip of his wand into Fudge's neck. Fudge choked back a sob before giving a whimper as Voldemort seemed to make shushing noises in his ear. Now, Minister, if I had wanted to kill you I would have already, he said soothingly. Dumbledore remained where he was, remarkably calm considering the situation and his injury. He also took note of how Voldemort seemed to be favoring his left side. Please, what do you want? Fudge asked, on the verge of hyperventilating. I simply wanted to show that I have returned. I am not an enemy of true witches and wizards, Cornelius. Aren't you tired of how tainted blood has become in recent years? I have. Tainted blood, Voldemort? Dumbledore asked, his words slurring ever so slightly as he selected a plan of action despite his muddled mind. I recall your father, Tom Riddle, was a muggle. A muggle your squib mother named you after. It got the desired effect. In a fit of unrestrained fury, Voldemort banished Fudge to the side toward the door and charged Dumbledore, his eyes glowing bright red. Fudge landed with a dull thud before scurrying to the door and rushing out of the room, horrified. It was just as well, for in that moment fiendfire poured from Voldemort's wand like a vengeful demon, its rage matching the red of Tom's eyes. It expanded in intensity, growing until Voldemort was gone. There was nothing for it, as Dumbledore knew he couldn't simply leave and let the fire escape the room. With the amount Voldemort had called, it wouldn't be easily contained if it reached the halls. So he sealed the room, casting the same spell Severus had used to ensure the poison from the Black Death spell wouldn't spread to the rest of the school. And so, the fire could not escape and neither could he. He held the fire back as long as he could, unable to take control because there was too much and he was too dazed to even try. Wondering if he would finally begin the next great adventure, he suddenly heard a song he was very familiar with but would never get tired of hearing. His spirits now soaring, he felt Fawkes' claws grip his shoulder as his strength began to fail completely, the unforgiving flames inching nearer as he was engulfed with fire of a different sort. He welcomed its heat, allowing it to wrap around him before he appeared in a bedroom in a column of flame that instantly collapsed back into Fawkes. His knees buckled beneath him and he was dimly aware of Fawkes now flying circles above him in concern. Albus. He wasn't sure, but it sounded like Minerva. He tried to turn his head toward her, but his muscles didn't seem to want to cooperate, so he just sat there. Well, at least I had not fallen on my face, he thought, frankly amazed he had managed to land upright at all, albeit on his rump. I probably look like an absolute mess. Where am I? Merlin, Albus, what happened? She asked, her voice thick with worry. He felt her hands on his back as he began to tip forward. Catch me, my dear. I don't fancy tasting the floor. Thankfully, she must have heard the first part of his silent plea as she prevented a fall that would have been rather embarrassing. Gripping him by the shoulders, she looked at his face. Enku, ma dear, he slurred horribly. Albus, you're bleeding, she gasped, before quickly conjuring a cloth and pressing it to the oozing wound. What happened? He winced, her sharp voice suddenly making his head pound harder as she guided him back, laying him down on her rug. Shot. Entifer, Oldemtert. Why did his words sound funny? I'm sending for Poppy, McGonagall stated, flicking her wand and producing a Patronus which she quickly sent to Madame Pomfrey. I think Aba Canushan, Merva. Ekand. It hit me. Minerva's face inched closer to his, trying to make sense of his garbled words. Albus, I can hardly understand you. Were you hit with a curse? No, a bolt. A bolt. No, Ugal gun. A gun. You mean a bullet? She asked, appalled. You were shot by one of those Muggle weapons. Yeah, he said, relieved she had finally gotten it as expanding black spots were now peppering his vision. Suddenly, Madame Pomfrey exited the fireplace, hurrying forward before Severus appeared from the green flames behind her. Does Minerva know her center lamp is crooked? Dumbledore wondered, staring up at the bright ceiling fixtures before all coherent thought finally fell from his grasp. Severus watched Pomfrey work, handing over whatever potion she requested. Thank you, she said, gently forcing another vial of potion down Dumbledore's throat. Severus had to look away as he fought back a memory of the future he had left. The memory of Dumbledore's death. It had been less than a year before Harry had sent him to the past. Voldemort had come across another vile spell, one that turned the victim's own magic against them. In essence, it recreated the horrid phenomenon some witches and wizards, who fear their magic, occasionally exhibit. Chaotic magic. Only this was worse. Far worse. For it did not merely corrupt an individual's magic, but directed their twisted magic back upon themselves, forcing their own magic to poison and harm their minds. In the end, Albus Dumbledore had lost all sense of time, place, and self. His fate had been worse than his late sister, Ariana. Within a month, his mind was all but destroyed, and it was only through sheer strength of will and Severus Acclumancing assistance that he had lasted that long. Most lost themselves within a week. An old spell for an old man, Voldemort had said. Severus swallowed. He couldn't allow anything even remotely like that happen again. Poppy, are the potions working? Pomona asked, entering the infirmary with Remus, Minerva, and Phileas. Madame Pomfrey looked up, her face grave. I've only been able to minimize some of the damage I've detected, primarily internal bleeding. This is a serious head injury, and I fear fragments of his skull have perforated into his brain, as have detected minute clusters of dead brain cells. Of course, I've healed the visible damage, but cannot go much beyond that, even with the potions. What do you mean? Phileas asked before glancing up at Fawkes, who had perched himself at the foot of Albus' bed. Couldn't Fawkes heal him? Pomfrey shook her head. That would only make things worse. Sure, it would heal his skull and flesh, no problem, but in doing so it would summon the bone fragments currently resting in his brain through more brain tissue, damaging his mind further. Phileas frowned. It's why I opted to fuse the skull fracture rather than cast the generic healing spell. I cannot attempt anything that may move those fragments because there is nothing that can heal brain tissue. Not even Phoenix tears. Severus glanced at the recently healed area, seeing a faint dent at the edge of Dumbledore's brow where the fusion had occurred just beneath. Are you saying he has irreparable brain damage? Minerva asked faintly, hand on her chest. That he'll never recover from whatever damage has been done. Phileas stepped closer to Albus' bed, his eyes growing sorrowful as Severus pinched the bridge of his nose. This could not be happening. Meanwhile, Remus looked down at the floor, deep in thought. Surely something can be done to reverse what's happened, Pomona said, not willing to give in to despair just yet. The human mind is a fragile thing, as you all know. Magic cannot fix everything, Pomfrey sighed, causing some of their thoughts to stray to the Longbottoms. Wait, before we begin assuming the worst, why don't we call in someone who knows more about head trauma? Remus suggested. Madame Pomfrey looked up, slightly irked. I am considered an expert in this area. I have been called to St. Mungo's many times to assist in treating spells affecting the mind, but not actual physical brain trauma. Let's face it, with magic, we rarely experience this sort of thing. Our innate magic usually protects us against skull fractures and the like, but this injury was caused by a high-powered projectile that frankly moves faster than many, if not all, objects in our world. We need to go to a healer who has experience in his kind of injury, and we are not going to find them in our world, Remus countered frankly. Remus, you cannot be suggesting Minerva began. I agree with Remus, Severus put in. We need to take the headmaster to someone with knowledge in this area. But Muggles, their methods are downright barbaric. She continued. They do not have magic, so must go about things differently, Severus stated. They have specialized equipment to diagnose and treat these sorts of things, Remus said. I've had some first-hand experience with their X-rays. They were able to produce an image of my brain and leg bones after an automobile accident. It was remarkable. I have not seen anything remotely capable of that anywhere else. I have a friend who has some contacts in Muggle hospitals. I will see them and see if they know anyone who may be able to help, Phileas chirped in. They looked to McGonagall, waiting for her thoughts on the matter. She sighed, but nodded. Very well, but we are not going to allow them to do anything to him until we have thoroughly discussed it, she said. Of course, Phileas said, before hurrying out. Madame Bones could hardly believe what she was seeing. There was a massive blob of glass in the middle of the Hall of Prophecy. The shelves on one side of the hall were all completely bare of prophecy orbs, while a number of shelves on the other side had been blasted apart and were missing a few orbs here and there. She walked around the glass mound and made her way to the area that seemed to be a point of origin. She stepped beside the spot that seemed to be the root of the spell, cone, that had caused the mass destruction of orbs. Looking up, her eyes scanned the large chamber, amazed by how much damage the two powerful wizards had done in less than a minute. Shaking her head, her eyes glanced to the shelf on her left. There was blood splatter and something. She turned to face it fully, pulling out her wand. Carefully, she extracted an odd metal object from the side panel of the shelf. It was a misshapen mass of metal no larger than the end of her pinky. Well, she found the bullet. Madam, an oar called from the other side of the heap of glass. Yes, she asked, placing the bullet in a small bag within her side pocket. I've found some blood, he said, pointing down near where he was standing. That certainly caught her attention and she quickly made her way over. From their initial scans, they found that there were only 2 pairs of apparition and disapparition points entering and leaving the room, which meant that Dumbledore was not the only one who had suffered an injury. Looking down, sure enough, there were several drops of blood trailing to the 96th shelf. So Voldemort has been injured. Phileas, true to his word, got in contact with his friend, Todd, who insisted they bring Albus to the neurologist, brain doctor, as soon as possible. How are we going to get him there? Pomona asked, glancing at Dumbledore who was still unconscious. I believe a portkey would be best, after we have ensured we won't accidentally jar anything further, Pomfrey said. Severus nodded. A Petrificus Totalis should do just that. I agree, Phileas said before holding up a plain yellow pencil. Todd has already arranged a room for us to arrive in at the Muggle Hospital in London. This is the portkey. We need to leave within the next 3 hours. The doctor who will be seeing Albus is a squib, so we need not worry about hiding magic from him. But I suggest we go in Muggle clothing just the same. Very good, Minerva said, still not completely convinced this was the best course of action, but there wasn't much of an option. She glanced at Albus in worry, before freezing. Albus. That immediately caused everyone to turn, finding Dumbledore staring at them. Pomfrey hurried toward him, the others close behind. Albus, how are you feeling? She asked. Sore. What happened? He asked, before frowning at his poor speech. Oh, at least it wasn't as bad as before. There was now only a very faint trace of slurred pronunciation, as if his tongue and lips were tired. Still, Phileas and the others had to force themselves not to look at each other worriedly. Fawkes brought you to Minerva's quarters. Do you remember? Pomfrey asked. Albus shook his head, clearly confused. Last thing I recall is Tom and Fiendfire. Can you tell us what happened before that? Madame Bones found evidence that you dueled him in the Department of Mysteries, Phileas asked. Glass, Dumbledore stated, closing his eyes. They gave him a moment, as it was obviously taking him some effort to remember. He reopened his eyes and looked at McGonagall. I always enjoy our time together, my dear. Did you know, your favorite teacup has an uncanny semblance to the prophecy orbs in the Hall of Prophecy. I wonder if the Unspeakables will be upset with how the hall looks now. Tom was quite displeased when I prevented him from hearing Trelawney. Dumbledore shook his head before blinking at them. Forgive me. I'm finding it hard to concentrate. What was your question? Madame Pomfrey gave his hand a pat. It's all right, Albus. She glanced back to the others before refocusing. Dumbledore seemed oblivious to her sudden hesitancy, although he always seemed to look someplace else whenever someone became uncomfortable for whatever reason. Albus, because of what's happened, we feel it best we take you to a specialist. Oh, Albus asked before continuing. That's reasonable, I suppose. In my youth, my mother was always on me and my brother for jumping on the bed. Said she didn't want our noggins to get bumped and jumbled. Severus stepped forward. Yes, which is why we believe it best for you to see a Muggle doctor who specializes in head injuries, Headmaster. Very well. When do we go? Albus asked, his right eye squinting slightly, as if in pain. Well, unless you have any aversion to it, we were thinking within the hour, Madame Pomfrey said, giving him a concerned look as he lifted his hand and placed it on his right eyebrow. Albus, I ache, he stated, closing his eyes. Remus looked at Phileas and the others. Shall we then? I believe the sooner we go the better. Even McGonagall agreed. How is he, dear? Perenelle asked, placing a gentle hand on the side of her husband's arm. Better, though I fear I was unable to block the connection as well as I had hoped, Nicholas said, turning away from Harry's room but remaining in the doorway. He sensed pain. Perenelle frowned. Pain? Surely you don't mean was Voldemort injured? They had been kept apprised of the situation in the wizarding world, and knew of the recent attacks, as well as the breakout at Azkaban and of the free-wandering Dementors. I believe so. Any word about Albus? Nicholas asked. Perenelle shook her head. Not much. Minerva simply said they were on their way to see a specialist. They are worried he may have suffered more than a mere concussion. I feared as much when she told us about his injury involving a Muggle gun. Wizards underestimate the power of armed and agitated Muggles. Quite, Perenelle agreed. Dr. Price, this is Albus Dumbledore, Phileas introduced. Dr. Price smiled and stepped forward. Relieved that at least some wizards knew how to dress somewhat appropriately in the Muggle world, though they were still dressed peculiarly. The headmaster, who was dressed in black slacks with a black and purple tie-dye t-shirt under a velvet vest, was seated. A man in dark clothing stood beside him and was by far the most appropriately dressed for the Muggle world, although he appeared to be an adult goth. On the other side of the chair was a woman in old-fashioned nurse attire, and in front of her was a very short man who looked more like a child with a mustache than anything else. On the whole, they looked like a mismatched group from a circus, either that or escapees from a mental ward who had kidnapped a nurse. Good evening, sir, Price said, extending his right hand for Dumbledore to take. He carefully observed the older man's movements, watching for anything that may show how severe the recent brain trauma was. So far, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary as he clasped Dumbledore's hand in his own. How are you feeling, sir? He asked. Honestly, not too bad, although I certainly feel off, Albus said, before his eyes strayed from Price's face and looked at the pictures on the wall behind him. Well, that's understandable, Price said before looking at the others in the room who quickly introduced themselves. With that done, Price refocused on his patient. I'd like to carry out a few tests as the CT scanner is being prepared. You all can either wait in the next room or sit quietly over there. These tests do not require privacy. They did as they were told, moving to the left side of the room, although Madame Pomfrey remained the closest to watch. Price guided Albus to the examination table and the headmaster promptly sat himself on the edge. All right, fists please, drive. Price said after carrying out the simple things he did with every patient, such as blood pressure and pulse rate. Dumbledore held out his hands and closed them into fists as requested. Try to keep them where they are as best you can, Price said, placing his hands on top of his and applying a gentle downward pressure before stopping and jotting a note down on his clipboard. He then repeated the process, pushing Dumbledore's fists upward, inward, and outward. He nodded to himself, not really surprised by his findings. It matched with what he had been told about the man's injury. He continued on to other strength, motor control, and hand-eye coordination tests, marking down things on his chart as the others watched in silence. Well, I will wait until after I review your CT scan to share my findings with you. I like to have as much information as possible before I share anything with my patients, he said. I understand, Dumbledore said simply as a nurse knocked and entered, pushing a wheelchair in front of her. The CT scanner is ready, doctor, she said. Very good, Price said, taking the wheelchair from her and placing it near the exam table. His patient's eyebrows rose. It's hospital policy when serious head trauma is involved, Price explained gently, unsure how the head of the Wizengamot would respond to the somewhat demeaning position of being pushed in a wheelchair. He needn't have worried. Dumbledore's face broke into a wide grin and quickly sat himself in it, patting the armrests. I've always wanted to do a wheelie in one of these. Doctor. Price blinked, deciding this man either had suffered more brain damage than his tests had suggested or he really was as nuts as some people said. He was leaning toward the latter. You will do no such thing. Pomfrey exclaimed. You're here because you have brain damage, Albus. I will not allow you to risk receiving more. Cushion charms, Poppy, cushion charms, he bantered. Although it was clear he knew he had lost this fight. She huffed, shaking her head. Severus stood by the wall, crossing his arms. Shall we then, Doctor? Price asked, wondering if it was safe to interrupt. Yes, drive. Price, Phileas said cheerfully, choosing to ignore the minor argument that had just transpired. Price, pushing the wheelchair, led the way with Severus, Phileas, and Pomfrey following closely behind. Entering the room with the CT scanner, Price felt those behind him stare at the contraption in front of them, while Dumbledore leaned forward, amazed. It's like a giant lifesaver suite. Marvelous. Ministry leaders and workers were each grateful when the day was considered done and they were permitted to return home to their families for dinner. The Oblivators sighed and shook out their wand hands, trying to drive away the soreness in their wrists at having to cast so many Obliviates in the past 15 hours. Aurors all sagged on their couches, thankful they had been able to return home and relax after the craziest day of the decade. They had dueled Death Eaters, capturing a few while driving back the rest. Granted, there was little driving back, as the Death Eaters had usually just chosen to leave. They had made sure the Muggle-born families were safe after relocating them and setting up stricter security around their new homes. They had also convinced Muggle authorities in the know that the danger was over, for now, and that they were doing their best to ensure nothing like this happened again. The promise sounded hollow even to their ears. And finally, they began setting up maps that would hopefully help in tracking the movements of the renegade Dementors. Madame Bones closed her eyes, sinking into a chair as the sound of water filling her bathtub echoed toward her. She had just returned from the ministry and had seen the charred remnants of the minister's office. It was a wonder anyone left that room alive. Bones sighed. Auror Doe had not. She had been killed by Voldemort upon his arrival, before he had used the minister as a shield against Dumbledore. And then Dumbledore had managed to get a reaction from him, causing him to lash out, tossing the minister aside as he unleashed a heavy dose of fiendfire. Fudge had been beside himself when he recounted that experience. She shook her head. The statute of secrecy was still holding, but just barely. The Muggle Prime Minister was understandably livid. It was only thanks to her quick thinking of promptly providing him with all of the information they had that prevented him from doing something truly rash. And Fudge hadn't helped the situation at all. He really needed to go. Madame Bones slowly stood up, wondering what changes the last 24 hours would bring. Everything would be out in the Daily Prophet in the morning. The wizarding world would know Voldemort was truly back, and back with a vengeance. They would learn the risks he was willing to take, the fact he no longer cared much for the statute of secrecy, not that he ever really cared about it, and that he had ravaged many areas of the world, both wizard and Muggle, in the span of only a few hours. He and his numbers had emptied Azkaban, convinced the Dementors to rebel, not that that was hard, destroyed 7 Muggle-born homes, broke through the ministry wards. She suspected at least one traitor in the ministry ranks broke into the Hall of Prophecy, and utterly ruined the minister's office. 5 Muggle-born families, 7 Aurors and over 20 Muggles, police and pedestrians, had been killed, while 15 Aurors and nearly 100 Muggles had been injured. Was the ministry ready for a war against this monster? Was the world? Dr. Price motioned them to sit. Dumbledore had fallen asleep and was blissfully resting in the room next door with a nurse who would wake him every 2 hours, as was protocol. Severus, Phileas, and Poppy sat down, glancing anxiously at the folder on Price's lap. "So?" Pomfrey asked, getting a little impatient. She was used to being the healer, not the concerned and worried party. Dr. Price straightened and turned the folder around to face them before opening it. "Considering the initial damage of his injury, he is doing very well. Your blood vessel repairing and blood replenishing potions helped prevent more serious conditions from cropping up, such as subarachnoid hemorrhaging and subdural hematomas." Drive. Price began. "I am sensing however," Severus stated. "Yes." Price flipped a page over, revealing a brain scan image. "As you can see, there are fragments of bone that pierced into the right side of his frontal lobe. These 4," he pointed to 4 tiny shards near the point of entry. "Do not worry me much, but these 2," he moved the end of his pen and tapped the page, "are a different story. The piece behind and above his right eye has me the most concerned. Despite the assistance the potions have provided, this bone fragment has caused substantial pressure due to swelling to build behind his eye and down onto the optic nerve. If left untreated, it may cause irreparable vision problems in his right eye, not to mention damage brain tissue around the immediate area. As for the other, it is of concern because of how deeply it has penetrated into the frontal lobe. Now, after examining him, I do not believe the damage this piece caused is severe, but minor to moderate, which frankly astounds me. I don't know if it was because of the immediate treatment he received from you, his innate magic, or what, but the overall damage he has suffered would barely be classified as a moderate traumatic brain injury. He is a very fortunate man." "Okay, but what does the damage he has mean, exactly?" Phileas chirped. "I will be frank with you all, as it's nearly impossible to provide a gentle explanation where this is concerned. As the bone fragment entered his brain and traveled, it disturbed the tissue around and behind it, pulling tiny portions of brain matter along as it went. Now, in this instance, it is not as catastrophic as it sounds, as the bone fragments were thin and sharp instead of blunt and coarse, but I would be lying if I said this did not have serious consequences that must be addressed." "All right, what are we facing?" Pomfrey asked. "How can we help him? What can we expect?" "The frontal lobe is primarily responsible for conscious thought, voluntary movement, and individual personality characteristics. Now, after my examination of him, I found the left side of his body is noticeably weaker than his right. Granted, he's still the strongest and fastest man I have ever seen his age, as his reactions and fine motor skills rival most middle-aged men, but the fact remains that his left side has noticeably suffered. Primarily, his movements on the left side are slower and less fluid than his right, enough that it has impacted his pronunciation." "Can this be fixed?" Phileas asked worriedly. "It should be through physical therapy, speech therapy, and exercise. Though frail, the mind is a very resilient thing," Price assured. "But his physical condition is only part of it. Due to the nature of his injury, I need to caution you all of the psychological and mental effects this may have on him. In fact, I have already seen some signs of it, although it is not nearly as severe as other cases I have handled before. As you have no doubt noticed, his attention span has decreased a great deal and he is easily distracted. This problem may resolve itself in time, but there are also some mental exercises he can do to help him regain at least some of his previous focus, so, for now, just be patient with him." Pomfrey and Phileas nodded seriously, promising to do as the doctor said. "Doctor." Price fought down a sigh and turned his eyes back to the folder before him. "Before we go on to treatment options, I need to caution you of possible outbursts Mr. Dumbledore may exhibit. Due to the damage to the inferior orbital surface of the frontal lobe here," he pointed to the mentioned region that resided at the bottom of the frontal lobe near his right eye, "he may experience sudden bouts of aggression and rage." "How sudden? Would they not have a trigger?" Pomfrey asked. "I honestly don't know. I've had patients who have these emotions randomly and seemingly with no reason, while others have triggers. For example, they are annoyed by something, and instead of reacting the way they normally would have, they lash out. It goes hand in hand with the next possible consequence of this. He tapped the aforementioned damaged portion once more. His ability to discern what is socially acceptable and what is not may have become impaired. Severus raised an eyebrow. You mean the headmaster may occasionally spew a curse word? That is a possibility, but I mean his social graces, perceptions regarding risk-taking and rule-breaking in general may be skewed now. Price quickly lifted a hand to stop them from voicing their concerns. Understand, I am merely laying out what may happen so you will all be prepared for any problems. I'll say they're problems. He's the headmaster of a school with well over 200 students, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and supreme mugwump of the ICW. If his judgment has been impaired by any degree it would be disastrous. Madame Pomfrey cried. Madam, drive, Price said, his voice very serious. Every case of brain injury is different, and it is impossible to predict how someone will be affected exactly. All we can do is look at previous cases and discern what they have in common to help us with similar and current cases. As it has been barely a day since Mr. Dumbledore gained these injuries, we need to consider what may come. The next 24 hours will be very telling to the kinds of long-term consequences he will have. However, with that said, after personally examining him and seeing the extent of his injuries and his current state of mind, I do not believe his ability to continue his current roles is in serious jeopardy, but I think it would be irresponsible to simply assume everything will be or should remain as it was. Also, let me remind you, he is very fortunate and he is doing extremely well. I would go as far as labeling this as a miracle. Most people with an open head wound like Mr. Dumbledore's would have received more serious brain trauma from the bone fragments, not to mention life-threatening bleeding and swelling of the brain that would cause further brain damage. Dr. Price shook his head, clearly amazed by Dumbledore's prognosis. Thank you, Doctor, Phileas said. I'm just telling you the truth, drive. Price said, before refocusing. Now, treatment and recovery. Dumbledore blinked, staring at the tiled ceiling above him. Where was he? Oh, yes. In the Muggle hospital. Severus and the others had taken him there to try and help him with his apparent brain injury. Well, as he had told Drive Price, he didn't feel all that bad, but he did feel off, though, after that night's rest, he felt much improved. Perhaps it would be all right for him to return to Hogwarts now. Fudge was bound to need some reining in soon, especially as he had just lost his office to Fiendfire. The pathetic man was no doubt blubbering about it right this moment, if his memory concerning Cornelius was right, which it unfortunately was. He glanced at his IV and the other bizarre wires taped to him. Ah, Muggle technology, so wondrous. Mr. Dumbledore, good morning, a nurse said, walking over to his bed and checking the machines beside him. Hello, he squinted at her name tag. Nurse Dorothy. She was an older nurse, her hair nearly completely white and her face full of kind wrinkles. She was the same nurse who had stayed with him the night before, waking him up periodically and asking him super easy questions. Unfortunately, he had been too sleepy at the time to ask why she was interrupting his sleep. Madam, why were you waking me up last night and asking me the same questions over and over again? He asked suddenly. Oh, it's procedure to do so after any sort of head injury. It helps us diagnose the severity of the damage. Oh, all right. Did I answer them all right? He asked, curious now. Considering your recent trauma, you answered them remarkably well, she said with a smile before heading out after briefly stating his vitals looked quite good. He blinked. Had she just flirted with him? He shook himself. Soon after she left, Drive Price, Severus, Minerva, and Madame Pomfrey came in. They look really serious. Good morning, Headmaster, Severus stated. How are you feeling, Albus? Minerva asked as Poppy came up and seemed to scan for anything wrong. Dumbledore looked at Poppy. Well, I thought I was feeling splendid, but, with how you were looking at me, I'm not so sure now. Oh, we're just concerned about you, is all, Albus, Pomfrey said hurriedly. Suddenly wishing he had his half-moon spectacles to look over, he pierced them with a serious stare. Is there something you all wish to tell me? Severus and the others all looked to Dr. Price, who took their stares quite well. Apparently, he had much practice in this sort of thing. Motioning for them all to get comfortable, Drive Price took a seat beside Dumbledore's bed. I've brought your case to the neurological team of the hospital and discussed what the best course of action to take would be. Several shards of bone entered your frontal lobe, but the bone fragment that has us the most concerned, and is why we are proposing this, is the one just above your right optic nerve. We strongly believe this will become a problem and prevent you from using your right eye properly. Added to that, there is a risk that a sharp edge of the bone fragment may later cut the surrounding tissues and cause bleeding that would go unnoticed until grave symptoms cropped up. Also, although the other shards do not concern us as much, removing them would be in your best interests to prevent complications in the future. So you're telling me I'm going to need to have surgery, Dumbledore said. Yes, sir. I admit, my right eye does seem to be having some trouble. There is an odd ache just behind it and it feels rather stiff. I don't know how else to describe it. That is likely due to the pressure the fragment is creating on the nerve, Price calmly explained. Then I agree to the surgery. Is there anything specific about it I should know? I will not go into the particulars unless you wish me to, but, I will not lie to you, this procedure will be dangerous. I have my affairs in order. Gringotts has my will and other documents, should the worst happen, Albus said simply. Very well. There are some other things I need to talk to you about concerning your condition before we proceed further, though, Price said, before covering everything he had told the others the night before. Explains why I'm finding it difficult to concentrate on one thing for an extended period, Dumbledore mused. This problem may alleviate in time, so don't dwell on it too much, Price advised. My difficulty in focusing is not my main concern right now, Doctor. What is the sudden bouts of anger or emotional frailty you mentioned I could experience, and I certainly do not want to begin questioning my ability to recognize consequences or be unable to make plans, Dumbledore said with a frown. I would need to resign from all of my posts in the wizarding world. Well, the fact that you are concerned about it is a good sign in my book, not to mention how you just displayed you are foreseeing the choices that may need to be made if you were unable to carry out your responsibilities. Doctor. Price is right, Albus. Besides, if problems like that do arise, and that is if, I would step in and help you, even if I had to force you, Minerva said with a smile. That is a comfort, Minerva, but what if this occurred while I was in a state of rage? I don't believe you have ever seen me truly angry, my dear. Severus stepped up, his sudden strength of presence causing Albus' eyes to shoot to his. I would back her up, as would the rest of the staff, Severus stated. Have no doubt, if need be, we would take care of things. Pomfrey and McGonagall turned and nearly gaped at Severus, utterly amazed by his tone. They had never heard him speak with such force before, and to the headmaster, no less. Doctor. Price looked at him in obvious approval as Dumbledore continued to stare at him. Albus had the strangest feeling Severus' statement was more than mere words of comfort, they were words of absolute certainty. Fact. Experience. The potion master's eyes gazing back at him were sharper than anything he could ever remember seeing. They held a strength he had never seen in the young man before, holding a power he hadn't ever known the younger man even possessed. It was an energy that rivaled any anger, any vengeance, and any hate. It was of compassion, confident care, and, dare he label it, agape, love. He wasn't sure if it was the emotional frailty, drive Price had mentioned, or his own natural tendency to react to such deep signs of warmth, but, to his shame, his eyes welled with tears and he was forced to pinch the bridge of his nose to hold back the rest. Thank you, Severus, he said, barely managing to keep his voice steady with the sudden lump in his throat. Well, Harry, why don't we go check on Norberta? Nicholas asked. There is something I want to discuss. Harry smiled and nodded. The pain in his scar had finally fallen to a barely noticeable ache earlier that morning, but his mind still felt a bit muddled. It was the same sort of haziness one gets when they finally begin getting over a rough cold, when things don't seem to register in perfect clarity yet. He supposed it was because of whatever Nicholas had done, but as it had dulled the horrible connection to Voldemort, he wasn't about to complain. The night before last had been rough, even with Nicholas's help. He had seen things, heard things, and felt things. They had only been flashes and short blips of conversations, but the feelings those had been the most vivid. He told Nicholas and Perenelle everything he could remember, though much of it had been hard to describe. Someone named Bellatrix had been there, speaking in a soft but frightened tone. There was blood. Everywhere it seemed. There had been flashes of spells. Harry believed they were of the healing sort, but they didn't seem to be working the way Voldemort wished, and apparently needed, if Harry had discerned his emotions correctly. Furious rage, pain and outrage, all with an underlying trickle of fear. There was a bloody hole in his side. Harry had seen a glimpse of it when Voldemort had looked down in casting some sort of pain-relieving charm. The Dark Wizard had been shot, and Harry was certain it had not been a simple, in-and-out wound. If the pain that had trickled over the bond was any indication, the bullet had made quite a mess in his chest. Harry shuddered, recalling a few of the pages in those medical books he had borrowed from the library detailing similar injuries and necessary treatments. Come to think of it. His eyes widened. Where had his library book gone? He stopped, making Nicholas turn back and look at him questioningly. Something wrong, child? He asked. My library book. I had dropped it when. What will the library do when I don't return the book? He asked, stunned he hadn't thought about it until just that moment. Nicholas tilted his head, as if remembering something. If I remember correctly, Dumbledore has taken care of that. He asked Mrs. Fig to send a message to the library and inform them the book was lost due to circumstances beyond your control and to send the cost of the book to him so he could purchase a new one for them. Harry blinked. Nicholas must have a fine memory to be able to confidently rattle all that information so quickly. Oh, I'll need to thank Professor Dumbledore the next time I see him then, Harry said. Nicholas nodded, though he seemed to be pained by something. Sir? Harry asked, noticing the way Nicholas's face had saddened. He didn't say anything, just motioned him to follow. When they came under a tree near the stables, Nicholas finally turned and faced him as he sat down on the grass. Harry sat cross-legged in the grass as well, allowing Quirrell to slither from his wrist and investigate the brush nearby. As you know, Harry, some things happened the other night. I won't go deeply into it, because things are still being investigated, but many people got hurt. Both wizards and muggles, Nicholas said. People died as well, Harry said softly. I didn't quite see it, but I could feel it, sense his glee. Nicholas gave a sad sigh. I had hoped I had been able to shield you more, but I see this bond is stronger than I had initially anticipated. Hate really is the poison of humanity. Harry bowed his head, trying not to think about the other things he had felt, particularly the positive emotions he had felt from the monster. How many? Harry asked, lifting his eyes. I don't know the numbers, Harry, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You should not have to hear such things. Did you know any who were? Nicholas wasn't sure if the question concerned people who had been murdered or injured. Personally, I didn't know any who were killed, he said, deciding that was a safe answer. And hurt? Harry asked. The boy was certainly a perceptive one. Well, he was going to tell him anyway. Albus Dumbledore has been taken to a specialist for a head wound and is currently being treated. They expect him to recover well enough to return to Hogwarts and his other responsibilities by the time term begins. Well enough. Quirrell hissed by his knee. I do not like the sound of that, Harry. Neither do I, but it's not like we can help unless. Harry answered before looking back to Nicholas. Is there something I can do? Does he need healing? If Nicholas was surprised by the question, he didn't show it. At this time, no, or at least not the healing you can provide. What happened to him? Harry couldn't help but ask. Harry, it's not my place to say, but know that he is in capable hands and they will heal him to the best of their ability. Harry nodded, grudgingly understanding he couldn't fix, or even try to fix, everything. Now, I haven't taken you to the stables to inform you of Albus, but to discuss something else entirely. I have been giving this a lot of thought, and, after sharing my thoughts with my wife, she agrees with my decision. However, it is not quite my decision to make, but yours. Harry didn't say anything, waiting for Nicholas to continue. It concerns your magic, specifically your lock. Harry perked up, very interested now. Quirrell had risen her head as well. I believe I can help you begin unlocking it, and, if you wish, we can begin today. Voldemort gritted his teeth as Bella dabbed at his wound once more. That Muggle lover had ruined everything. Dumbledore really needed to die. It was because of him that Muggle had been able to shoot him. It was because of him that he had failed to hear the prophecy. However, the old man had not thwarted everything. Voldemort smiled despite the pain and shortness of breath, recalling how the minister had trembled in fear against him as he hissed into the man's ear. He would allow things to calm as he maneuvered his pieces. Despite Dumbledore and this injury, things would go his way in the end. Lucius paced in his office, waiting for Severus to arrive. He had sent for him an hour ago and only hoped he was not too busy with the old Muggle lover to come with what he had requested. His life depended on it. Finally, the fireplace burst green and Severus stepped from it. "Severus, I assume you were," he began. "Yes, I have everything you requested." Lucius was unable to hold back his sigh of relief. "Good. Please, follow me. Bellatrix sent a portkey for us," he said, leading them into a room before firmly closing the door and casting a quick privacy ward, just in case. "Does anyone suspect?" Severus asked as Lucius moved toward the desk with a black quill on it. "No, and I have done as you have asked." "Good, it is a relief to know Draco will be safe no matter what happens," Severus said. Lucius nodded, once again grateful. Severus understood the importance of family despite not having one of his own. His hand came over the portkey as Severus stepped beside him. "This will take us to where he is staying," he stated, not needing to state who he was. "I understand," Severus said. "I hope you know what you are doing, Severus," Lucius whispered as he placed his other hand on Severus' arm and activated the portkey. They appeared in a large dining room, not all that different from the Malfoys. Severus quickly identified it as the home of Yaxley. "Good of you to finally arrive, Severus." "This way," Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix's husband, said. Severus went forward, leaving the room with Rodolphus. Lucius did not follow. "What is his condition?" Severus asked, correctly assuming why he was there. "I don't know, he has only allowed my wife in the room," Rodolphus stated blandly. "He actually doesn't know she has sent for you." He smiled maliciously as they came to a closed door. "I see," Severus said, totally unbothered by Rodolphus' words as he took hold of the handle before him. Rodolphus blinked at Severus' boldness. "Well, unless you require something, I will leave you now." "Very good," Severus returned with a nod as he confidently opened the door and entered. Severus closed the door behind him as his eyes quickly took in the room. There was a wall blocking most of the bed from view of the door. He heard some rustlings, as if someone was scrambling for things. There was light, though it was on the other side the wall and obscured by what Severus correctly assumed to be furniture. "Who has entered, Bellatrix?" "I have not given anyone permission to enter." "Who dares?" Severus forced himself to not startle at the voice as he slowed his approach. "My lord, I sent for him." "For Severus. Your wound, my lord, I am inept. I have done all that I can, but hoped my seeking Severus would please you, as he is more able than I," Bella said. "Please forgive me, my lord, be you." "Oh, my faithful servant." Come, Severus," Voldemort interrupted, his voice raspy. Severus went around the wall, finding the Dark Lord lying in a bed with bloody bandages strewn throughout, and a batty Bella holding a pair of scissors and wad of gauze beside him. There was a disgusting stench in the air that Severus quickly identified. The sickly sweet, rusty smell could only be one thing: blood. There were empty potion vials all over the floor, blood all over the blankets and even on the walls. Bella's hair was, as usual, out of control, but what made it even worse were the streaks of dark red in it. It was a rather horrid scene, to be honest, and Nagini coiled around the right back bedpost near Voldemort's head did not help matters. "My lord," Severus greeted with a respectful bow, as if nothing he was seeing was alarming. "Please, let me be of assistance." "Bellatrix," Voldemort stated. "Yes, my lord," she chirped. "Move away." Bella looked affronted, but knew not to contradict. She got up and moved to the corner to watch. Severus stepped forward as Voldemort sat up with a barely hidden wince. He wished Bellatrix had been told to leave. "What potions have you taken, my lord?" Severus asked, stepping beside the bed and keeping his face neutral. Anything the Dark Lord perceived as pity or any emotion of weakness would not be received well. "Blood replenishing mostly, but I have taken a blood vessel repairing and a skelegro," he stated, before adding, "Bellatrix insisted I take a pain reliever as well." If he was embarrassed about the situation, he hid it very well. "Last dose taken?" Severus asked, pulling out a rolled-up leather pouch from his robes. "Within the past hour, I have taken 2 blood replenishing, nothing else." "Is the wound still open?" Severus asked, setting the pouch on the side table and unrolling it to reveal many potion vials and tools. Yes. Please show me where, Severus stated curtly, pulling out his wand. Voldemort turned, motioning to his right side. Severus could tell the movement was uncomfortable, but Voldemort wasn't the Dark Lord for nothing. He would not allow himself to show weakness. Looking at the exposed, bloody mess, Severus found the Dark Lord's side covered in gauze magically kept in place by sticking charms. Bella had certainly been hard at work, though her work was sloppy and it was clear she was more skilled in dismembering than in healing. Silently, he cast a diagnosing charm and a few other things to tell him how the Dark Lord was faring. All the while, Bellatrix and Nagini were avidly watching. Despite the fact he was here because of Bella, he knew if she saw anything at all suspicious he would be getting a point-blank crucio, if not an AK, before he would be able to block or counter. And then there was Nagini. Even though Severus desired nothing more than to poison or point-blank curse the Dark Lord, Nagini would likely act before he could completely carry it out. Oh yes, without a doubt, Nagini was Voldemort's greatest ally. Sometimes Severus wondered if Nagini considered Voldemort as a surrogate son or something. She was that protective of him. However, even without Nagini and Bella, attempting any such a plan was doomed to fail anyway. Voldemort was immune to many poisons, thanks to the countless alterations he had made on himself, and he was very good at smelling out foul potions before he ingested them. Dumbledore didn't say Riddle was a brilliant student for nothing. And as for cursing him in his weakened state, Voldemort was still extremely fast, and he was always armed with his wand. No, Severus would need to continue acting as a faithful servant. There was too much to lose if he failed. The Light would lose a spy and Harry would lose a guide, and even if he succeeded in cursing Voldemort, there was the prophecy to consider. In the future, there had been a few occurrences where the Dark Lord should have outright been killed, but hadn't been. Severus suspected old magic was involved. Something was protecting Voldemort, preventing his demise, and Severus only hoped he was correct in believing Harry was the key to finally bringing it to an end. As his medical spells finished sending him feedback, Severus frowned, although inside he rejoiced. Severus, Voldemort asked, his voice frighteningly flat. What caused this? Severus asked, despite knowing already. Voldemort bit back a growl. A metal projectile called a bullet. My lord, I can see 2 of your ribs have recently been healed, but... Severus took a deep breath, having to crush his elation behind his mental shields as he tried to sound grave. The bullet entered and struck your second lowest rib, causing it to splinter as the bullet continued up, passing through your liver and clipping your right kidney before being lodged near the base of another rib. If the bullet had missed that rib, the bullet would have exited near the middle of your back, an inch from your spine. Unfortunately, it did not, and, because of Bellatrix's treatment, it is now embedded in the repaired rib. I will not be able to remove it now, unless you wish me to physically go in. Simply summoning it may cause irreparable damage to your spine, not to mention severe damage to that newly healed rib. Then just leave it, Voldemort stated, though his eyes strayed to Bella. The Dark Lord was not pleased. Of course, my lord, Severus stated, deciding not to mention the risk of infection, least of all tetanus. It was something most wizards never even considered, and the very few who did were Muggleborn. Potions, such as Pepper Up, usually handled such problems, but serious infections, such as ones that came about because of foreign bodies lodged in muscle, bone, and general tissue, could only be handled with aggressive potion regimens. Potion regimens Severus was going to conveniently fail to comment on, far less provide. I will be giving you potions to heal the damage done to your liver and kidney. That should greatly aid in your recovery, my lord, Severus said, retrieving the mentioned potions. However, before you take them, you need to know you will be unable to channel any powerful spells for 48 hours. The potions will be channeling a portion of your magic to heal the internal damage and hindering it may postpone your recovery. Very well, Severus. How long before this wound is gone? Well, Severus began, deciding some ego stroking was in order. For an average wizard, I would say 2 to 3 weeks, but for you, with your power and magic reserves, I would say 6 to 10 days. Voldemort slowly nodded, contemplating his situation. That is not disagreeable. My plans do not call for much action from myself in the coming weeks anyway, Voldemort stated as Severus placed the necessary potions on the side table before putting his other things away. Shall I close the wound for you, my lord? Yes, as it is clear Bellatrix is incapable, Voldemort sneered, his annoyance with his most zealous servant coming through loud and clear. Bellatrix cowered. Thank you for allowing me this honor, my lord, Severus said as he expertly waved his wand, removing the soaked bandages and healing the bullet hole, happily sealing the debris and foreign contaminants within Voldemort's body. Harry watched as Perenelle led Norberta out of the stables and into the field beside them. Nicholas had told him they would need to use dragon magic to begin lowering the block on his magic, and as Norberta knew and trusted him, she was the optimum choice. You must do exactly as I say, Harry. If you fail to follow my instructions, it may lead to dreadful consequences, Nicholas said, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Yes, Harry. Do what he says, Quirrell said at his feet, before slithering over to Perenelle to watch. I understand, Harry said, trying not to gulp too loudly. All right, I want you to stare into her eyes and simply hold her gaze. Do not look away until she does, Nicholas said, moving around to stand beside Norberta and placed his hand on Norberta's scales. Harry did as he was told, Norberta staring back into his eyes with an intensity he had never before seen in another's eyes as Nicholas began whispering a strange language. Norberta's eyes sharpened as they gave a bluish glow before the glow shifted into one of silver. Harry couldn't have looked away even if he had wanted. A rush of power surged, though Harry could not perceive from where. It was hot, but of a heat that was protective and persistent. He felt his hands close into fists and his knees grow weak, his eye contact with Norberta unwavering. Her eyes flashed again and he felt a weight at his center. It did not lift, but grew heavier, and he felt his chest heaving and his heart pounding. Just when he thought he would be crushed from within, the weight sunk, as if absorbed, and that was when Norberta finally looked away. Harry tried to follow suit, but instead of simply looking away, his vision grew dark and he felt himself fall. The next thing Harry knew was that he was lying in his bed in the Flamels' home. Well, Harry, I do believe you've made great progress today. Congratulations, you've just lifted about a quarter of the lock you had, Mr. Flamel said, leaning over him. Harry blinked. What does that mean, sir? Why don't you cast something and see? He asked as Quirrell slithered off Nicholas's wrist and plopped onto the bed beside him. Slowly, Harry sat up and pulled out his phoenix wand. It felt different. It was definitely still his wand, but he could feel tendrils of warmth seeping to and from his palm and the wand's handle. It was amazing. What should I cast? Harry asked. Mr. Flamel paused, before taking out his reading glasses and promptly snapping it in two. How about Reparo? He asked, placing his broken frames on the bed. Harry blinked, before doing as suggested. He gathered his magic, a little nervous as this was the first time he had ever cast this spell, though he knew the incantation and wand movement. Reparo. His magic pulsed through the air, brushing through everything as he pointed his wand at the broken spectacles. There were odd popping, scrapping, and shuffling sounds echoing all around them as Nicholas's glasses magically unbent and were fixed. With that, Harry turned his eyes to the other things in the room, amazed to find them in even better shape than they were before. Nicholas started laughing. Well done, child. You see. And there is still 3/4 of the lock left to lift, but before that you need to get used to the amount of magic now at your disposal. Harry wholeheartedly agreed. Remus entered his quarters within Hogwarts. Thanks to Dumbledore and the others, he would be able to remain as Hogwarts' teacher for the foreseeable future. The curse was gone, well, both curses if you included his former lycanthropy. Their work on the wards had produced a lot of benefits. Not only was the Dada curse gone, Hogwarts was more fortified than ever before. She had wards that would make Gringotts jealous and aggressive defenses that would activate immediately if anyone with ill intent tried to break through, human or otherwise, particularly those under any kind of disguise. He went to his couch, reclining back as he thought about recent events. Albus would be returning to Hogwarts the following day, but would be confined to his bed for the next week. The surgery 3 days prior had been a success and the doctors were hopeful his recovery would be an uneventful one. So far, the headmaster's mental health was stable. He did admit to feeling a little fatigued, but that was to be expected. His speech patterns had improved, but he was going to a speech therapist just the same, as his pronunciation would falter when he was particularly tired. He was also seeing a physical therapist to help regain the bit of fine motor function he had lost on his left side. When he returned to Hogwarts, the therapists would work with him on Mondays and Thursdays. As for his attention span and ability to concentrate, it was still too soon to tell for sure, but it was looking much better than they had anticipated. However, not everything was as positive. After he had regained consciousness and received his first hospital meal, it soon became clear he had lost something. His sense of taste. At first, Pomfrey and the others had believed he just wanted them to bring him something sweet as he complained about the hospital food being bland, but after Severus took it upon himself to sneak in a lemo donut and transfigure the shape into a simple slice of bread, it became clear. After a few food experiments, they learned Dumbledore had hypogeusia, partial taste loss, and hyposmia, partial smell loss. He could taste salt and sugar, but it had to be concentrated and not part of a complex sample of food. Such conditions were fairly common with frontal lobe trauma, and Dr. Price said there was unfortunately nothing they could really do to help. It was up to Dumbledore's own body to repair the damage. Albus was disheartened, but took solace in the fact it may not be permanent. They remained hopeful this sensory loss would return eventually. Remus closed his eyes, turning his thoughts elsewhere. He had just returned from visiting Sirius and sharing some news with him. He kept Severus out of the conversation, as Sirius was still immature where it came to anything related to the man. When he had briefly mentioned Severus to him a few days before, he had gone off, making outlandish remarks on how Snape was probably bowing at the Dark Lord's feet. Remus had set the record straight, stating Severus was a spy and that Dumbledore himself trusted him implicitly. Remus had also made it clear he would not hear another negative word from Sirius about the man. Remus still neglected to state Severus was Hogwarts' potions master and had become Harry's favorite teacher and treasured mentor, but Remus decided that could wait. Sirius was still recovering and didn't need to suffer a stroke. Sirius had questioned where Harry was, of course, but considering recent events, grudgingly accepted Remus' words of, "Albus has promised Harry is in a safe place but hasn't told us where." Remus sighed. He wished he knew where Harry was, but Albus and Minerva were being tight-lipped about it. All he knew was that he wasn't with the Dursleys anymore and would never return to them, thankfully. Remus almost wished he was still a werewolf. If Severus' venomous words about them were any indication, maybe just once it would have been alright too. He perished the thought. What a horrible thing to even imagine. He chastised himself, focusing on something else. The ministry and press were slowly settling down, panic-wise, but now things were being set in motion. New safety measures and laws were being proposed while Fudge assured the public they were working on ensuring their well-being and that Dumbledore was on his way to a full recovery. Madame Bones, Remus knew, was annoyed by Fudge's lax and carefree attitude, as were many other people, particularly members of the Wizengamot. Fudge was taking a relaxed in the face of danger to improve public opinion of himself stance, and Remus was fairly certain it would not end well, for anyone. "I'm serious, Albus. Light work," Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. "If I return and find you neck-deep in paperwork and unconscious, I might just feel inclined to leave you like that. Poppy, I assure you, I will not be doing any paperwork today. Minerva has already taken it upon herself to remove every sheet of paper that may need my signature from this office. I will simply be having a little meeting with Cornelius and Amelia Bones so they can honestly tell the public they've seen me and that I'm not about to expire." Pomfrey grumbled at that, wishing Dumbledore would take things a bit more seriously and remain in bed for another week instead of return to his duties. But he was headmaster and head of the Wizengamot and tons of other things. Work needed to be done. She still questioned whether or not it was a good idea to have Albus keep all of his positions, but at the moment finding a replacement would do more harm than good. Merlin only knew what sort of person would take his place if he did decide to step down from a post. With Fudge, she wouldn't be surprised if someone like Yaxley got involved. "Well, if you begin to tire, you best return to bed, Albus," Pomfrey stated. "I will, Poppy, I will," he promised, going behind his desk as the fireplace flared green. Madame Bones stepped out, soon followed by Minister Fudge. "Good morning, Madame Pomfrey," Madame Bones greeted before looking to Albus. "How are you, Albus?" "Much better than I was last week," Dumbledore answered jovially. "Yes, we were told you were under the care of experts outside the ministry," Fudge said. "They treated you well." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, as if wondering why Cornelius would think otherwise, but in actuality he was surprised they didn't know he had been under the tender care of Muggles. Yes, perfectly well. I owe them a great deal, he answered honestly. Well, Albus, I'll see you later, Pomfrey said, heading toward the door as he bid Fudge and Bones farewell with a nod. Of course, Poppy, Dumbledore answered before motioning Fudge and Madame Bones to the chairs across his desk. Severus exited Lucius' study and went to the library. They had just finished discussing recent events and their precautions for what may come. Entering the darkened library, he cast a soft lumos and began scanning the shelves. There was a lot of useful knowledge here and Severus wanted to reacquaint himself with a few counterspells. He closed his eyes, the dark bindings reminding him of Riddle's diary he had recently destroyed. It had been quite resilient and resistant, but in the end it could not withstand his fiendfire. He had disposed of the evil thing in the room of requirement, and it had been a refreshing venture. He knew Lucius wasn't happy that he had destroyed the diary, but even Lucius had to admit the world was better off without it. He just hoped the Dark Lord wouldn't be asking for it anytime soon. Godfather. Severus turned, not surprised to find Draco standing behind him. Yes, Draco? He asked, turning as he removed a book from the shelf. Severus took in Draco's appearance. There was no denying the boy was a pureblood prince, but there was something a tightness in his shoulders, a wariness etched in his young face that shouldn't be there. I didn't know you were here, Draco said after a moment. Mother didn't say you would be coming or that you had arrived. That is because she does not know. I came here to speak with your father and to do some research, he said, deciding there was nothing that needed to be hidden at the moment. Draco nodded, his eyes flickering to the book's cover. He didn't comment on Severus reading material, Magics of Darkness. Instead, he shuffled his feet and looked nervous. Is there something bothering you, Draco? Draco slowly nodded before Severus motioned him to sit in a nearby chair as he went around and stood in front of him. About a week ago, I overheard my parents talking, Draco began. Severus listened as Draco summarized everything he had heard, including the precautions that had been set up, how his parents were no longer supporting the Dark Lord, and about Harry being the one who must kill Voldemort. I see. Why have you not told your parents that you overheard? Severus asked. They have enough to worry about, and my telling them wouldn't change anything, Draco reasoned. Besides, Father hates when people eavesdrop. Why are you telling me, then? Draco shrugged. I don't know. I'm just uncertain about a few things. If Mother and I do leave Europe, what about Father and everyone else? What about you? Do you think things will really get that bad? Do you think you know who will become that powerful? Severus bit back a sigh. Draco, I have always been honest with you, so listen to me now. Things may not get that bad, but if they do, I and a number of others have a few backup plans in place to help protect as many people as we can. Also know that your father and I will not throw our lives away in a futile endeavor, nor will we take needless risks. The same goes for any other who chooses to remain and fight if the future becomes exceedingly dire. And as for what I think about the Dark Lord, it is no longer a question of if he becomes that powerful. He is already. However, power is not everything. There are some things the Dark Lord will never understand or have. He is not unbeatable. Draco nodded, though it was clear he wasn't exactly comforted by Snape's words, just slightly eased. As Harry, I mean, is it true? Will Harry have to face him? I believe Harry has already personally faced him twice in the past year, but if I understand your question, yes, someday he will have to face him once again and permanently defeat him. Is it because of what happened before? When he was a baby, I mean? Draco asked. Yes. Severus chose not to elaborate. The answer alone was troubling enough. Do you think he will succeed, Godfather? Draco asked. Severus didn't answer immediately, his mind going to Harry's future battles and struggles, the failures and close calls until, in his mind's eye, he saw a pair of intense green eyes, the last thing he had seen before appearing in his quarters 9 years into the past. He will, Severus stated firmly, never so sure of anything in his life. Dumbledore was happy to see Fudge leave his office, and though he didn't mind Madame Bones, he wanted to be alone, so kindly bid her farewell as she vanished into the flow. What a boring and nearly completely pointless meeting. Well, he supposed he just hadn't been in the mood to endure Fudge's painfully self-important droning voice, not that he ever was in the mood to, but that was beside the point. Madame Bones was doing a good job as far as he could tell. He was relieved someone like her had become the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He doubted there were many other people who would have responded as well as she had during the past few weeks. As for Fudge, the man was hopeless. If it was possible, he had become more idiotic than ever before. It was as if he was in another world, oblivious to the current dangers threatening the ministry and the general population of England, Muggle and Wizard alike. It was almost as if Albus frowned as something seemed to mentally hit him. Something was remiss. Something was off. Something was wrong with Fudge. Dumbledore opened his side drawer, reaching for the bowl he had sorely missed the past week. He set the bowl of lemo drops on his desk and put one in his mouth. Disappointed by the near lack of flavor, he stuffed in 5 more, not caring about the odd look Fawkes was now giving him. Was he wrong? Was he seeing problems that weren't there? Not that Fudge himself couldn't already be deemed a problem. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and began to occlude. Perhaps clearing his mind would help him get to the bottom of this. As he did, random thoughts surfaced, thoughts and memories he was content to ponder on for a moment before pushing them aside and going on to the next. Albus smiled, recalling what Severus had told him a few days ago about what he had done to Voldemort. Only Severus would have the guts to seal foreign contaminants within a Dark Lord's body while being watched, not only by the monster himself but by Bellatrix and Nagini. The man was bold, and while not fearless, he was braver than most gave him credit for. And though Albus knew consequences would eventually come, he desperately hoped Severus' actions would never be discovered by Voldemort and his followers. It would not end well. As he pushed that memory away, he went on to the next, certain he was nearly done, but then something jerked. He opened his eyes, not liking the jarring sensation he had just experienced and knowing he needed to play it safe and get help. He couldn't risk whatever just happened getting worse. He had too many memories he needed to keep in order and frankly buried. He turned his head to Fawkes, who was looking at him in concern. "Please send for Severus. I have a feeling this should be handled sooner rather than later," he said. Fawkes left with a nod, vanishing in a ball of flame. Severus threw his outer robe across his chair, quite ready to call it a night, when Fawkes flamed right over his shoulder. He couldn't help but exclaim a surprised curse word as Fawkes gripped his shoulder and promptly whisked him away. He quickly recognized the headmaster's office and couldn't help but immediately fear the worst as he turned around to face his mentor's desk. But his fears seemed to be unfounded when he found Dumbledore sitting behind the desk, looking calm and perfectly fine. Severus forcibly quieted his raging heart, wondering at his abrupt summoning given the man's demeanor. "Headmaster, I trust this is urgent," Severus managed. "I'm afraid it is, Severus. You see, I was occluding a moment ago and had to stop. I believe something is wrong. Could you?" He motioned slightly toward his temple. Severus frowned, but pulled out his wand and approached the desk anyway. "What happened? I'm not sure, but while I was occluding, I felt an abrupt shift. It's hard to describe, but it was most uncomfortable. I'll try to see what's wrong," Severus stated after casting a diagnostic spell and receiving nothing of note. "Ready." Albus nodded. "Legilimens." Well, Dumbledore's mind was certainly layered, complicated, and eccentric. The outer mental shield was a gentle lemo, drop waterfall. When Albus' mental defenses were fully raised, it was an intense avalanche of impenetrable yellow candies. Thankful that the headmaster had toned down his occlumency a bit, Severus continued on, trying to get a feel for what was apparently wrong. He was almost beginning to think it was in his mentor's imagination when it happened. It was barely noticeable, but it was there. "It happened again," he heard Dumbledore's voice state. Severus went further, trying to find where the jolt had originated from when it happened again, directing him to a particular location. He took a moment to examine what he was sensing, before backing out and ending the spell. "I believe I understand the problem, Headmaster. Some of your defenses are slipping, and when your magic detects this, it tries to fix it, hence the jolts. I doubt this is permanent or a cause for great alarm, as I can sense your abilities for this magical art are still present and strong. What's caused this and how severe is it?" Albus asked. Severus wasn't surprised by the question. It was difficult for anyone, no matter their expertise, to see and diagnose a problem within their own mental shields. It was why it was strongly advised to ask a trusted occlumens and legilimens for help when a problem was suspected. Sometimes someone on the outside needed to take a look. I can only assume this is a result from your recent head injury. We don't fully understand the brain, as you know, but it's clear such injuries can have consequences in every aspect of the mind. I believe you will just need to re-strengthen and perhaps rebuild a few sections of your defenses. I also wouldn't be surprised if repairing this would aid in relieving some of your other problems, mainly that of concentration. Dumbledore smiled. I do believe you are correct, my boy. Thank you. As for where the fractures are located, I would focus on recent memories and then go from there. The damage doesn't seem to go too far back, memory-wise. That shouldn't be too difficult, Albus said, privately relieved things were not as serious as he had initially feared. No, it shouldn't be, but if you do require my assistance, I'll be in my quarters, Severus said with a gentle nod. With that, Severus exited through the fireplace, leaving the capable headmaster to do some mental repairs. To be continued, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.